The big day has come. Final preparations done, boats launched, and 3 days of competition are underway. For 56 anglers,
oh my God,
this is the prize for a successful year of fighting the battles, holding your own, making it through every qualifying tournament.
Yes, sir.
Yeah! Against a field that seems to get stronger, more daunting every year.
Yes!
Now comes the final test. A 3-day battle for the ultimate prize.
Yes! Oh!
The trophy for winning the World Championship.
Yeah!
The Bassmaster Classic. Well, that's it. That's what's going on today. Welcome to the most important 3 days in the sport of fishing. This is it. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors. The Grand Lake of the Cherokees stretches out before us right there. We're in Oklahoma, of course, for the third time. Tulsa, our host city. That's where we're coming from. And an hour to the northeast, the Grand Lake of the Cherokees, about 65 miles long, 75 years old. Tommy Sanders here with the two guys you always want to spend watching the Classic with, Davey Height and Mark Zona. And Z, you made a comment when we walked out of the hotel this morning. You said, man, it feels like fishing weather. It feels like spring.
Absolutely, Tommy Sanders. Air temps right now in the low 50s. But the main key, and what's going to be different about this Bassmaster Classic, Davey, water temps hovering around that 60 to 61 degree mark. And the biggest thing we're going to see in this tournament, I think, is just a tournament of change where that might not have been the case in years past.
Yeah, definitely a tournament of change. The water temperature is rising. Wish the water level was rising a little bit, but they're not going to have that luxury. A lot of the anglers did want a little dirtier water, to, like a Jason Christie, to want to throw a spinnerbait and that sort of thing. But the water temperature is rising. The full moon come in on Sunday night. Every single day of this tournament will be changed for all these anglers. I don't think we can watch any one person like Gussie did last year, stick with one technique, one bait. This week it's going to be a mixture.
Well, as we said, we got 56 anglers that were out there today, the full field today. Here's some scenes from right before the takeoff at the Wolf Creek Park Fishing Facility.
Wow.
Grove, Oklahoma.
Wow.
Nice crowd on hand.
In the rain.
This has been the place
one.
that's been the place to be at the last decade worth of Classics. Be there at the launch. That's where it's happening, obviously. A lot of excitement, a lot of anticipation for these anglers. It's the culmination of a lifetime of effort to get to this special event because there's so much on the line. It's such a great possibility, a great potential. And, of course, this is the time when everybody sees that potential. Nothing's happened yet, but we've got reason to believe they might catch them this week, right, guys?
No doubt about it, Tommy. And the really the great thing, the collision that is happening right now, look, I'll just call it like it is. We have had 2 forward-facing sonar events this year, dominated with forward-facing sonar. Every angler we talked to said this is going to be in old school, which you hate to say old school, but this is going to be a bass fishing tournament.
It is. I had the pleasure of going out with Jason Christie on Wednesday, his practice day. And if you remember, when he won the Classic at Lake Hartwell, he started off every morning using the forward-facing technology, catching those fish back in the creek. Did not even look at it on Wednesday. Jason Christie is going to be throwing a spinnerbait, throwing a square bill, throwing a jig, those sort of things.
Well, that's a look at our host city right there. Tulsa, Oklahoma, boomed big time in the 1920s, has changed directions through the years. It's a terrific town. The BOK Center is going to be the site for the weigh-ins, of course. It's kind of the headquarters there, right across from the expo place. And we're out in the outside for the first time in a long time. So we're in the elements here, and we really appreciate you joining us here in the Bassmaster Studios Outside Edition, sponsored by Marathon. Davey Height with the Classic ring on there. Mark Zona, 24 inductee to the Hall of Fame. I can't help but think that this is going to be a great continuation of a great tradition here in Oklahoma. 3 very different tournaments, I think.
Yeah, it really is, because each day is going to be different. Tomorrow morning is going to be colder. You nailed it this morning, Z. It's gotten a lot warmer. Last night stayed warmer in the 50s. That means a lot this time of year. So instead of the water temperature starting out in the low to mid 50s, some of these anglers will probably be starting in 56, 57 degree of water. That makes a big, big difference this time of the year.
You know, the one thing that covering as many classics that we have covered together, this is a dream. This is a dream in many different aspects for the anglers that are in this tournament. And the one thing that Sanders and David, we talked about it, there's kind of 3 contingencies of anglers in the Bassmaster Classic. There's the dream that you're just here. you're happy, you qualified for the Classic. And then there's the next group of anglers, the killers, that they're here for one reason. They're here to win the tournament. And I thought about this last night. I really did, because every single tournament that we've covered, the Bassmaster Classic, is you have that Oakland that we saw last night. Oakland versus Kentucky, that basically comes out of nowhere. And with that word, with change, I guarantee you there was probably some anglers that really weren't on them that are going to land on them today.
Well, we can't wait to see how it rolls out today. We've got 8 hours of fishing ahead of us. With these 56 anglers, we'll be in the boat with 10 of them all day long and getting additional coverage all day long. Right behind us, here's the Bass Pro Shops tailgate party, driven by Yokohama. This place is going to fill. There's a sign already. Zona is my spirit animal is being held up back there. So,
oh my God! Here we go. How about that? And that's awful early in the morning. What's going to happen?
I know, that's a harbinger.
Tommy, there's going to be 2 barbecues here later.
I know.
Smokers going. So
stay on the set.
Promise.
Okay.
That was fantastic.
Let's get out on the Leitner. Of course, for the last 2 times we were here in Tulsa, and this time also the favorite coming in, son of Oklahoma, Jason Christie.
Wow. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
A little top water action.
Man, it's like Back to the Future.
A lot of them are little. I mean, I've seen a lot of them, but I caught some good ones. Like, that one wasn't little.
It's going to happen right now. Yep.
I'm not so sure, but that looks like a mean mouth. It is. Got a little smallmouth in him. Yeah. I told the guy somebody's going to catch a big. Somebody's going to lay a big smallmouth, but.
Jason Christie, one of only 3 previous Classic champs in this field today. That says a lot about how hard it is to get into the Bassmaster Classic, and even harder to win it. Another one of those previous Classic champs from 2022 and 2021 back-to-back. 2020 and 2021 back-to-back was the winner, Hank Cherry, and he's out here today. He's got a great history here.
I'm just going to fish. Let them tell me what they want. Right now, they're telling me they're not very active for whatever reason, which I don't understand. On the board. One down. 5 more. It's a good one too.
Hank Cherry may be one disappointing missed fish away in
table,
2013
nice
of being
and
the
slow.
champion here.
I could have easily tried to just
unfinished
rip them
business
over
here.
the top of it, but
And you can tell you're going to have a pretty diverse tournament when the first bite was on a top water with Christie. Then you see a jig bite on the dock. That is setting up for exactly what we hope for here on Grand Lake. Going to get back down to Patrick Walters, a little further down the lake. This was earlier today.
And a little bit earlier, anglers have been out there still less than an hour.
I don't know if he's a keeper or not. Spotted dog.
So now we're out with Patrick live.
Yep. It's just a 14-incher. All right, y'all, we got 3 so far. We, before we get down there, probably, got another one right there. We're just catching them on the old Maverick right this second. Trying to fill us the limit, try to catch some 3-pounders before we go down and get in the creeks, before we get down there in Duck and Horse Creek. I just feel like there's gonna be a lot of boats down there this morning. And before we get in there and, you know, speed ourselves up and get in too big of a hurry, I wanna catch me a few fish, starting some stuff that hopefully ain't gonna have too many boats in it. Try to pick me up a couple fish, maybe. I'd like to get 15 pounds, but it's all dependent on them. Catching a few, just jerking around the old Maverick right now. Pick a couple fish up. We're gonna hit 2 or 3 little pockets like this, and then we're gonna hit 2 main lake little points. There's not much wind, but I wanted to kind of catch them jerking as early as I could before that sun got up. And that sun comes up, then we're gonna get in the creeks, go fish and brush, go fish a little bit of docks, kind of go do that deal a little bit. Majority of the fish I feel like are in the creeks. There are still some on the main, but so we're just gonna keep plugging away for a little bit, fish throughout the stretch, and then roll on.
Couple things there. You can tell this is not Patrick Walters' first Bassmaster Classic. He definitely has a plan.
More different than anything you have ever fished. It's like, words can't describe it. I mean, that blast off this morning, that was, I mean, there's boats everywhere. It's just like controlled chaos. You really don't know what to expect. I mean, you want to do the best you can, but at the same time, it's like, hey, it's fishing. If you catch them, you catch them. If you don't, you don't. And it's a lot. It's something definitely very, very special. Just to be able to be here, and hopefully to be here and catch a couple fish would be even nicer.
Well, that is the game plan for Patrick Walters. Stay closer to the main lake in the morning, and as it warms up, and that's the theme that we heard after the official day of practice on Wednesday, is there definitely is a lot of fish getting way back in those spawning pockets in the back of a lot of the major creeks. So look for this afternoon to be very solid, listening to a lot of the anglers that we have on camera.
I really like his plan, just trying to get a few fish in the box before he's going to the Horse Creek area. I think he, is really counting on it to catch some bigger fish than he's caught this morning. But Patrick Walters has had a lot of success, but this is a different day for every one of these anglers.
Yeah.
It's the Bassmaster Classic.
Luke Palmer, another Oklahoma favorite. Not from this part of Oklahoma, down more to the south, Lake Eufaula area, Texoma. But plenty of experience here.
What the hell's wrong with his lip? His lip is all messed up. Look at it. Quit flexing out, dude. Look at the lip on that one. No, it didn't blank.
Gonna make the team.
He gonna make the team.
Make the culling team.
He culling team for damn sure.
So got Luke Palmer picked up his first win with the Elite Series last year. Ben Milliken won on the St. Croix Bassmaster Open Series last year to gain his entry into the Classic.
Kind of an area you think you'd see Milliken, a lot of suspended fish area of the lake that he's in. Miserable practice, but a very solid official practice day on Wednesday.
Spotted bass.
What's up, Taku? How we doing? Baby.
Ben Milliken currently tied for the lead in Progressive Angler of the Year points and very excited to be here at his first Classic.
But everything about it is better. It's awesome to have these guys here to support me, and it's awesome. This is the top of the mountain. Can't wait to get out there.
I know you had some success in practice with the weather changing now. Does that change your approach at all?
No, I think it's going to make everything a little bit better. I think they started biting a lot better on Wednesday, and man, it should just keep up.
What's it been like for you this week as a fan coming into the Classic and now actually being in the Classic?
Yeah, I just told my family I'm super jealous. They get to go hang out at the expo all day. It's like my favorite thing in the world. But yeah, it's really come full circle. My first ever Classic I attended was 11 years ago right here at Grand Lake in Tulsa. So to be my first Classic I qualify for is very special.
Ben Milliken, the Nebraska transplant to Texas. Happy to be here.
We got a bunch of fish around us biting, but they're biting the real thing. They're not wanting to bite baits with hooks in them. So we got 2 small ones in the box, nothing crazy. I don't know how much longer I'm going to give this though. I'm trying some little bit more natural jerk baits and minnows and stuff really quick, and then we're going to get out of here, start running our brush pile deal, I think.
One of the things Milliken said last night about the Bassmaster Classic being his first time in this tournament was obviously loves the show, right? Just the whole what the Classic is. I said, what do you not like? And he said it's very uncomfortable to be out of the usual Bassmaster Elite Series schedule. You talked about it before. You've used the word the Classic is made to make you feel uncomfortable from front to back.
Yes. He's hooked up. That makes you feel comfortable right there. But you're right, Z, you know.
Fat little spotted bass.
Ben's got a lot of followers, no doubt about it, and does a great job
Gets
on
a lot
camera.
of likes.
Smart.
It's a lot of likes.
Yeah, and does a great job on camera.
Small and smart.
This is a different day for him, I guarantee you.
Absolutely.
And for it all to have started for him, he said 11 years ago this was the first Bassmaster Classic he ever attended, so that's kind of full circle there for him.
Get your mouth shut, buddy. There we go.
Boy, he had a look about him
Slightly
on
different.
Night of the Champions like I've never seen. Looked like a genie.
What? A great start to his year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But as you say, David, this is a different deal here. This is Patrick Walter said, I need to catch 5 just to calm my nerves. You know, he's not the guy you'd expect to say that. And this is when you say that.
Well, you wouldn't expect that unless you filmed a Z show or two with Patrick Walters, and you kind of realize that's where he's coming.
Slow down, boy.
But you're right also, Tommy, that he does have that switch he can turn on and off normally, but today's a day where that on-off button doesn't quite function like it normally does.
And while we've been in the boat a lot with Patrick Walters.
Yes.
The terminals arc every now and then.
Yeah. I think that's Taku Ito in that same creek there with Ben this morning. A lot of fish in there, a lot of bait.
Let's get back up to Luke Palmer. We saw him catch one a little bit earlier.
Same bass a bit.
surprising. A lot of small fish in here. Usually in the morning on Grand Lake, quality is what you see. Not the case so far.
I think they've done some restocking programs here at Grand Lake, and it does look like there's an abundance of the smaller fish now that I don't ever remember seeing here. That's a good thing. But you're right, these are just nerve settlers.
Yes, 100%.
These are not the ones they're going to have.
David Brown on Bassmaster.com. Great story about the fish genetic makeup here. There's some Florida strain mixed in. Florida strain pure can't make it up here. It's too cold up here, but they make up, they've managed it so that there is some of that genetics in here mixed with the regular northern
If
bass.
you look at the local tournaments the last few weeks here, they have been catching them. And granted, those were a lot colder water temps when fish were squatted and not moving as much. But the weights across the board, really, you know, top 10s, top 20s, really solid quality.
The keeper for Oklahoma, Colgate, Oklahoma's Luke Palmer. We are underway here, still in the first hour of fishing, but about to head on into hour number 2. Our live coverage will continue with you all the way until 3 p.m. local time, Central Time. This afternoon, take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. Jay Shakur, former Rookie of the Year from Wisconsin, out with a healthy lead ahead of Shane LeHue, Bob Downey. In third place, Joey Nania, one of our open qualifiers, and Pat Schlopper. Another was 2 Wisconsin guys in our top 5 early on. First day of the Classic. I think our own Robbie Floyd is going to be with leader Jay Shakur when we come back, so we will waste no time getting out there and trying to figure out what he's doing. Meanwhile, we're going to step away for just a moment and be right back.
Grand Lake, fortunately, and also sometimes unfortunately, is a lake that history can play. It's a place that patterns really well.
I really like the way this lake sets up because this is an efficiency lake. This is not a area lake as much. Like there's some better areas than other, but this is an efficiency lake.
Every time I've pretty much ever been here, they were either on the way to spawn or on the way out.
And it fishes really well. It's got a lot of docks on it, and I do not like that. So it's, I like the stuff behind those.
It's similar to some lakes across the country, but it's unique in a lot of ways. Just the way it lays out, it's very diverse from top to bottom.
Everything can change in Oklahoma. I mean, I've had tournaments where you catch 20, 22 pounds one day and turn around and catch 10 the next. And vice versa. I've seen it, flip on that.
All I know is whoever's leading on Sunday is gonna have a lot of pressure on them. Sunday last year for me was the most pressure-filled day I've ever had in my life and probably will ever have. If you want to win, you're gonna have to catch 5 big ones every day.
Some of our pre-tournament favorites there, plus our defending champion, Jeff Gustafson, talking about what's great and what's concerning sometimes about Grand Lake here. All legitimate.
He had a very concerning last day, lad. That was one of the most odd final days of a Classic we have ever covered.
I've never seen a wire-to-wire victory like that before, I can tell you for sure.
It really was. And I saw his wife just 30 minutes before we weighed in. She said, "I can't believe he started fishing boat docks." She was devastated.
That one was wild, a crazy finish. We had a crazy finish here in 2016 on Grand Lake, too. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
That was nuts.
That was
really
that
crazy.
Was like the, plot twist at the last there. And we're taking a look at our 10 anglers we're with all day long. Former Classic champ Hank Cherry, one of them, made his debut here, basically, 2013, before he started his Elite Series career. Had a great tournament.
That one we got to check. He's a keeper. He is the smallest. We'll go number 5.
Hank Cherry Starting out with a jig this morning, a lot of South Carolina in his style of fishing, but did make the comment. A lot of areas where we watched him back in his classic debut with us, he said there are some areas that he fished in that tournament that definitely have them again. We will see a jerkbait with Hank Cherry probably later today. Gonna get back down lake right now with Luke Palmer.
See, David, we fished a little more than an hour, and 3/5 of the field have caught fish. We've got 5 limits.
Luke Palmer with his limit, nothing big in it. Just about 6 pounds in total for 5 fish. Let's get back over, not too far away. Ben Milliken.
Yeah, and one of the things Ben said about this lake compared to where we were just at, whether it's Lake Fork or Toledo Bend, applying forward-facing sonar here, very hard for the simple fact there are so many fish in here, catfish and drum. And this area right here, he said, just had more bass, not a lot of rough fish back in this stretch.
A little better one. Yeah, but that's a show enough 2-pounder. Bagging. What's up, land dog? I'm just fishing. Kind of bored. There's about 72,000 of these up there. You can vouch for me. You've seen them.
Boy, doesn't act like he's fishing his first classic. Not twisted out.
No. Like your coach tells you, if you score a touchdown, act like you've been there.
Like you've been there.
Yeah.
I'll take 5.
You made a good point, Z. That these anglers that are really good with the forward-facing sonar, to be able to identify the bass, and there's white bass here, sand bass, but to be able to identify largemouth, smallmouth bass is a big deal on a place like this where you have so much bait and so many other species.
And there's a lot of anglers using forward-facing on brush pile fish that are on the bottom. But the interesting thing, talking to a lot of anglers about this lake, that's different from a lot of other lakes. There's a lot of drum, there's a lot of catfish that are suspended under the surface on bait balls, which is, you don't see that a lot.
Yeah, they're bottom feeders, but especially the blue catfish will suspend and feed on bait, and for some reason they look so much like a bass.
Spot. It's a better spotty.
So that's a nice solid spot. We've seen
it's a
mean mouth,
Bassmaster Classic limit, bud.
spotted bass, and largemouth.
I like when that scale's still on. Sweet. We got 10 pounds in, what, 45 minutes? Heck yeah.
You heard Ben Milliken calling out his estimated weight right there at 10 pounds in 45 minutes. Sounds pretty good. Let's get over to our defending champion, Jeff Gustafson. Starting his day, we'll show you some footage from earlier with nothing huge, nothing big to get started.
Cheers.
All non-keepers for Gussie so far this morning. And again, that is a little bit odd for this lake, especially this time of year.
Yeah, and it's not just like he's out around a lot of bait like Milliken. I mean, he's in the back of a pocket. A few fish ago, he was out about midway of a creek there.
Nice starter.
Good first keeper.
Yes, sir. Boat takes a little bit morning jitters away. It's a beauty Grand Lake bass. They kind of look like the up north bass a little bit.
His winning strategy last year was all about catching smallmouth, which had to be bigger to be keepers. And that all smallmouth strategy paid off despite a tester on the final day. Let's get back up to Hank Cherry.
Today it's the deal. Today I'm liking the whole process.
Not forget, Hank Cherry won the Classic a few years ago. The jig was a big part of his day every day.
We're on one of the best jig lakes in the country, not the state.
Look at that. That's a trade, ain't it? I'm gonna go ahead and stick you over here.
The winner of back-to-back classics in 20 and 21. Hank Cherry is a guy who doesn't always qualify, but when he's here, I mean, he goes for the top spot. He's tucked in right behind this young man right here, former Rookie of the Year, 3-time winner with the Bassmasters, Jay Shakur. And there's Robbie Floyd. Robbie Floyd, we welcome you and all your efforts out here. You're on it already. You're with our leader. What have you seen so far?
Yeah, it didn't take long, and I noticed that you were on Hank Cherry just a moment ago, known for the jerk bait. Well, Jay Shakur, known for the jerk bait today. It seemed to be bringing them in this morning. Already had a limit, fairly early. I saw a 3-pounder, a 4-pounder, a 2.5, another 2, a 1.5. When you heard Ben Milliken talking about having 10 pounds in 45 minutes, he was stoked on that. Jay was a little surprised he had so much activity this morning. He was in an area that he knew he had fish, but I don't think he thought they would be as active as they are this morning. And they were so active that he picked them up and he left. So he went across the lake and he lost a lure but hadn't had a fish on this side of the lake yet.
Robbie, if you can, he's obviously in one of the most popular creeks on Grand Lake. Kind of just walk us through how much other competition is in that area.
Actually, I stumbled upon Jay Shakur. I went to follow Kenta Kimura was over there. Said he lost one good one that he thinks that Jay might have been able to catch a moment ago. But there was only one other boater, Kenta and Jay, in a spot. Without us just saying exactly where they're at, it is a community hole. A lot of people fish there. There's a lot of brush piles there. There's a lot of things. They've dug out little channels so you have little elevation changes in the water. So it's a very popular area, and I'm really surprised there weren't more than 2 boats there this morning.
So, Robbie, I think the wind on Grand Lake this week is going to be a big, big deal, and we can see where you are there now. It looks very, very calm. Wednesday, the practice day, there were areas of the lake that were like this, but then there were some areas where you had a good bit of ripple. Is that the case this morning, or is it just slick throughout?
This is slick as you could possibly get it. If you were a skier, this is your kind of water right now. And, I mean, not a breath of wind at all. I mean, we're not far from what would be considered like a main drive or the main lake. So if it's this calm here, I mean, it's got to be even, less. I don't know how I can get any slicker. But, yeah, there's no wind today at all. It is chilly, though. You talk about how things have been warm. It was 50-something degrees this morning, so it was kind of a warm morning, but it's a little chilly right now. On practice day, I think it was already a little bit warmer. But But yeah, it definitely was warmer overnight, and it did rain this morning as they started the competition.
If you can, kind of walk us through what you got to see with Shakur early this morning and the flurry that he had, with pretty much other boats around him not having that.
Yeah, well, Kenta had a bite, and again, they seem to be hopping from brush pile to brush pile to brush pile. It's tough for me and when there's so many, it's like a minefield, and you see this in many lakes, but especially here, it's like a minefield. I can't stay out of the way because you're always in the way. There's so many individual things, and that's what the forward-facing sonar, these guys, and I know we talk about this a lot. When they side scanned them years ago, they knew where all these piles are. Now they're spending a little bit more time in those piles because they can see the activity and the fish moving. You can see a fish in there. If they're not takers, you may want to go, but instead of making 4 casts like Mike Iaconelli would do and then hop over to the next one, they're making 14 casts and spending a little bit more time.
Jay Shakur's got the Mercury Big Bass. His estimated Big Bass was a 4-pounder that he caught earlier today. You spent the day on the water with Ben Milliken earlier. Robbie, did he give you any indication of how big he thought they could go this year? Has he seen any big ones through his pre-practice and his practice?
Yeah, he has not really seen anything big, and I think like Mark had said, his earlier part of practice wasn't that great. When I went out with him, I thought he could have caught 13 to 15 pounds in an hour and a half, and that's without trying to stick big ones. But I was quite confident, and I have a feeling it's the same spot. If you're seeing bait activity, I know that's probably where he went, because he said that's the only place he really saw that much activity. But he didn't spend the time trying to catch some of those fish that, he could see that they were a little active, but you don't catch them on practice. Nobody wants to win practice. I did talk to people that caught 6-pounders this week in practice, and they're like, I had to see what they look like, but I really wish I would have caught them during the tournament.
Well, we've been promised some 6-pounders and maybe even a 7-pounder during the course of this tournament.
Yep.
So I'm going to, I've got my fingers crossed. We have our hopes up, Robbie. Thank you so much for being out there, staying on it. Robbie will be on it all day. That's just the way he operates out there. Here's some footage from 2022. The rookie Jay Shakur catching 100 pounds, first ever to catch 100 pounds of smallmouth.
Absolutely incredible. And I can still remember that tournament like it was yesterday. To be so young and to be a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, he was the coolest, calmest customer I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, he said pretty much it's cool that I won that tournament.
Yeah, he is calm.
Tommy, you mentioned it. 3 wins for Jay Shakur. This was his Elite Series title his rookie year, and he has 2 wins as a co-angler on the Opens. One of them at Neely Henry and one of them at Grand Lake.
There's the connection. Yeah, that's right. Some people picking him. Absolutely. In fact, I've got him on my pick. Drain the lake, Ronnie. How do you like that?
I'm not shocked about that one bit, Tom. You were sneaky.
Jay Shakur, former Rookie of the Year. Sturgeon Bay is his favorite place to fish. He's in a very different sort of landscape and lakescape here. Jay Shakur on top right now, estimated 12.5 pounds as we move well into hour 2. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors, the BOK Center here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Tulsa, we brag on Tulsa so much. We're in the heart of bass fishing country.
Absolutely.
That is for sure. They understand that. The Sports Commission, the officials here do such a great job. They are so pro at making this feel like a big event, and it is a big event. It's our big event. It's all about, we're writing history here. We want it to be magnificent and memorable, and hats off again, Tulsa's Sports Commission for all they do there. Jay Shakur, the man unofficially on top of the leaderboard with 12.5 pounds. Hank Cherry Jr., great history here. He's pulled up into second place. Shane LaHue, John Cox, and Jason Christie running out our top 5. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. This is all right. We're gonna throw it over to Ronnie Moore here in just a second.
I think so.
I think we got him coming.
We've got over here Dakota Knowledge. I was waiting for the screen to pop up, guys. But
he was nervous
at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and we were talking about the water temps throughout the week, how they were improving for these anglers, and to give the fans at home a little perspective, maybe water temps not super crucial for some anglers' patterns, but this lake does kind of set up as 3 different lakes if you want to break it down for Grand Lake. And so if you look at this top portion of the lake, let me clear that. I'll actually do this portion of the lake. It seemed to be in that 59 to 63 degree water temperature earlier in practice Wednesday once it got up. And then when we get to the main mid portion of the lake, from the Wolf Creek Bridge right there to about Shangri-La, Horse Creek region, it was right in the middle of the 50s. It was about 56 to 58 degrees in most places. Sometimes it was about 54 to 55 earlier in the morning. And then when you get down to the bottom of the lake, the Drowning Creek, Duck Creek region, it's kind of an X-factor portion of the lake. That portion of the lake, it was a little bit cooler, 54 to 56 consistently. So as we see this tournament progress, you're going to see anglers who were maybe in the colder water and their fish were not as active. Maybe they have a slower day one. If they stick it out, those fish will begin to progress throughout the tournament. And maybe when those water temps get up, different patterns will transpire. Maybe we'll see the mid-lake portion feature something. We saw topwater with Jason Christie already, but some of these anglers are going to have to navigate, hey, did my water cool off from some of the rains and maybe the cooler nights, or did it warm up much quicker? I know the dirtier water region of the lake, up the Neosho, around where Spring River, above that Elk Creek region, that water a little bit dirtier, a little bit warmer as well. So that's one thing we're keeping an eye on this week, is the water temperature across the lake and how these anglers choose where they're going to be.
That was a good rebound on that screen of knowledge.
Actually, great. Ronnie,
right there.
I don't have control of it like normal guys.
I know.
It's not my deal, so I gotta ask permission.
Ronnie, it's been fairly spring-like for 6 weeks here. I mean, had frigid temperatures 1st of January, but it's been a steady warming trend, right?
Yeah, and that's the one thing that set it back, though, was half of Wolf Creek was frozen earlier this year, and a huge shad kill at the bottom of the lake. So it's taken a little bit, and if we see bedding fish at Lake Fork a few weeks ago, we know it's not far from Grand. It's only a couple hours north, but a different elevation, and we know it's coming soon. But Jason Christie said in his interviews, Davey was in there with me, this is a late March classic, but it's kind of fishing like a mid-April, almost a few weeks advanced from where it normally is.
Great to have Ronnie on hand with us out here in the open, out in front of the BOK Center. Mike Stukan is with us as well.
Well, and here's an
Good
angler.
day to you, Tommy Sanders.
Yes, sir.
Had a big practice. Brandon Polinick had a calm about him yesterday at Media Day. Got some pictures of his bait and how he's caught them through practice, and quality has been there for Polinick.
Yes. That's funny. Made a lap around that point, came back. I don't know if it was the angle change or switch to the Sonic side from the Z2, but that's another one in the box. It's a little more like it too. I love when they get them black spots on them. Gosh, they're so cool. Yeah, I'd really like to know if that was an angle change thing or a crankbait change. It's really hard to say. Because you don't know if, you just don't know what, there were 2 variables, so you don't know which variable is the one that got that fish to bite, but it's information that we will use to our advantage. It's called it's a DD26, they call it Col ID tag. So it's just a new way to tag your fish so that they can close their mouth and still filter all the water through their gills. Just a little less invasive, and you can still see them easily, get a hold of them. You can't pick them up by that, but you grab the fish and kind of lead it and then grab them by their mouth. 3 1/4 pounder never hurts.
Mm-hmm. Brandon Polinick said there was 3 variables to a lot of these areas, and he said he's going to pretty much lock a shallow crankbait in his hand all day today. Is rock transitions. Wherever pea gravel would meet chunk rock with a contour, and it could only be a 1 foot contour change, but when you have a piece of wood, it could be a stick, those three combinations, and you will get a bite. I said, will you get multiple bites on these? You know, and this is Grand Lake 101 right here, and it just seems day after day. You heard a lot of anglers say, man, it's the same old Grand Lake. The fish live on the same places every single year.
And the thing that he was referring to there, don't know if it was a bait change or the angle change. So he fished a location like you're saying, Z, and then he turned around and switched up baits and fished it some more. That's so important as a tournament angler to have confidence in a small area, and you can make those bait changes instead of just like going down the bank and throwing at anything and everything.
And if you really look at it, hearing that from a lot of the anglers that we have on camera that have history on this lake, saying, man, it's the same Grand Lake. If you look at the baits right now, a jerkbait, a jig, a square bill, it is the same Grand Lake. And the other thing Polinick told us, he said he felt the fish, where they're at right now is in between our 2016 Classic that Edwin won and the 2018 actual Elite Series tournament where there was a lot more fish shallow. He said those fish seem to be right in the middle of that.
Yes, and we gotta remember we're 3 or 4 weeks later than those classics, and we're still 3 weeks earlier than that elite event,
close
which is
to the
crazy.
bank where you can see that rock transition on the 360. It's really subtle. It's not anything fancy, but you can see where the contours tighten up. It's like if I go to my chart.
Big Rocks Creek channels, a place called Echo Bay. That's what played for him back in 2013. Let's get over to Greg Hackney, our first look at Greg Hackney, another one of the anglers. Really picked to be a big threat to win this thing.
Here's a bigot. Come on, baby. I think you got it pretty good. Number one. A nice bite, too. Get it like I like it. At least a little old starter bass. All right.
Greg Hackney, 8 wins. What a record of 2014 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. The Classic is really the only mountain left to conquer for this guy right now.
Yeah, you know, I talked to him on Thursday quite a bit. And simply put, the Classic is the reason he started fishing tournaments, and the Classic is the reason he is still fishing Bassmaster tournaments.
I actually said, I think I said this last year, Hackney has been vocal. He said he hates the Classic. I said, what do you mean? He goes, I have not won it. It's my nemesis. And the major reason, he said, I just put so much pressure on myself.
I was glad to get that bite. Make sure that my confidence was in the right place.
Did not think we'd see a plopper style bait this morning. Did not think
so.
that.
The walking bait from Christie surprises me a little, but not a whole lot. But the plopper type bait from because we've seen some jigfish already. You think, okay, we're going to Hackney. We're fixing to see a jigfish.
Well, I think we're going to.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hackney had a really big official practice day on Wednesday.
Little one.
He said there is a very solid late day bite on Grand right now. He said really the two big opportunities for big ones and typical for this time of year. It is a morning gig, definitely, and an afternoon bite.
Look at Jason Christie from a distance there.
Got to mention seeing Jason with that walking bait. I was with him on practice on Wednesday. He did not throw it then, but I talked to him about his dad. He and his dad fished a lot of team tournaments together. And I said, so, did one of you try to catch the big fish and others some numbers, or what was your strategy as father-son fishing the local tournament? And he said, my dad was real good with top water. He would throw a top water a lot. And to see him catch some fish this morning on top water bait, that's awesome.
There's the weapon right there
you keep an eye on him.
For Jason Christie. He said there has been a very good jig bite, and you said his official practice day was a little off.
Yeah. It's hard to judge that, though, because I've been there, done that. He may have never been within 5 miles of where he's going to fish his tournament. He knows so much about it. So it's interesting how some anglers use that day of practice to get things off of their mind, to maybe explore new water, or maybe they just have to try to find out what they're going to do because they don't have a clue at that point.
Well, so the anglers were able to practice last weekend, and Christie said that the biggest problem he had last weekend was exactly that. He did not want to go into areas he knew we would fish during the tournament, not only with competitors, but there was two big tournaments on this lake last weekend. He said, I just could not go in certain areas I knew I would fish here on day one. He said, in essence, day one is a practice day for him.
Yeah. So not only the anglers that are out there fishing those tournaments, they know who Jason Christie is and can recognize him from a mile away, but several times throughout the day we would just be going down a bank and someone would come out of their house and walk down in the yard or on the dock and speak to him. So everyone around here knows when he's fishing in an area where he's at, and that is Jason Christie.
You mentioned that, Davey, the practice period Wednesday. Do you use it to expand your pattern? Do you use it to rule out something? And I was with Kyle Welcher, and he went and ran a program for half of the day, 4 of his hours. He ran a program and caught plenty of fish, 10 or 12 fish doing it, but nothing over 2 pounds. And he said, I'm glad that it wasn't fruitful because it was a high risk, high reward, and I get to rule that out and just do the opposite because I realized that the quality was where I thought it was, and it wasn't moving to the high-risk deal. And so Welcher's going to be doing what we see some of the other guys up shallow around docks most likely today.
So I'm going to probably mention this all 3 days. Speaking of rule in and rule out, Jason Christie told me that coming in, when the tournament was announced, that he thought that very likely jerk baiting brush piles could be a big deal. A lot of big stringers are caught that way. It's something to do. So he spent 6 days back before it went off limits for those anglers before the first of the year, scanning for brush piles. I wrote it down. He marked 979 brush piles.
So he's not going to run out of brush.
6 days of his life marking brush piles. Spent 4 hours of his first practice day, caught 112 inchers. He's done with them. He said, I wasted 6 days of my life. I said, you're not going to go back and check? He said, no, I'm done with it.
Well, Jason Christie's long had a relationship with the Classic. He made his debut basically in the Classic here in 2013 and was denied the win then, denied in 2016. But then he came back in 2022, Lake Hartwell in South Carolina, and working those boat docks over and getting the timing just right. Was kind of
what a mix of forward-facing sonar, then backing it up on boat docks. And literally improbable Jason Christie was even in that Classic, requalifying for the Bassmaster Elite Series and then pulling off the win that season. Unbelievable turnaround.
Great strategy for him, no doubt about it. Fishing in those drains at Lake Hartwell early in the morning, getting a solid limit, and then catching those key fish in the afternoon, especially that final afternoon on jig under boat docks.
All of us asking him for a decade, when are you going to win a Classic? He said, okay, thanks, no more questions now. Just appreciate no more questions for a while. Jason Christie, we saw some boats with him out there, a lot of boats, but nothing compared to the flotilla that followed him around in 2013. That was part of the problem back then. Hank Cherry looks to have his spot all to himself, though.
Not even approaching 2 hours of fishing. You got to Look who's just jumped into our top 10. John Cox, Justin Hamner, Stetson Blaylock's up there, Clark Wendlet.
Well, if you've never been to Grand Lake of Cherokees, get a good look at the docks there. There's a lot of them. They are time-consuming to fish and get around them, but if you've not been to this lake, it is pretty much rocks, docks, and wood. No submerged vegetation. You've heard a lot of anglers through the decades say this is one of the best non-grass lakes as far as just all-around quality, not trophy-sized fish like we saw a couple of weeks ago on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but all-around quality. You'll hear this is one of the best non-grass lakes that the Bassmasters goes to.
The other thing you hear about this lake is that it's a pattern lake. It's a great pattern lake. Yet some of the anglers I talked to at Media Day yesterday, they said, it doesn't seem that way right now to me. Some said yes, it is, but some said no, it doesn't seem that way at all.
I think you're exactly right. That's the time of year, and with these changing conditions, a lot of these fish want to spawn, and they're getting on. We saw Hank Cherry a few minutes ago. He'd make a pitch to a dock and then turn to the other side of the creek and pitch to a little piece of wood. I mean, they're just having to hit every target. So time-consuming, like you mentioned.
Yeah, there's still folks out on the water watching classic fishing. Our live broadcast,
Great spectators
we like
here.
to think has sort of alleviated that problem for the fishermen, but I don't think it has. It has not. We think too much of ourselves sometimes. Jay Shakur, the man on top with 12.5 pounds, Hank Cherry Jr., two-time classic winner. Right up behind him there, Lee Livesey of Texas, disappointing outing on his home lake at Lake Fork in the Elite Series this year, but looking to make up for it at the Bassmaster Classic. Boy, winning a Bassmaster Classic makes up for a lot of things.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Bassmaster Live. Tail end of the second hour of fishing here. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Presented by Jockey Outdoors. TH Marine Weather Watch. Perfect high temperature today.
Yes.
71 degrees. Looking great. It's cloudy right now. I tell you what, the clouds are dissipating. They're moving away from Tulsa and moving away from Grand Lake. So that may have been an earlier shot of Grand Lake.
And
sometimes we do that.
Definitely one thing to watch is we're going to have a little bit of a cold front pushes in tonight. Going to have some cooler temperatures tomorrow morning, and then there is a wind machine brewing for Championship Sunday for this Bassmaster Classic.
A lot of the anglers are wanting that to happen, one being Jason Christie. He wants that wind
I
to
would
blow.
say you're right. Going to take a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake here at Grand Lake, the Cherokees. Like we said, rocks and docks looking at about 46,500 acres, and really everything that we have seen, every classic that we've covered. You look at that mid-lake area when you get around Honey Creek, and an area that our own Tommy Sanders was married in. Reception.
Married up the road in Missouri, had the reception on Monkey Island.
Monkey Island.
Yes,
That's
Monkey Island.
awesome,
How about
Tommy.
that?
Taking a look at your Humminbird Unlock the Lake. It's a 73-year-old impoundment here in northeast Oklahoma. And that is when you have a diverse fishery, when your field really, really spreads out. Looking at where the Neosho meets the Elk River. Got to see a win in the Elk River a few years ago. A lot of diversity on this lake, and pretty much it's a pick your poison. Seeing a lot of power fishing already today. And that's right there where those two rivers meet. The Elk a lot clearer than the Neosho.
One angler way up in
yes,
the
make
ocean.
yourself a run.
You got
That
the
was
walleye pro all the way up the river in the dirtiest.
Looking for dirty water.
What is that?
That's right, Ronnie. Yeah.
He might go all the way up to Wisconsin and find some walleye if he keeps going.
Back to Brandon Polinick, had his best classic finish here all those years ago in 2013, second place.
There we go. That feels like a big one. Please stay on there. I don't know what we got. Oh, there's a big one. Right off that stump. Please stay on there. About a 4-pounder.
Now I'm stuck on the stump.
Something you don't really see with Brandon Powell, and especially we have a shot of the bait that he's throwing, and one of the things about the bait he's throwing, they have been getting it in practice. That is a 4-pounder, obviously, today.
I did notice this morning, though, one of those fish he caught just barely hooked out with the whole bait outside his mouth. A solid fish there, and we saw it jump. He was not overestimating when he said a 4-pounder. Gosh, the voices in your head in the Classic when you lose a fish like that on day one, because you lose a 2-pounder, it's like shake it off. It's a good deal. They're here, they're biting, but those 4-pounders you need to take to the scales.
I'll remind everybody we only have 3 days of fishing, not 4. And more urgent than that right now for all our 56 anglers, we're going to cut the field to 25 after 2 days. So you have got to get some work done these first 2 days.
Like what Brandon's doing, though. He's using his 360 live and his mapping, his Lakemaster mapping to pinpoint these places, and he's really making multiple casts in those high percentage areas, and they're small areas.
All right. Going to do some looking.
Real solid quality for Cherry. No giants yet, but just real solid quality. You mentioned that, Davey, the mapping, riding with Welcher. When he started explaining the deal he was running, it was very easy to see the depth highlight he was going and where possible spots you could go in the future. So this being a great pattern lake, having your mapping set up with the depth highlight, you can run and gun much easier here than other places because it does line up perfect.
What did he mean this morning? We heard an interview with him this morning. He says this is an efficiency lake. What did he mean by that?
I think it's the same tone of pattern lake. I think, there's regions and spots that you can sit on the whole time, but efficiency meaning when you figure out it's a jig on this part of a dock or a jig on this kind of
eliminate all the other distractions.
You can keep rolling that and be efficient. Yeah, you can much more be efficient rather than finding the best spot. It's finding the best deal to keep going with. Yeah.
Running the pattern and being efficient with your time and areas that you're fishing.
Welcher kept using the word hodgepodge.
I like that.
On this lake. He said if you really look at the history of the Bassmaster Classic, he goes, there's so many classics that are won, especially this time of year, just bouncing around, shifting gears, having, 10 rods on the deck. And he said a hodgepodge tournament sets up well for how I fish.
Saw him in a single pocket. Maybe it was, 500 yards long.
I got it.
Catch one on a Nico rig, a jig, a square bill, and he threw a buzz bait when he entered that. Like just 4 different things within a eyeball shot of where you're at. Wow.
So don't you think he's talking about hodgepodge with baits, but efficient with areas?
I think both. Yeah, definitely both. I think his starting spot this morning, he started in one of the possibly the biggest community hole, a bridge that's very popular. We've covered it in years past. And he said, I really need to come out of the gates firing, get some momentum, because I'm boat number 1. I'm going to have the pick of the litter on where to start. And he said, if I could just get momentum in the first hour, that has not happened.
Go get it.
I mean, you can tell he's a numbers guy. Yes. He's a poker player. Yeah. He plays the percentages.
He's analytics all the way, yeah.
Those numbers will catch up with you sooner or later.
Just really messed up some prime real estate.
Our youngest angler to ever fish a classic, Aaron Yavorsky, just landed his first fish. He's among about 50 anglers who have who are on
Got to
Bass
be
Track.
a load off of his shoulders right there.
You want to know what else was relief off of his shoulders or chest? He submitted some homework for one of his classes last night after media day before fishing day one of the Classic because he just turned 18 last week.
Wow.
He's still a senior in high school. That is absolutely astounding.
Gosh.
Fished with his dad in the team championship. Earned himself into the bracket competition.
I would have
Here he
failed
is.
to. I would have failed to turn that in if I was 18 and it was Classic.
Hey, Lisa, Chris, can you sign off on my excuse tardy note?
I
Give
would
me a
like to
note for-
try to negotiate with the teachers or professors or what. I would have to say, no, come on, I'm fishing the Classic. You're not going to sign homework this week, are you? Come on.
Yes, Miss Perryweather, I'm fishing the biggest bass fishing tournament in the world. I have
Can't
an
make a living
excuse.
fishing. You
Exactly.
better turn in your homework assignment.
Right. Keep your hands off me, Joe.
No.
My
There
bass
we-
ate my homework.
Don't you touch me.
I want to get one by a piece of wood. But that hasn't happened yet.
Good shot there. If you look to the right of
Might have
Jason
to come out of
Christie with a
sweatshirt.
Yeah.
It wasn't supposed to be that warm today.
group of fans following him around.
Told me yesterday, media day, I asked him what the key to victory this week would be, and he said, number one, managing traffic.
On fire right now.
Of course, he'd love to have 75 boats come Sunday.
Well, unofficially, we got Jay Shakur with the lead. It's been that way for about 45 minutes right now. And, we understand now Robbie Floyd with him. Has he just upgraded, Robbie? Is that the case?
Yeah, he did. Just a couple of ounces. I mean, it looked like a squeaker, but I mean, every ounce counts, you know as well as I do. But he was getting hung up, caught up, and you see that a lot here with all these brush piles and old line and things in the water. But he got hung up, made a move, and I could tell that he was looking at a fish, and he was jerking it and just really wasn't taking it. So he made a switch to a jig, and actually pretty good size jig, like a 3/4 ounce jig, and that made the difference. Took like 2, maybe 3 casts, and he was able to get one. So these guys have to make those adjustments throughout the day. They might have a conceived notion of what they want to throw, but one little change, I was ready to see a finesse, something really small, but he didn't. He went bigger profile, and it actually was able to catch one. So, yeah, he made an adjustment, and it worked.
Robbie, kind of dial us in. You're pretty close to Shakur right now. It looks like, and we did hear this coming into this tournament, kind of mid-depth ranges were going to be key. Areas that the fish basically stopping and squatting before they go to spawn. Dial us in on the depth.
What do you think, Troy, my bow driver? How deep do you think he's at? Because I don't know. I really turn on my sonar. He's about 9 feet deep. So, yeah, that would be the case. I think we were in a little bit shallower just a moment ago. There's an island here. There's points. So they have these transition areas that they're able to move in to the shallows. But I would say 9 would be one of your intermediary. Not yet going to those shallow areas, but shallow is just right over there. We're just 50, 100 yards, and they have the opportunity. But, yeah, this is not too bad. So he's going spot to spot to spot, though, out here. I mean, he's got stuff marked.
Robbie, has he been switching up baits? We've seen him with a jerk bait in his hand some, but has he been using some other baits, some bottom-type baits?
Yeah, I mean, once he went to this jig here, he's predominantly been trying to throw that jerk bait. I thought I might have saw him crank for just a little while, but again, it's hard. I don't want to get on top of him, and that's why I said I feel like I think I know where to go, and then I don't because he'll want to go right next to me. But for the most part, I mean, it's been jerk bait a lot, and when he did make that change is when he actually caught the fish. So I think you'll probably see him, jerk for a while and then grab that jig or something else to try and stir him up.
Robbie, you were here in 2013 and 2016. In general terms, across the lake, what you've seen of it, how is the water clarity this time versus those previous years?
Back then, I mean, where I'm at in the lake, I mean, the water, it looks fishy. I mean, this is your normal, it's got color in it. I have not seen the clear stuff that I saw when Edwin was up there. I do know in talking to the guys yesterday, they said, you know, up there at Wolf Creek, it's definitely, and up above, it's definitely plenty dirty. Like, and some guys are going to stay up there because of that. And I noticed when I got up there 2 days ago that even though I seen 57, 58 degrees on the mid-lake, once I got back to Wolf Creek, it was 62. So in that stretch, there was a 4-degree difference. So if you want dirty, warmer water, you're going to stay up north because you don't have quite that down here.
Robbie, thanks so much. Robbie Floyd out there with our leader, Jay Shakur. Let's break away from that. Take a look at our Lawrence bird's eye view, and this is a surprise boat docks.
Exactly, and really, if you go off of the 2013, 2016 class as a whole, that area from Wolf Creek Park, where we take off, to Horse Creek, always is the major. It may not be the winning, but it has been. The major reason why, and David, we talked about this a little bit, if you've not been to this lake, you hear all the anglers, a lot of the local dudes that we hang out with, a lot of guys that have history in this field. It has the right watercolor. You get to the dam, too clear. You go up into the too clear. It just has that water. It's almost the watercolor of the jacket you're wearing.
They haven't had a ton of rain here, I don't think, in recent weeks. Or have they?
They haven't, but they've had enough. The water level could be higher. I talked to Jason. You know, he knows this place so well.
Dog leash earlier.
They just, because of the development, they keep it lower than they did in the past.
A little bit.
Yes. Even though they call it normal pool.
That was
right.
during my
It will
morning
get
hot
higher.
mess.
You made a great point about the amount of time you waste going in and out of these boat docks. You go in with your hand, your bait in your hand, and you go around and go in and fish a little bit of shoreline this time of year where most of those fish are at. Then you go all the way around.
Can consume like 20% of your day, not being efficient casting-wise.
Yeah. Some great shot of it right here. Just having to navigate all the way around.
Here we go. Skeeter boats. All right. Big fish alert. Stetson Blaylock. Ronnie's pick. He's fist pumping over here. 4-pound, 12-ouncer. Jumped into second place. 12 pounds even.
Boy, give a shout out to Jeff Kolazinski from Humminbird, dropping off a load of food for the for the entire crew right now.
Oh, man.
I want to clarify, Z Colo dropped off and said this is for Tommy. So I don't even know if it's for you.
Boy, he
knows I can handle it.
off a load.
This is one of the most interesting tournaments, but every year the Classic is, because it's hard to dial in practice, and you never want to be on them in practice because that can fade quickly. You want it to build, and so with Christie talking about day ones of practice, same thing for Stetson Blaylock. He's a guy, like me and Tommy have done the preview shows for the Classic in December, and he was my pick. It's just there's certain lakes that fit guys' styles, and with him being an Ozarks, Arkansas, Oklahoma angler, he knows the right recipe. He's got all the ingredients. He just needs to put them in the bowl at the right time to make the cake the proper way, and it's slowly developing for some of these guys.
And one of the big differences in this tournament from the 2013 that Cliff Pace won, those fish were in a winter mode. Wherever they were squatted. They weren't on the move every single day. And that is not the case this time around. You can be fishing behind them in this tournament.
Yes, absolutely.
Brandon Pollack, hard to believe he's in his 14th year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He of course, had that great finish here in 2013 and This is his 13th Classic, though, and although he has 2 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year titles, he wants that Classic title, and, you know, forgive him for wondering, could this be the year?
We'll win a Bassmaster Classic when the time's right. I came really close here in 2013, like incredibly close, and it just was not my time to win. And I didn't understand that as much when that happened. That was my 3rd year on tour. I had some success, won some events, but I didn't really fully grasp the fact that when it is your time, you can do no wrong, and when it is not your time, you can do no right. And it could happen this week, but at the same time, I know that only a portion of that is in my control.
This is it, the big one, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors. 54th edition of this World Championship, started back in 1971, and the 3rd time we've been here to the Grand Lake of the Cherokees, part of the Grand River system. The rivers coming out of Kansas and Missouri, the Neosho and the Elk, and going on to form Hudson Lake, Fort Gibson Lake, and on down to the Arkansas River near Muskogeets. Big fishing all up and down this system here, but Grand's got the most history, that's for sure. Got the most boat docks also.
Absolutely does.
By far.
Yeah, and really we talked about at the top of the show, one of the things we wondered was this going to be a forward-facing dominated event. And a couple of the anglers that we have cameras on today, seen some other anglers that are Master Taku, Ito, Koya Fujita, and they saw them throwing spinnerbaits in the back of pockets, and they were instantly in heaven, Tommy Sanders.
That's understandable. Completely understandable. One of our standout guys today. He's been a standout since he dropped in on the Opens last year. Is Ben Milliken.
He is one angler that is making it work.
Oh, he's sideways. Still a pretty good one, though. A little better. Did some loops around him. Don't be tying knots in my guy. Deal. All right. A little better quality. That's more of a Grand Lake special right there, right? Pull us back a little bit. Two. All right, 3-pounder. That's a good coal. There you go. Heck yeah, no. Moving on up.
Ben Milliken staying steady throughout the morning hours. Day number 1 here. We were out with Patrick Walters first thing this morning. Haven't checked in with him in a while.
I don't know. There's no wind. He wanted it, but he doesn't want it. They've been doing that like this. I know. And see, you can't see him. You just got to blind cast in there, and then halfway back to the boat, one will just be on it. He might go.
Well, that is a great shot of what these anglers are fishing on this lake. Rock, wood, and docks right over his shoulder.
Oh, yeah. We got a foe.
Talking about an Ozarks guy, Cody Huff just caught his second fish. Of course, both are over 4 pounds.
That's what I'm saying. You can't, if they get it before 6 foot, like 6 foot deep, then you can't see them. Mainly because it's just so steep. And yeah, I just threw up there to the bank and One just locks onto it.
You mentioned that
dang treetop's going.
Such, Cody Huff, an Ozarks angler. He's not an Oklahoma guy. He's a Missouri guy, but he actually lives closer to here than Luke Palmer, one of our Oklahoma guys. So
and you can see the tail separation.
Huff should be a favorite.
He's picked in fantasy a lot.
No, I did not. That would have been pretty cool. That's pretty legit.
A lot of your fishermen that don't care to use that technology made the comment, and talked to a guy like Greg Hackney, that, you know, they have so much history here. Jason Christie, they're going to fish their way. Said they really felt they needed to survive today and tomorrow. These are premium conditions. If you're going to stare at the black box, yes, the calmer the better. And with what's coming, Sunday is a power fishing day. Both of those anglers, Christie and Hackney, said if they could just make it to Sunday and be within reach.
It's incredible how much these anglers that, you know, just have knowledge of this lake talk about the wind, and the wind matters so much here. And the water's not super clear. Like you said, from Wolf Creek Park there with Takeoff down to Horse Creek is where it goes down so often. And that water is not super clear, but the wind really helps the bite here a lot. It's just so much pressure. These fish get so much pressure that even with, you know, some stained water, they're leery of baits when the wind is not blowing.
Well, if you could get to that final day, you got to be in the top 25. Hang in there for 2 days. You talk about guys who would do well on a power fishing day. Well, you got to include Greg Hackney.
This time, I believe that a guy does have a chance at winning power fishing. I will power fish during this classic, and I do look forward to that part of it. You know, maybe have a problem, but I always feel like I can win anywhere. If things line up, you know, I have the capabilities of doing that. You know, I have a skill level that I have used for a long time. But it is hard to win. Why the Classic is so hard to win, I do not know, because it only lasts 3 days. It doesn't last as long as one of our regular events. You don't have to be on as many fish, but it is still the hardest event to win in bass fishing. Mentally, I'm in a good place for this Classic, so I do feel like I have a shot at winning.
Two-time Angler of the Year. One-time Angler of the Year. 2014 Progressive Angler of the Year, Greg Hackney. Let's talk to our current reigning Angler of the Year, Kyle Welcher. I talked to him, but let's watch him for a bit here. He made a great talk the other night.
Absolutely.
At the Night of Champions.
Great job.
Good job.
There we go. Some better one. On a G2, dude. Now we already just fishing. I done hit all the places I was mandatory to hit. Now we just fishing and caught our best one. That's just a pretty chain of events right there. That line went. Boom.
jig was revealing some of his biggest bites in practice.
Week away. That one's just under 3 pounds, like a 215. Thank you, baby.
Talked about
Let's
that.
go for a jig bite, dude.
Speech,
Second
Night
jig
of the
bite.
Champions.
This is a good jig bite.
Actually complimented him on. He said he wanted to be around 800 words under 5.5
crazy,
minutes.
'cause this
Very
is a big
analytical,
profile.
and he nailed it and
Use
walked
word
away from
count.
it.
Use word count.
Totally walked away from
The
it.
outskirts of that. I always try to do that whenever it's a big piece of cover. I try to skip the outskirts or flip the outskirts first because it's easier to land them. And then I flipped like literally a foot further than I had previously flipped, and he bit it. That just tells me that they're here. You just got to get it like right in front of them.
We kind of witnessed a weird bite on practice day, and I don't know if it was like this for other anglers or just certain parts of the lake, but with that, bigger jig, great sign of where that fish was hooked, because in practice he had 3 bites in a 50-yard stretch on 3 different types of cover. First one, bit at it, he swung, missed it, goes up a couple yards forward, hooks a 4-pounder, it comes to the surface under a boat dock, comes off, then he goes another 50 feet down the bank and swings one in the boat, and it comes off midair. So they were not biting the jig very well in practice, but they were close. And then to see it where it was hooked.
We ain't got to leave here just yet then. Because I was about to.
Kyle has had one close call in the Bassmaster Classic 2022. Second place to Jason Christie.
Scrambling. It's the most fun way to do it.
Then he has a season when he doesn't make the Classic and then wins AOI.
Progressive Angler of the Year.
We've seen those guys get in the zone. Scott Canterbury wins Angler of the Year. The next season misses the Classic. Clark Wendlandt wins Angler of the Year. Same thing. It's just when they get in that 9 tournament zone, and you guys all know about that.
Yeah, I think the year before Welcher won Angler of the Year is the anomaly. When he didn't qualify for the he is a very gifted natural fisherman, as much as we've had him on camera.
I think this is the key to my bites, a lot of them. Making that mess like that, making your boat green, that's the key. You gotta make that boat green. It's gotta smell fishy. Or in this case, like pizza.
Luke Palmer hooked up.
A lot of jig fishing happening right now.
Yep.
You like that, don't you, Davey? Give me a break.
I do. I think that's due to the lack of wind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, the sun's got to come out, the wind's got to blow.
That's Luke Palmer.
A little surprised that, we've seen him do very well with forward-facing sonar and a jerk bait and clearer water, but for him to make a run down towards that south end, the drowning, you would expect an Oklahoma angler would seek out the warmer, dirtier water upriver. Everybody else on the map kind of looked like they'd be in the region they should be, but Palmer was a little farther south than I expected.
And the other thing about Palmer, and he's said this to us multiple times.
A heck of a lot bigger than what they really are.
He does not fish here a lot.
Right.
He said he's only, in his lifetime, he's only fished
scene.
probably 10 tournaments here.
It's been a interesting one. I caught them exactly how I didn't think I would, and like they were just schooling back there in one area. And it's just not been. I've been plagued with small fish. Normally grand, it was always in March. You'd come here, and if you got 6, 7 bites all day, you were fine because they were all 4 and 5 pounders. But
it's like we've got a good spawn and stuff around here, and as you can tell, they got a good spawn. So I just got to figure out, make an adjustment. I don't know what Takeoff will do though, because it's been catching a lot of fish, it's just not catching what I need to. I've got to have, 4 and 5 pounders here, and but it's been a struggle on me all practice. It wasn't like I had this outstanding practice, and so it's just trying. I've got to get the hard-headedness out of me and do something to get that bigger bite. And I'm thinking I'm going to have to slow down today and throw a jig, something like that. But it's like I've got 4 or 5 following my jerkbait right now, but they're probably all not big ones.
See, you're exactly right. He has not fished here as much as you might think, him being from Oklahoma. But I asked him, what would it mean to you to win a Bassmaster Classic right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Oh, yeah.
Tell you, make an old boy tear up now. It really did.
No.
It's amazing how bad he wants to win right here this week.
And the fact he mentioned it specifically, like this is the event where everyone who's supported you quietly your whole life come together. And that he's down the road and they can all just roll up to Tulsa and be in that arena in the family section to the right of the stage and be able to wave, and that makes a man proud. When that's all the affirmation that an angler needs, is that someone's got your back rooting for you, and it's cool to see it in your home state.
And this is an individual sport. I mean, they're out there by themselves making all the decisions, but all of these guys have family support in some way or the other.
He has qualified for the Classic every year he's been out here. He's in his 6th year. This is his 5th Classic.
Well, you get a good look at that for sale sign, what creek he is fishing right now. So,
well,
if that dock treats him good, he might buy some land.
Higher rent creek in that region of the lake.
We're not revealing anything.
No, I didn't say anything.
Dang insurance.
Dang
I mean,
sign
real
making
estate
people
agents.
they're the ones that are busting our guys out here.
Speaking of insurance agents, didn't you see the boys from Oakland upset Kentucky last night? A bunch of future
we've talked about
agents.
it.
Yes, we talked about it a little earlier.
Some of them looked like they were the age.
Yeah, they already did by taxes.
Jay Shakur, man from Wisconsin, the man on top. Half a pound ahead of Stetson Blaylock. Now 3/4 of a pound ahead of Stetson Blaylock, Ben Milliken, Shane LaHue, Hank Cherry Jr., Lee Livesey, Joey Nania from the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. John Cox, Justin Hamner having a great season. Brian Schmidt, been very close in Classics also. Look at page 2 there, and there's Corey Johnson, the aforementioned Cody Huff from just across the line, not a little ways across the line in Missouri. Jason Christie, the favorite, the odds-on favorite to come in here. Ito Wentland, Luke Palmer, hanging in there in the top 20. Got to be in the top 25 if you want to fish on Championship Sunday. Bob Downey was one of the favorites for a few people coming in here. But there it is. There's the man, the roughneck representative of Tulsa and its history with the oil industry. And we got plenty more coming from this great, great classic city, Tulsa, Oklahoma, when we come back.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Oh, it has been the World Championship of Bass Fishing since 1971. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, sponsored by Jockey Outdoors, presented, I should say, by Jockey Outdoors. And there's your unofficial leaderboard. Jay Shakur, former Rookie of the Year, former winner, Bassmaster Elite Series. Stetson Blaylock has also won on the Elite Series. Ben Milliken, Shane LaHue, Hank Cherry Jr., 2-time Classic champ. Lee Livesey, multiple victories into the Elites. Joey Nania here from the Opens. Justin Hamner, John Cox, and Brian Schmidt. Again, we got 56 anglers out there trying to make it to the top 25 by the end of tomorrow in this 3-day event.
Guys, I wanted to hijack the stage for a second. The Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, I guess I'll call it the Pillar of Knowledge, but this is a little representation of the last 3 times we were here for B.A.S.S. events at this level, either the Elite Series or Classic level. We've had opens in between as well, but the last 3 times we were here, the 2013 Classic, late February, the 2016 Classic, early March, and then the 2018 Elite, late April. I put the final weights there, 54.12, 60 pounds, 7 ounces, 83 pounds, 4 ounces, but overall the average per day, what's the average weight per day? 18.4, 20 pounds, 2 ounces, and 20 pounds, 13 ounces. So, Grand Lake, what that tells us, I mean, we saw Cliff Pace have 21.5 pounds 2 days in a row in this 2013 Classic and only brought in 4 fish on the final day. If he caught that 5th fish and filled his limit, he would be right there at that 20-pound average. This is what we should expect this time of the year from mid-February to late April. 20 pounds a day is what it's going to take. And so a lot of anglers think that 59 and change to maybe 62 pounds, that is the easy, the happy medium place where we expect this final day weights. But we haven't seen anyone break into the teens yet. All of our top leaders right now are around the 12-pound per day average for Shakur and Blaylock, but we haven't seen the big fish over 5 pounds yet. Blaylock still has that at 4 3/4, so we'll keep an eye on that. But 20 pounds a day at Grand, if you come here in the spring or late winter, that's the ticket to lead or win a 3 or 4 day event here with the Bassmasters.
Thank you so much, Ronnie Moore. Good insights into the poundage we might expect for today. Having a day that's gotten a little cooler, as a matter of fact, as we sit here, about 20 degrees. The sun came out for a minute, and then it got cold again. The wind started blowing.
It feels like since we left the hotel this morning, it feels like it has dropped about 15 degrees. And I can tell you, going off of a lot of the anglers that we have on camera today, there was very, very big expectations for the first 2 hours. That has not transpired. So I would say a little bit off from what we had heard after Wednesday's practice day.
Yeah, a little bit, but I think the wind, although is on the back of our neck, isn't really what we're looking for today. But the anglers really want that, and that little bit of wind that we're feeling here, hopefully they'll be feeling it out there on the lake, and it'll really help things. Keep in mind it stayed warmer last night. The fishing should be better this afternoon, especially if we have some wind.
I have watched you, and you have become more bundled up as this show has gone on.
All of us feel like doing that a little bit out here at the Bass Pro Shops tailgate party, driven by Yokohama Tires, and yeah, we got some folks showing up early there. They're oblivious to the cool. Get back out onto Grand Lake, about an hour's time away from here, and here we find Patrick Walters. 5 wins with the Bassmasters overall, 2 Classic wins, 2 Elite Series wins.
I see him up there crawling around. Oh, spotted dog. Got a limit. Slide by you. I heard one person go. It was like a golf clap. You could see him up there crawling. You couldn't see my bait, but.
Well, he has got some rods on the deck right now.
Let's go! I heard somebody do like a golf clap. We need wind for out here.
Well, you're talking about it's not gotten there yet.
It's on its way.
Yeah. Another one of our 10 anglers we're in the boat with all day long. One of the hottest anglers in the world over the past year and a half for sure. It's Japan's Kyoya Fujita.
Is that a spinner bait?
That is a spinner bait, Koya Fujita.
I didn't see that coming.
World is upside down in this tournament so far.
He is throwing a spinner bait to a blowdown.
Baby.
I think he did that just for us. That's awesome. Spinnerbait to the blowdown. Double willow.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yes.
Did you notice the way he did not hide the spinnerbait?
Hold on, Davey. That is a fine point. Just hanging over the
He
side.
just chunked it right out there to the camera.
Hey, but we were all wondering, in all honesty, we have lived on the Bassmaster Elite Series set with our anglers on the water and looked at seasonal patterns. And what we have learned with forward-facing sonar, you can throw a lot of what we thought the last 80 years out the window, especially with guys like Koya Fujita have shown us. There is just a massive offshore population of bass, what he did on Toledo Bend, that possibly never, ever come shallow. And a lot of us thought coming into this tournament, is this dude gonna uncrack a code on Grand Lake like he did pretty much on Toledo? That has not been the case.
No, it's a different scenario kind of playing out there right now.
I like watching Koya with a spinnerbait.
Oh, what you mean you hate to say it? You love to say it. I know you.
Koya finished his season, or near finished his season, with a win at Champlain. Started out with the win at Toledo Bend. Lots of top tens along the way. He has been a superstar in a short period of time.
At 31 pounds on the final day there at Toledo Bend was absolutely incredible. Had a 16-pound, I think 16-something on day 2.
Yeah, he came back from that.
Yeah, he came back in a strong, strong way.
I think that catch on the laydown was just for us.
Just
because
for us.
Now we're back.
You saw him working on that bait with his back to us, didn't you?
I did notice that.
Remember how Cody Huff had a 4-pounder and a 4.5-pounder? Well, he just caught his third 4-pounder.
Wow.
He's in second place with 12.5.
Big.
Not a surprise. Not a surprise to see Cody Huff doing so well. Not a surprise to see Hank Cherry hooked up. Yes, sir.
Maybe. I don't know. I thought we were making a move. We made a jump, though. Yeah. All right, what we got over here? We should have 3 contestants. Come here. The floor's wet.
Cherry getting to do a little culling right there. Hopefully getting to do a little culling.
Here we go.
Another keeper for Koya Fujita. And looking at our top 12 unofficial leaders right now, it's really what you like to see on the first day of the Classic. Very spread out. Spread out from Wolf Creek all the way to the bottom of Grand Lake.
Spread out throughout the lake and also the different baits and techniques we've seen. Look at Koya's front deck right there. One side spinning, the other side bait catcher. We've never seen that from him. It shows you a little bit about what we're going to see here this week. A lot of diversity. You touched on it a minute ago. A lot of these anglers, not only us, but a lot of these anglers concerned about someone like him unlocking what those fish do between those winter patterns like we've seen in some of the classics and the bank, that they're not quite there yet. He hasn't really done it yet.
And here's what's weird. You look at a Koya Fujita and a Milliken, what they've also done, this style of fishing, the Taku Ito, they've made the rest of the field have to keep that honest in practice.
Yep.
You know, every single angler I talked to, even when I talked to Hackney, I said, did you keep it honest? A jig head minnow. And he goes, I did.
Wow.
Because I said I kept it honest for about 6 minutes. And but it makes, and the other thing that it does, it puts that voice in a notoriously shallow power fisherman. It puts that voice in his head. I could get run over again like the last 2 tournaments.
Yeah.
And that's the last thing you need in the Bassmaster Classic
Absolutely.
is another voice in your head.
I had no idea. Ronnie can back this up. I had no idea Koyo Fujita and Matt Robertson roomed together. I had
what?
No.
I might have got bad info. I don't know. I'm not.
Seems that's the odd couple it would sound like to me.
When he comes from Japan, he hangs out with Matt in Kentucky. Yeah, they hang out in Kentucky.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
It's like Oscar and Felix.
Yeah.
No fool.
And we've talked about the wind. These calm days are what the Melicans and the Koyas, that's what they want. So if you don't see that surge today with them using forward facing, I don't think we're going to see it in this tournament.
I don't either.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Quick visit with Brandon Polnick back to Hank Cherry. Hank seems comfortable today out there.
Very.
Seems like he's kind of dialed in a little bit.
Starting out very similar to the way he started at Gunnersfield. A little
Just a good
vibrating
flow.
jig,
Yeah.
a little regular jig. Very comfortable doing what he likes to do.
He's a jerkbait guy, but at Norman, he is a square bill, bladed jig, swim jig, flip a jig. Not like we know him
Hey,
as
man.
a jerkbait, but this is his alley. No matter what.
He is a good dock fisherman. If you grow up in the Carolinas where he cut his teeth,
Yep.
Will Davis Jr. just caught our 8th fish over 4 pounds. He's in 23rd place with 2 fish.
You and Will had a big time with our progressive shanties at the
Oh,
Mad
gosh.
Champion. You and Will.
Such you
are-
love those guys.
Yeah.
He and his wife were very nice to visit with.
And you were very entertained.
Okay, you say so.
Such is having fun.
I love those guys.
Don't you touch me,
I talked to
Joe.
him again at Media Day yesterday. They gave me some more. Some that they could not air during that show.
Was really glad to see the lake on Wednesday. You know, that last day of practice. We don't have to go out, but it gives good perspective how the bank looks the same, how a lot of these places look the same, but how you can see it slowly change up the lake for certain. This would be a good pocket for this guy. And to see Hank slate out this portion of the lake isn't quite surprising for me.
I think you're going to see him make some moves, and as long as this bite stays, but you will see him make some moves in areas that we have seen him in Bassmaster Classics past.
Yep. Jay Shakur still on top. Made that early move. Been solid ever since. Cody Huff, big move up behind him. Stetson Blaylock in 4th place. Ben Milliken, that top 5 has not changed so much in the last 45 minutes or so. Below them, LeHue, Livesey, Nania, Justin Hamner, and John Cox. Third place is Hank Cherry. Hank Cherry, who won the classic that happened before the world kind of came to a stop in 2020.
That's exactly right.
Lake
Just
Guntersville, sort of the last event we got in. And it was something to watch there on Lake Guntersville.
Well, like I said, it's setting up so similar. We'll see some jerkbait out of him before this tournament's over.
Absolutely.
Triumph in Guntersville. He went on to Lake Ray Roberts in Texas in a warm classic there in the month of late June.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned about it setting up like Guntersville. Well, it's kind of setting up like Ray Roberts, too, starting with a
That's
jig.
kind of like when the world started again.
Yeah, that's it. I know. That's
before and after.
He bookended that period. Absolutely. Hank Cherry looking to be one of those rare individuals, a 3-time Bassmaster Classic winner. We got a way to go before we can find that out. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Just into our third hour of fishing here. 56 anglers have qualified for this 2024 edition of the World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic, for the third time here in the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma, in the Oklahoma Green Country. Welcome a special guest to the set here, one of my favorite sportscasters and radio hosts, Tom Abraham, host of Bassmaster Radio. Tom, great to have you here.
Well, it's good to be here, as always. A couple of Hall of Famers here. And the last time I was here in Tulsa, last time I was in the B.A.S. Center, I was actually here to do play-by-play for an arena football game.
I know you've done a ton of arena football.
Arena football over there in that arena. It looks like a spaceship landed. I never forget it when I first saw it. But what a great venue, so close to the convention center, and to have the arena right here as well. And it's tremendous. And I have one goal here. And it's Mark Zoner just told me, don't ruin the Classic. So that's what he told me. So
he told us that too. So don't feel like the Lone Ranger on that right there. You've been through. You do a great job of interviewing the pertinent people at any particular point in time. You've gone through a lot of the hopefuls at this Classic in your radio show. What's the general vibe that you got?
The vibe is that bass fishing is back, at least for this week. You know, that we're going to have some of that somebody can win this thing, bass fishing. And you know, yesterday as you walk through media days and you're going and talking to the guys, I did about a half-hour show that is posted right now at Bassmaster.com. People can listen to the anglers, but you know, in a couple of weeks we're going to have an NFL draft, and they say that leading up to the NFL draft, the way you can tell that GMs are lying is their lips are moving. And it's very similar with the guys as you were talking to them. And, you know, and I saw things talking to Ben Milliken, such a great personality, great fisherman, great big fish fisherman. He had 2 6-7-inch big, glide baits tied on, and they're sitting there, and I'm like, come on now. I mean, are we really throwing those glide baits? Oh, yeah, I'm going to throw those glide baits. So it was tough. I did not see a whopper plopper tied on at all at Greg Hackney's boat, and then we saw him, catch one there as well. So, but there's so many different techniques that are in play here. It's great. It's great to see guys up in the rivers. It's great to see that there is a shoreline, and see that. The jig is in play. The jerkbait is in play as well. That Rapala Maverick, that we've seen in Patrick Walter's hand is playing. So this is going to be really cool. Somebody is going to find them out there. They'll scope it and they'll find them out there somewhere. But it's just really a neat venue.
Give us the odds, your odds on an Oklahoma winner.
Well, it's hard not to like Jason Christie, obviously. He has a flotilla with him, though. Man, did you see how many boats on, day
Nothing
one?
compared to 2013, but a lot of boats.
Oh, yeah, I mean, a lot of boats, following it around. So, it's tough. It used to be very difficult. You used to never hear of a guy winning on his quote-unquote home lake. It was always that, it was like the jinx. And then we saw that kind of change a little bit, and we've seen it happen now a few times where guys have had some success, on their home bodies of water. So, you like Christie, you like Luke Palmer is just such a great guy, So we're going to see. Somebody doing this though could be winning a Classic.
Yeah, Luke Palmer has caught a lot of fish this morning, but unfortunately for him, most of them have been about that size.
Well, that seems to be what's up, in these creeks early on. Now we'll see what moves in as it warms up a little bit. We'll see what it'll look like by the time we get to Sunday, and the wind will kick up Sunday, and they'll you know, we're going to see the spinnerbait maybe come into play and some of those different types of things when these guys get a little bit of a ripple on the water.
Jay Shakur just caught a 3-pounder, culled up a pound. He's a 14.5 right now.
Jay Shakur was getting a little attention. Fantasy picks leading up to the tournament here.
You know, he had a good tournament last year in Knoxville. You know, kind of stayed in there. One of the largemouth guys fishing shallow cover that I guess we didn't, you know, pay as much attention as we should have, because when it got down to the last few hours, he was certainly in the mix.
Yes.
It's got a little bit of a Gunnersville vibe right there, doesn't it?
Yeah. And this is a body of water that has been very, very fruitful for Minnesota and Wisconsin anglers, with Bob Downey winning an Open here. Other guys have had really, really good events. Shakur winning the co-angler side. Even if it's in the fall or in the spring, Grand has treated the Midwestern, upper Midwestern guys well. I think Seth Feider was in the top 10 for the Elite in 2018 here. I think he was flipping a tube on docks, something we've seen Bill Lowen do as well.
Which is interesting because there's such a lack of grass. You know, you think about some of those guys from, you know, up north, and they're very much grass oriented with those natural lakes, and obviously that's not really something that's in play here at Grand at all.
It isn't, but you're right, Ronnie. It's these highland reservoirs, for some reason, they connect with some of those guys that, you know, the Minnesota, Wisconsin area.
Yeah. Those rivers, like we think about Wisconsin fishing and Minnesota fishing as like the land of so many bass, kind of like New York at times. You catching so many, like it's such a fun time for us Southerners to go to Minnesota in the summer and catch a bunch of fish. But those rivers operate totally different than those smallmouth lakes, and they're much grinder, a lot of different types of structure. And so in the Tough Tennessee River Classic last year, Grand is always in flux, it seems. Those guys are always stable, it seems.
Kyle Welcher, what a season he had back in 2023. It was just an amazing, amazing effort. And as well as he did, he was still locked in it with Brandon Cobb till the very end, then a real champions wrap-up at the final event of the year. What a season for Kyle Welcher.
My name's Kyle Welcher. I've been on the Bassmaster Elite Series this is my 5th year. I qualified for this classic by the Angler of the Year points last year, which I won Angler of the Year. So the Bassmaster Classic is the 1 week of the year where all the hype, everything comes together, everybody in bass fishing is watching. So whenever I came in second in the Bassmaster Classic, it just kind of lets you know that it's possible, because a lot of times you see things, like I remember being young and seeing the Bassmaster Classic and seeing Angler of the Year, and it feels like it's not even in the realm of possibility for you, you know? And then whenever you get close like that, like you know that it's possible. Like I definitely fished a good enough tournament and made good enough decisions to win the Classic. I just didn't land them all. There's nothing bad that can come from the Classic. Like if you come in dead last and don't catch a fish, it doesn't hurt you in AOY, it doesn't hurt your chances of requalifying. I view the Classic as an opportunity to change your career, but I mean, it can't hurt you. There's no way the Bassmaster Classic can hurt you, so the Bassmaster Classic's all gravy to me.
Kyle Welcher, reigning Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Let's take a look at the 2024 numbers for AOY, and there's Trey McKinney, winner at Lake Fork, tied at the top with Ben Milliken, now residing in Texas. Those two on top and just 1 point ahead of Patrick Walters. Milliken and Walters out there laboring very hard right now. Justin Hamner of Alabama having a great year, and of course Kyoya Fujita started with the win at Toledo Bend to start 2024.
Yeah, you look at those numbers, it's incredible how close they are. Granted, we've only had 2 events, but I mean, Patrick Walters down in 3rd. He's only lost 6 possible points in 2 events. That's a little preliminary look of what our season's going to be like. I think it's going to be really tight, top 3 or 4 AOY.
Oh, I guarantee you.
And this guy here, I mean, he's the Jake Paul, right, of bass fishing. I mean, YouTube sensation. It's
now.
Okay, he's not quite, but you get the idea.
He's not fighting anybody that comes around.
I'd say what, though, he could go. I mean, if he had to, he could go. There's no doubt.
Let's not find out about that.
Such a great personality, though.
Yeah.
This kid,
oh, yeah.
You know, and he certainly can catch him up and And of course, when he qualified for the elites, they took a picture with all 9, elite qualifiers from the opens, and I fished a number of the opens and so on. I saw those guys, and I looked at Milliken, and I'm like, "You're like their uncle." I mean, it was a bunch of 18, 19, 20, 22-year-old kids, and Milliken's 34, and he was like the old man of the group.
Yeah. I mean, 34 used to be
when you started.
fairly a young guy on the Bassmaster. That's the time that would take you to work your way up to it.
It's
a different world
and go fishing, right?
Yeah. The EQ average age was 24.8 years old, and he's 34, so he kind of kicked up the average.
I don't want to rain on the parade, but I was thinking about this. We are in a youth revolution. We've had college fishing fired up for a while, and we've had a bunch, the growing percentage of Elite Series pros and classic qualifiers from college, younger aged. Yet, we really, for this tournament, never really have a young guy win it. Jordan Lee won it, but that was 4 years into his Elite Series career, and he had been in the lights on the big stage for a while, even through college, so he was used to it. Not saying the young guys aren't used to the big lights, but when you think about a Gussie, Christie, Cherry, Ott, and you go, you keep going back, you have Jordan those, but other than that, it was Casey Ashley, Edwin Ebert. Like, it's guys who are very seasoned. So even though we have a youth revolution, this one tournament, it'll put you mentally to the test. And we see some of the biggest names show up where those hot names they take a back seat this week. We'll see if it changes.
Ronnie, now I know you keep up with enough. You probably weren't born yet, but Stanley Mitchell was a young guy when he won the Bassmaster.
21. That was 91, though. That's a long time ago.
So what year were you born, Ronnie?
93.
Oh, that's what I thought.
And the other part of that is that you wonder, this is a one-off tournament. It's just such a different animal. And a lot of the young guys that are coming up, they're used to thinking about get that 12 pounds, let me get that, and then I'll work on building and points and protecting points. There's no points. This is swinging for the fences here at the Classic.
Yeah.
So it's a different mindset.
Yeah.
I'm so impressed, Ronnie. You knew exactly what year he won, even though you weren't born yet. That's awesome.
Don't you test me. Be pulling some Charlie Reeds out here in a minute.
What year Charlie Reed went?
85.
86.
Wow. Was it 86? Oh, no.
You were close.
Oh, we did test you, Ronnie.
That event was like December 30th through January 1st, so I get to clean. No, I'm just kidding.
What was Stanley? It was 81, Stanley Mitchell?
Yeah.
81, right?
Because he was 21.
That's the year I joined Bass and became a lifetime member, 1981, because that was the first magazine I got. It had Stanley Mitchell on there. Interesting new paint job for Gussie. I was like, well, you're not exactly hiding out there, right? You can see that boat from 3/4 of the way across the lake. They know that that's the Jeff Gustafson.
Yeah, we did some pre-tournament interviews, and 2 anglers in a row with the N on their hat, and it was Milliken with the Nebraska and then Gussie with that Northland. Bright red and yellow logo on his hat.
And he still has that 36-inch bump board. For those muskie, those muskie trips that he does up there. Yeah.
Cody Huff, his 4th fish, 1.5 pounder. He's just 8 ounces back of the lead with 14 even.
Our own Dave Mercer says you just cannot find a way to not like Jeff Gustafson. He is just so comprehensively friendly.
Yes.
There's just no way to say anything about him. And right now we're going to turn to the aforementioned Jeff Gustafson for our Bass Pro Shops top lures.
All right, we are here. It's the 2024 Bassmaster Classic official practice day, so our last day to go look around. I'm excited to get the tournament going. The past year has been amazing. Winning the Classic is truly life-changing experience. I still have moments every day that I'm like, I can't actually believe that happened last year, and it's been awesome. But can't wait to see what happens this week on Grand Lake. So for me, my game plan going into this Classic, a few of the baits I'm going to mostly be relying on. Early, I'm getting out there using the electronics, Smeltinator, Z-Man Jerk Shad. Hottest bait in the country right now. Everywhere you go, guys are catching them on the minnow baits, winning tournaments, and they dominated our first 2 events down in Texas. Gonna keep that honest. That bite doesn't seem I don't think it's going to be like it was in Texas, but there's hopefully, I got a few nice ones over the last few days. And then for me, the rest of the day, I'm pretty much going to get up shallow, traditional fishing, Grand Lake fishing, a jig, going to flip it at every lay down and rock and dock that I can find. And then in between, cover and water, that's a Bagley Northland Sunny Pro Sunny B crankbait, just a shallow square bill balsa. It bounces off the stuff nicely. You know, that sort of subtle craw color. You're gonna see a lot of guys using that, but that's kind of my 1, 2, 3 punch, and hopefully it's gonna put some big largemouths in the boat this week on Grand Lake.
Man, what a great rendering of Top Lures. Top Lures, Jeff Gustafson. He's a champion on so many levels.
I think what we learned there is that it could be a blend. It could be a blend.
Yeah.
There's going to be fish caught shallow. Whoever, you know, the 15 fish that are weighed in to win this tournament, there could be several that come out in the ocean, as Greg Hackney would say, and several that'll come from in tight.
A hodgepodge.
Yeah. And he's a great guy to do that, too. You know what I mean? To have that kind of versatility.
Defending classic champion Jeff Gustafson. Let's go to two-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Brandon Polinick, second place finisher here in 2013 at the Classic.
We saw him lose a nice fish last time we were with him, about a 4-pounder up close to the boat.
Again.
Not very big. Easy, easy, easy. He little. He little.
Yeah, you mentioned him losing that boat, or losing that fish
Parents
close
are
to the boat.
pumped, though.
Has there been more adventures than with anybody other than Brandon Polinick since he's come on board? I mean, 6 fish in a boat and losing boats, you know, losing fish alongside the boat and all kinds of goofy things that has happened to him in his career, yet he's so successful.
Yeah, ran afoul of a state line at one point and then came back and won the tournament the next week.
Right there.
So, come on.
That we're throwing at on the Sonic side again. Just not crazy, but because I'd caught quite a few on it in practice.
So what do you think of this, Davey? What do you think of these
not
call
the
tags?
one that I thought would be the
That's different.
the big
It's
player
different. I
today,
like the
but
idea.
Seems to be getting the most.
Good thought.
bites.
It'll make it a little more difficult getting
So
them
far.
out, bag them.
But it's different. They're getting it, but they're not getting it all the way.
I get the idea of not, you know, especially on a smaller fish, that cull tag in the lip, even though it doesn't penetrate, it holds that fish's mouth open and probably makes it a little more difficult for them to breathe water in and out with the gills.
Can't wait to see what Kyoya's doing now. We've seen him take a couple of approaches so far. Yeah, he's got
that spinner
casting
bait
rod
in his hand again.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Come on.
Wow.
Tommy, I'm getting the vibe that Jason Christie's no longer your guy and Kyoya Fujita is your guy. You're always excited.
Oh,
he is. Nice set.
I mean, he turns and looks at the camera when he sets hook with a spinner bait.
Yeah. We had Koya Fujita with a spinnerbait on your bingo card, right?
I'm telling you. It's like he never faces the camera with anything else in his hand.
You know you're not going to get a good look at that bait, that's for sure.
Oh, you missed it, Tom. He doesn't hide the spinner bait.
Oh, no, he lets that. He didn't hide the spinner. He dangled that right in front of the lens of the camera.
Oh, really? Okay, I missed that, yeah.
Very different with the not being secretive with the spinner bait. He's feeling it right now.
Nice to see he's got about a 40-inch big screen TV. Must be watching March Madness or something on it. And that screen he's got on the front of the boat.
Got a lot of data to check.
It's only 22. It's not 40. 22.
So I've not had the pleasure to be in the boat with Kyoya, but I have been in the boat with Taku when he fished the bank and fished the boat docks. He was a good caster. These guys can do other things, I promise you. Very good caster.
to see another side of Kyoya Fujita here at the Bassmaster Classic. Place we want all the diversity of approaches that we can get here. That's what's we need that like Dracula needs blood. I mean, come on, we gotta have it. There's a 4-box. Patrick Walters, lower right. Above him, Brandon Palaniuk, Christie, and Gustafson.
I definitely hit it.
That's a heck of a 4-box, but man, think of the 4-box you could put up of the guys that missed this classic. I mean, it just shows how difficult it is.
So hard.
Goodness gracious. The names that you find below the cut
Looks like
line.
there's shad back in here. Kind of makes me want to know if I should check. I got some other pockets they were schooling in. They weren't in there yesterday or Wednesday whenever I checked. But I'm wondering if I should almost go peek at one of them.
Let's go. I don't like it. It's got days added.
That's the voice of Patrick Walters right there.
God, there's 2 right there.
One thing I've noticed about Brandon Palaniuk, he is not going into those pockets like a lot of these other anglers we've seen. He had a good practice, but he stayed out on the main lake and the mouths of these main creeks.
We have got plenty more live coverage taking all the way to 3 p.m. Central Time here. So great to have you drop by, visit Tom Abraham, big fan of yours, and you got a lot of fans out there. So I know they're happy to know that you're here and keeping an eye on things.
We'll have top 3 on the next edition of Bassmaster Radio as well. So we'll have the champion, second and third, and it's been great. Tulsa's great for this, and I'm looking forward to getting inside and taking care of some of the business in there as well. Get to see all the friends. It's like the biggest convention of the year when it comes to professional bass fishing.
It's Old Home Week for the world of bass fishing. This is our universe, and this is the center of it right now.
You got that right.
No
really
doubt.
appreciate what you do with Bassmaster Radio, Tom. You do a great job.
Well, thank you, Davey.
Don't you worry. Tom's going to make every occasion a business occasion if he can. I know Tom's about his money, and his money's about his time.
I got a little room left over here, right?
Yeah, there you go. Let's got to get a patch out for that. Jay Shakur, man, on top. Jay Shakur of Wisconsin with 14 pounds, 8 ounces, steadily climbing up that leaderboard. He is getting it done as he goes through the morning. Cody Huff of Missouri in second place. Hank Cherry Jr. win the Classic for the 3rd time. Coming to you from Tulsa. So many things to see in this, what they call the green country of Oklahoma. We'll step back and be right back. Bass Pro Shop's Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors. Our coverage continues tomorrow, of course. That'll be day 2, very important day. Starts at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, live on FS1. Looking forward to that. That's the day when they have to cut all but 25 anglers. The ones that are going to proceed on to Championship Sunday and have a shot at winning the top prize in the sport. Jay Shakur, the man out front of the pack right now, not by much, half a pound ahead of Cody Huff. Hank Cherry Jr. trying to be the man that wins 3 classics. That'd be quite an achievement. Stetson Blaylock, he's qualified for 5 classics in a row, and he always seems to finish high in classics. This
Tommy,
is the lake that sets up for him.
We do full disclosure here on the Bassmaster live set, especially during the Bassmaster Classic.
Yep.
It did get a little bit chilly, and while Tom Abraham was up here, I noticed the crew brought you and Davey Height hand warmers. I mean, come on, man.
No.
There is a dude behind me wearing shorts.
Well,
you have hand warmers, Tom.
Come on. I don't have it right now, but what if it gets colder?
Let's go.
I have to make notes. Let's
Tommy,
go.
you mentioned if Hank Cherry wins his 3rd Classic, it's even more exclusive company. There's no one with
That's
3
right.
Classics.
He would be the only one.
It's only 2 people with 4 Classics, correct? Klum and Van Dam have 4, but no one has 3.
No one has 3.
Yeah.
7 with multiple. He'd be the 3rd with more than 3.
Wow.
Or 3 or...
He came pretty close to 3 already the last time he was here.
Yes.
He said, don't talk about that.
Fujita again?
Yes.
Kyoya caught another one on the spinnerbait while you were gone,
I
too.
was watching. He doesn't keep it honest very long, I
No, he
noticed.
doesn't.
Notice.
Yes,
You have You've talked about the anxiety these young fellas must feel when they are coming onto the bank and starting to fish that way, and leaving their bread and butter out there a little deeper.
Just the opposite of Greg
exactly.
had.
It's the other side of that coin that you talked about earlier.
I can't throw this spinnerbait very long. You kidding me? You got to get out there.
Hey, tonight when he gets to the BOK Center and we do interviews, y'all need to use the word hodgepodge with Kioya and see if he knows what that means.
What's going on there? Hold on a minute. That's hodgepodge.
We're eating.
That's how much he enjoys throwing a spinnerbait. It just makes him get hungry and eat and do other things.
Burning a lot of energy with that spinnerbait, evidently.
I'd rather throw a spinnerbait than eat. That's the message, I think.
Have we ever seen that right there on Bassmaster?
A bowl of prepared
bags
food.
of Cheetos and stuff, but
chopsticks, too.
I'd have like a charcuterie tray.
Yeah, well.
The chopsticks.
Snacks and a good time.
You're
not going to beat that.
Snack and a good time.
Boy, got the biggest fish caught of the day. Adam Rasmussen from Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. One of our Opens winners, 5.5 pounder. Just caught his third fish. He's almost at 10 pounds on 3.
Well, he has been definitely salty the last 12 months on the Bassmaster Elite Series, to say the least. 18 tournaments, 7 of those top 10 finishes. If you look at 18 tournaments and you already have 2 wins, you are exactly what Taku Ito told us about this young man. He is a handful. And in fact, Taku, exact words, said, Koya scares me.
Taku said that.
Yes.
That's impressive. So I heard he was the prince of Japanese fishing, and he has become the prince of U.S. fishing with that resume right there. 18 events, 7 top 10s. That is unheard of.
You categorized the classic competitors earlier on in our broadcast. I think he goes right into the killers class.
He's
right
a killer.
There. Oh, yeah.
No, he is.
Yeah.
He is here to do one thing, and that is to make you cry in a big way. Just think about, seriously, if you looked at what he's done in 12 months in the Bassmaster Elite Series, what will he do when he has a little bit of season under his belt? Call it 2 to 3 years.
Oh, my.
Scary to
no
think.
tell.
I mean, a lot of these places he is seeing for the first time. He is looking at the first playbook.
And he's testing himself this year. He's fishing all 9 Opens as well as the Elites. So he's going to the Okeechobes for a second time, the Santee Coopers for the second time, and being able to see these plays. Logan Martin in a couple weeks. So he's testing himself.
Boy, Koya's time of year is a coming, though.
Yeah. Yeah, you look at the elite schedule, I can just, without looking, I can think of about 4 of them that is going to be right up his wheelhouse.
But, you know, the one thing that, and I said this, I think it was the event he won at Toledo. I said, we did a hit with you out on the water, is the X factor for Koya's year is going to be our next events in Florida, because after that, it is straight wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Ooh, Tyler Williams, our barefoot bandit, with a 4-pounder. He's up to 15th place, about 9 total. He had all 1-pounders.
He was excited for this tournament. He said, Austin Felix, why do you have 92 rods? I have 3, and it's just 3 jigs. What are we doing?
A brown and a white.
Yeah.
Brown and a white.
And a 3/8 and a half ounce.
Yeah.
Boy, Hackney has pushed that topwater bait a lot this morning, and something different because he had a big day on Wednesday and said he could have went a lot bigger. The difference today compared to Wednesday is there was a lot of sun.
Yes.
Where a lot of those fish got floating. You see that a lot before they go up to spawn. They'll float. You could be in 5 or 6 foot of water, but you'll see them floating under the surface. And he said they got really aggressive for about 2.5 hours. Not the case so far.
When I saw it on his front deck, though, I thought the warm night last night, even though we haven't had the sun. But you're right, Z, that sun just brings those fish up. It's like they know that those eggs need to mature, and they develop more when they get up in that upper water column and that sun's on them.
Even that bait fish, when we went way back in some places with Welcher on Wednesday and it got shallower than he had ever been this week, you start seeing more bait popping in the backs and seeing more bait fish on his graph as he makes his way in the back quarter of the pocket. And he's like, okay, they're starting to make the push. The bass got to be maybe halfway back in the creek on their way.
And Ronnie, in all honesty, this is across the country. What happens this time of year when you have that sun, you see you see bluegill on the surface. Yep. You just see life gets near the plate, and I haven't seen a lot of that so far today.
No. The other thing, honestly, this time of year when you're fishing top water, you're kind of flirting with hit and miss. You can have a good day one day and then it just go away. When those water temperatures are upper 50s, yeah, you can have a big day with top water, but it can just disappear.
Wow, this is interesting. While Tom Abraham was up here, I've been texting back and forth about the location of where Cody Huff's at, and he's very off the grid. He's very off the grid.
Really?
And Robbie said it is an area. He goes, I'm with a local guy, and he does not know how to get back to where Cody Huff's at.
Wow.
College bracket angler Easton Fothergill just landed a 312. You got 4 fish for about 8 pounds. 22nd place right now.
Davey, if you're one of those rookies fishing your first classic, and it's been a little bit grimy for some of the anglers so far today, we're getting. And it's going to be a packed weigh-in. Is this where we talk about this every year on day one, where some of those voices where you're like, let me just catch one to get on that stage?
Full disclosure, that's the only tournament I can ever remember in my life thinking an hour or so in, Lord, please just let me catch one. I don't want to go across that stage.
Yeah, because you did not think that way the rest of your career.
No, I really didn't. And to my demise, because I had that hit or miss, it didn't matter. But in that one event, I really did. And those summertime classics in the South could be so much of a grinder to catch a few keepers. If you go back and look at those weights, the only records we were breaking, that's the lowest of all time to win.
There's only 6 who are not on the Bass track board right now. Joey Cifuentes does not have a timestamp on his, so he may be off the grid. Same with Chris Johnston and Paul Mueller and Jacob Prosnick. Cole Santons and Josh Wiesner, they both chimed in at 10:30 or so their Bass track should be up.
We saw Wiesner way up the lake, so he may be out of touch signal-wise.
So Kiyoya is very secretive with his baits. You think he's going to let us know exactly what's in that bowl?
Oh, absolutely not. No, there's not a prayer.
Would Robbie take that on? Would he? You think he'd?
I've challenged him this week since he won't see him again the rest of the year. I said, why don't you just push him a little bit and get some info? Because if it doesn't work well, you won't see him till next year. It's all good.
I had an exchange with Kioya yesterday, and I think there was something lost in translation. I was asking what will be a key thing for the winner, and he said Kimura and Christie. So I think we misunderstood.
Okay.
But then he told me he will not be live scoping instead of chatterbait and spinnerbait.
It was really impressive at Toledo Bend. He was actually, I watched the weigh-in. He was very, very forthcoming with the baits that he used in that tournament, legitimately. He wasn't as elusive as most times.
See, Christie, it's I love to throw a jig as much as anyone, as you well know. But it's tough when the pressure's on you in a tournament like this.
Slow down.
When you want to pick that spinner bait up, you want to slow down and fish that jig like you need to fish it most often. You need to let it soak a little bit more, but it's so difficult.
With the conditions, in case you haven't tuned in here on the first day of the Bassmaster Classic, with the wind machine that's going to be coming here on day one, and we've seen this in classic pasts, especially with a lot of fish that'll be should be pulling up. You think this is one of those classics that
Yes.
feel the weights could go up?
Yes.
Yeah.
I definitely do. Christie told me he had a dream just a few days ago.
What?
That he only had 12 pounds the first day. But then it went 27
And
on the
he won.
final day, and he won. So if he has 12 pounds a day, I'm just saying.
Yeah. I've already tipped off our guy Pete Robbins and some others that if he brings in 12 and he touches 25 on day two, we might as well see something crazy happen on Championship
Hey,
Sunday.
Lynn, listen.
The forecast sets up for him.
There are some
Gotta be there somewhere.
strange things with Jason Christie that he has told me in years. There was his uncle stopped by one time and had a bracelet. Jason was pulling out to leave for an FLW tournament many years ago, and he said, "Hey, you need to put this bracelet in the boat immediately because you're going to win this week." And he kind of blew it off, and he put it in the boat, and he went and won that week. And he said, my uncle's never done that in my lifetime till that event. He already fished 100, tournaments. So he said he listens a lot closer to his uncle.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Like that.
Good solid fish there for Hank
Yeah,
Cherry.
that's a good keeper.
He really hasn't caught a small one today. He hadn't caught a giant one, but he hadn't caught any small ones. All solid fish.
I got another one on the Jason Christie weird things that make you go, when we come back here in just a minute. Something crazy that happened.
Hank Cherry won the Classic 4 years ago. Could he do it again?
All business.
Let's consider, for the moment, Northland Fishing Daily Trivia. Who was the youngest angler to fish the Classic? We were talking about that earlier. No, we were talking about the youngest winner. But the youngest angler to fish the Classic, was it David Brind? I think that's Brind. Greg Ward? Was it Dion Hibden or David Dudley? Okay.
That is previous to Aaron Yavorsky.
Okay, yeah. Previous to Aaron Jaworski at 17 or 18. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Still Plenty of fishing time left for a third hour of competition. You're getting close to closing out that third hour of competition here. Ah, yes, our Northland Daily Trivia, Northland Fish and Tackle Daily Trivia. Who was the youngest angler to fish the Classic? David Brind, Greg Ward, Dion Hibden, or David Dudley?
Tommy, I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm guessing dart throw David Dudley.
Okay.
I'm going B, Greg Ward.
Greg Ward?
A little more than a dart throw. Z, I'll go David Dudley as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I felt like
I'll go Dion
band.
Hibden. No, it's David Brind or Brind. I'm sorry that I don't know the way to pronounce his name.
1979
Qualified for
came
the
from the B.A.S.S.
79 Classic when he was 18 years old.
So he started the youth revolution back in '79.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
now we know.
He started and finished it early
since then, right?
back then. So, Jay Shakur, the man on top right now, still one of our very youthful anglers. Cody Huff as well. Ditto for him. Hank Cherry, the veteran, two-time Classic champ. Stetson Blaylock, Ben Milliken, Jay McHugh, Joey Nania, Justin Hammer, Lee Livesey, and Brian Schmidt rounding out our top 10.
Exactly. It is starting to pop here. Near the set.
All
Taking a look
right.
at our Mercury move of the day so far. Our Mercury move of the day number 1 is going to be Jay Shakur from Wisconsin, and really his move was bunkering into one area, a very popular creek here on Grand Lake that we'll start to pick apart going into tomorrow and possibly Championship Sunday. Bouncing around on, really call it mid-depth brush piles, scattered wood, bunch of little areas, key casts with a jerkbait, one decent fish on a jig. Your Mercury move of the day so far, Jay Shakur, unofficially 14 pounds and 8 ounces. That is your Mercury move of the day.
Let's look. We got. Oh yes. Well, what do you call the things? The big heads? I don't know.
I think they're called big heads.
We're in
That's what they're
the
called.
Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. But we've got. I always expect to see a head of Such on one of those sticks back there. That would be good. I'd like to see that.
Yes.
It's our Pro-Am champ there, Chris
The
Zaldane.
Expo, of course, the Bassmaster Classic
surrounded
Expo
by
presented
Kevin
by
Van Dam's head right now. It's happening here.
GSM Outdoors.
Head on a stick.
Yeah. Oh man. It's going to open up. I think they have a media preview at 11 o'clock for the Expo, and of course it's one of the world's greatest outdoor shows.
There was an awkward pause.
Opens
right
at
there.
noon.
And listen, I like those awkward pauses, but not when I'm involved in them. We're going to get back out on the water right now. Bassmaster Live with your reigning Angler of the Year champion, Kyle Welcher. And I know you had something before the break that you were going to dial us in on, Davey Height.
So, thinking about these weird coincidences with Jason Christie, when we're driving in for check-in on the one official practice day, about 4 miles before check-in, there's an angler in distress waving us down, and his marshal. Kyle Welcher with one here. You don't see that very often on a practice day. We pull over there. The young angler, first-time Classic competitor, and I'll just leave it at that. Had ran out of gas.
Come on now.
Oh, wow.
Come on now.
So using part of your day to pull in another angler in practice is not something you typically want to do, but being the nice guy Jason Christie is, he certainly hooked up to him and started pulling him in. Like, you know how it is. You got to help a guy out.
Did he tune him up at all? A little bit.
All he has to do is just look at, a young angler like that.
Yeah.
Davey, you've actually given me those looks hunting.
Yeah. But he said the only other time that happened, he was going to a BFL tournament, same deal. Pulled someone in, running out of gas, felt frustrated. He was wasting time, and he won that event. So.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
The Reckoning. We got a theme going here.
Yes, we do.
Hank Cherry. Having a good day one so far.
Speaking of a good theme going, Hank Cherry's had a good theme going all day. Currently unofficially in third place. Mixing it up with a jig and a vibrating jig.
Sometimes you just gotta throw your hands up. Keep casting. Just like that. And they get bigger.
He's getting there.
Absolutely.
Upgrade every time. It's about a half-pound upgrade, if I'm guessing right. Maybe a little more.
We most definitely have somebody over 15 and a half, 16 pounds right now. There's no way Hank's culling up by just that little bit each time. And then I've already had some Elite Series pros text me and say, if Stetson's got 13, he's got 15. Yeah. So the leaderboard may show 14 and change for the top, but we're getting in the mid to upper teens very soon.
Just really interesting to watch. Hank Cherry, one of the best jerkbait fishermen on the Elite Series, and he has locked in a jig and a bladed jig all morning long.
Yeah, pretty easy actually. Green.
A little bite window happening. Justin Hammer just culled. He's over 10 pounds up to second place. Got a 5-pounder to get over 14 pounds.
Ooh. Well, it is the first one of this 2024 Bassmaster Classic on Grand Lake. That music means one thing, Tommy Sanders.
Yep.
You know exactly what it is. No giants in the live well, but just really good quality fish right now. Two-time Bassmaster Classic champion, almost a three-timer that he almost got done here back in 2023. Getting it done here the last couple minutes with a bladed jig. And again, not a lot of giants in his live well, but Hank Cherry early on is your power pole replay of the day. That will slow you down a little bit, having what he has in the live well early today.
Yes. Every tournament angler realizes what we're talking about, that getting 5 fish in a live well, even though are not the size that you know you need to do well in the particular event that you're in, but they calm you down.
Absolutely. You talked about Jason Christie being made for events like this. Hank Cherry's up there in a
be very hard to argue that.
Lightening back up. I hope Brock's catching some. And Tyler.
Wow.
There's Ben Milliken. You can see your red jersey at the bottom of your screen. And his followers out there, of which he has many.
And that's on a Friday.
Yeah.
He's throwing at a buoy, and we're not on a Great Lake. He's throwing to a cable on Grand Lake.
It is a different day and time.
It is. Thought we were at the mouth of the St. Lawrence there for a minute.
Z, Davey, what do you expect an angler to be happy with weight-wise after day one?
15, 16. Really? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say. Minimum 15. Minimum 15.
Yes. Like the floor would be 15. I mean, listen, this is still, there's a lot of time left today. And with, there obviously was something a little bit off this morning, which, you know, if you go off of the history on this lake, it goes in the late afternoon.
Ben Milliken, first time I saw him was on a Orkin commercial in Dallas, Texas, but apparently he's big on the inner tubes, YouTube in particular.
Likes and follows.
Like we talked about, I have a comfortable full-time job in the fishing industry, filming the YouTube side of things, the video side of things. I did not need to jump into the tournament side of things to make a lot of money, or not that anybody really gets into tournament fishing for the money. So none of that side of it is important to me. This, being here right now with a chance to win the biggest tournament in bass fishing, is why I took the risk to jump into the Opens last year, to work so hard to make the Elite Series. And yeah, an overnight success that started 11 years ago at Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's going to be incredible.
Ben Milliken hanging in there, 6th place as it stands right now, unofficially. Just under 12 pounds.
Said he'd heard all the hype 11 years ago here at Tulsa, Oklahoma. He had to come to the Classic to see if it was what he had heard it was, and that's when he got hooked and decided, I've got to find a way to get there. 11 years later, here he is.
There we go. So we just fished and caught our best. A good bite, dude.
Well, they have kept us going with fish. We have not seen any giants coming in this morning. Some steady action. Jay Shakur and others have gotten themselves very, very close to that floor that Z and Davey were talking about. 15 pounds, 15 or 16. And still plenty of time left to fish on this.
You really feel like a lot of the guys that we have cameras on they're still practicing vibe.
Pollinate.
Yes.
Not so much practicing, but I just feel like we're going to see some more pollinate before this day's over with.
Yes, agree with that.
Here's your unofficial top 10 as it stands right now. Again, by tomorrow you want to be in the top 25 so you can fish on Championship Sunday. We step away for a while for live mix, and then we will return a little bit later from here in Tulsa.
So, Bill. Yes. Have you met Seth Fighter before? Who?
Me, Seth Fighter.
Have we ever met before?
Not really, but I mean, obviously I know who you are. I grew up watching you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Very much so.
Seth's one of our Angler of the Years. You may have won one or two of those in the past.
I think so. Way so long ago, I can't remember.
So, well, I appreciate you being here, Uncle Bill.
It's great to be here, buddy. It really is.
Yeah. And we've got an interesting derby, a really interesting derby going on with Hank Cherry moving in position. We got Jay Shakur, which I know you cannot spell that. Probably have difficulty saying it.
But the two biggest words I know are Chevrolet and mayonnaise, and I can't spell either one of them.
I would expect nothing else. But then Cody Huff, I'm not even sure if Cody Huff's caught a limit yet, and he's up there. He's got 4 for 14 right now. And you got Jason Christie out there throwing his spinner bait. Big ones. Greg Hackney throwing his buzz bait. Is he doing a little buzz bait? Doing a little buzz bait. Yeah.
Hank's in fifth, that's where he is.
Yep. Got a lot of guys throwing a little jerk bait out there and doing that kind of thing. What are you doing raising your glasses up? You having trouble seeing?
About what?
Are you having trouble seeing?
Yeah, a little bit, and hearing too. But I'll make it.
All right. So tell Seth and Bill, let's bring everybody up to date. But I want to get y'all's take. Both of y'all have been in these situations many times. So tell us what you see happening today and in the next 3 days, possibly.
Well, I'm not familiar with that body of water.
Really?
But and most of those guys that are in it, see, I'm from the old school. I got people like Hank Parker and Roland Morgan, or Martin, or whatever his name is.
How do you spell that?
Yeah, I don't. M-O-R-G-A-N in it. But anyway, looking at the scores, this is a unique way to keep up with this tournament. It really is. And I learned back when I was tournament fishing, 2 things. You only had one guy to beat, and that was the guy in first place. And you had to forget about the rest of the field. You had to do your own thing. And the main thing I learned, which helped me tremendously, I fished a lot of deep water back
You could eat
then.
it without the.
And
there's something about just being on the water and having
to fish slow. And I'll never forget, I met the best bass fisherman I ever met in my life was Glenn Andrews, who's a good friend of both of ours. And I met him in Memphis at a boat show. And trophies there, it said world champion. And that really impressed me. And I went over and started talking to him. He's an easy, laid-back old boy from southern Missouri. You know who I'm talking about, Glenn Andrews?
I do not. I'm sorry. I probably should.
He is amazing, a tremendous fisherman. You can ask Roland, you can ask Jimmy, you can ask a lot of the old timers who's the best bass fisherman you ever met, and they'd probably tell you the same thing I did was Glenn Andrews. But when Glenn, I met him that day with Ray Scott and another guy from TWRA, Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency, and he pulled up to Diane and I, and we were fishing. And Ed knew me, and I had never met Ray, but I had talked to Ray Scott. Anyway, Glenn said, "Have you done any good?" And I said, "Well, I caught 2 or 3." And he said, "How deep you fishing?" I said, 3 to 4 feet. And he said, "We had a pretty good morning." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah." Ed said, "We caught 2 over 6. We caught a couple of 4s and several 3s. I think we ended up with about 20-something fish." And I said, "Well, that's great." I didn't ask the right question when I first said. I said, "What'd you catch them on?" And he said, "Plastic work." But the question I should have asked, how deep did you catch them? And I came back with that a little bit later. He said, 24 feet. I said, 24 feet deep? Well, I grew up off the Mississippi River where we had nothing but oxbow lakes. And if you fished over 8 feet deep, boy, you were in the ocean. And I said, 24 feet deep? And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "You caught those bass in 24 feet of water?" He said, "Yeah." Scott said, "Yeah, I caught both the 6-pounders." I said, "I don't believe that," because you know how Ray was. But anyway, fast forward it. I started talking to him a little bit between Ray promoting the first tournament on Beaver Lake in northern Arkansas. And I said, Glenn looked at me and he said, "You see this point you're coming up on?" And he said, "It's a creek channel point." And I said, "What's a creek channel point?" And he says, "It's where the creek comes in and turns off." He said, "We located some bass out there on the graph, or depth finder then, in about 21 to 22 feet. If you'll change that light sinker and put on a heavier sinker,
really high,
I think you'll catch a few fish there. We'll meet you for breakfast in about an hour and a half. We've got a couple of things we need to do." Well, I switched sinkers, fixed the worm, slip sinker, which Glenn invented. I don't know if he ever told you that or not, but I made a long cast. I said 16, and 17, and 18, and 19, 20, and 21, 20, 22 feet deep. He said, "My worm's going to get the bends." But I moved it about 3 feet, and it went doop. And I said, "I got a strike." And I set the hook, and I caught about a 2.5-pound bass. And I looked at Diane, and I said, "Do you know what I just did?" And she said, "You caught a bass." I said, No, I caught a bass 22 feet deep." And she said, "Okay, so?" I said, "I never in my life caught a fish that deep. I can't believe that." What he took. Boy, Glenn was my man then, I'll tell you what. And I knew from that point on, if I was going to compete in tournaments, I had to learn to fish deep water.
All right.
And when I went to Beaver, I caught most of my fish 17 to 22 feet of water.
Wow.
And most people were fishing shallow. And I stayed with that as much as I could. That deep water fish are a lot more dependable. And you probably agree that with weather changes or anything.
Yeah.
But that really helped me in my early days. Everybody else was fishing, and I got out deep. And luckily at Rayburn, at Ross Barnett, Smith Lake in Alabama. The tournaments that I did win, they were all deep.
Wow.
But anyway.
Seth, do you think this is going to be a deep tournament?
Grand Lake typically in the spring, I'd say no, but looking at the leaderboard, I'm seeing 3 out of the top 4 that I don't know what they're doing, but they're typically, deep water, scoping fishermen. I mean, not saying they're not on the bank catching them on a spinnerbait. I haven't seen the footage, but I'd assume seeing, those 3 names in the top 4 that they're probably out doing, minnow, jerkbait deal. I don't know for sure.
Well, there's always deep water fish somewhere.
Oh, absolutely. Right. Even in the peak of the spawn, there's fish out in the middle of the lake. And we've seen that a lot the last couple of years with scope and stuff like that. Guys just fishing, just out in the middle of the lake over 40, 50 feet of water, catching fish that are 10 feet down, 20 feet down. I think that's honestly, from what I've seen the last couple of years, I think that's where the majority of the fish live, the majority of their life, There's some fish that, our bank runners, we'll call them, that might just stay up there. And then the exception of that, week period in the spring when the fish are spawning, I think you'll see some of those real big fish get up on the bank and on the beds. And I think with the exception of that, they live the majority of their life
here's
in the middle of the lake in deep water.
Here's what I've seen. Okay, and I've been watching this since going. I'm obviously not watching everybody. I don't know what Jay Shakur is doing, but seen some of this, like Milliken out on probably a creek channel drop or a break or whatever. But I've seen a lot of spinner baits up shallow. Seen a lot of shallow cranking, square bill cranking.
Yeah.
I've seen buzz baiting. Saw Christie catch one on a spook. So I mean, everything that you can come up with, jerk baiting, cranking, throwing the top water, is being utilized by these guys, and that's a Grand Lake thing. Yeah, I'm really surprised you don't have more experience over here, Bill, because you fished everywhere.
Well, I've never fished Grand. Jimmy and I were going to fish it one time. I fished Eufaula.
Yeah,
had a pretty good tournament there. But in 10 Killer, I've been on 10 Killer with old Don Butler. Remember who years ago that started Okie Book.
Yeah.
But I've not fished in Oklahoma that much, except the B.A.S.S tournament we had.
I got you.
I think what you're seeing a lot with a lot of different stuff going on is it is the Bassmaster Classic. We're not fishing for points. We're not trying to cash a check. It's a winner-take-all tournament. So, like, in my opinion, what I'm going to do, and I think what a lot of these guys are going to do, is fish their strength. You know what I mean? Like, what they want to do. And
what would that strength be for you here?
I'd probably be flipping a jig on boat docks and laydowns and stuff like that. Okay. Maybe mixing a shallow crank and a spinnerbait, just because that's how I like to fish. But I don't know how it's going to end up all shaking out at the end. But I think when you go into a classic or a championship type event, you're best sticking to what you do best rather than, a lot of these regular season tournaments you'll see a lot of guys just, doing what the hot thing is just to get a check, get some points, make it to the classic.
You know what Bill's favorite, best thing to do?
Drag a worm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know why that is? Because of Glenn Andrews. And what he did about Glenn.
Won a lot of tournaments doing it.
Well, Glenn basically developed the Texas rig.
Okay.
I mean, he called it the Andrews. They called it the Andrews slip sinker rig before they called it the Texas rig.
Really?
So,
wow.
I think the thing, as I said, strategy wins tournaments. You got to psych yourself to believe that you're going to catch fish that day. Shoot. You're going to catch fish that day. And you just slow the pace. And I always think that, I've got to hurry. I've got to hurry. I hear somebody's caught more fish or doing a certain pattern. But you got to wash all that away and just do your thing. Yeah. Fish, it was the hardest thing in the world for me to do was slow down. Right. And one time I went down a stretcher bank and I caught a lot of fish. And I didn't catch many fish. I did not on the first drift down through there. And I remembered something Glenn said, fish slow, fish slow. So I switched around, put the lightest slip sinker I could put on, and still maintain feel. I went right back down that same stretch of fish where I'd caught 2 the first bank, and I came back and went down it and I caught 8. I switched to an 1/8-ounce slip sinker, which they hit on the fall, and I was just barely working it. And that clock is a pressure point. That you're always looking at that watch or that clock. You said, good night, come on, bite. And then you get a hit. Your adrenaline just flows to the top, and I'm on it. This is it. And you get so excited. You go from up to down. I remember a black preacher said one time, between up and down, he said, down, going up or down. It's better to go up than down. I prefer to go up than down.
Yeah.
And so you got to maintain that up position and just believing that every move you make, you're going to catch a fish. And if it slows down, you have the tendency to fish faster, and that's a major mistake. But anyway, I learned a lot in the 14 years that I competed, and I was very fortunate that I had a teacher like Glenn that taught me how to read contour lines. And back then, you know how we found deep water fish? We found deep water fish.
The rock tip.
Well, no. We would triangulate. I had a line compass, and I would take the shortest interval map I could find, and I could line up with it a 90 degree here, 90 degree there, and pinpoint them. Today you just put a waypoint on it, you come right back to it. Back then, sometimes I took a Mountain Dew bottle, it's green, kind of hard to see, and I dropped it 20 feet away from where the fish were actually. If the fish was here,
with a weight
I'd move it
like
north. Yeah. But I learned that you move fish in deep water. You have a tendency to follow fish, but if you wait a little bit, they'll go right back down to that particular point. You might reel one up and there'll be 2 or 3 behind the fish you got caught, and it takes them a few minutes to get back down to that level.
Well, I think you said that, and I know, I've heard you and Glenn talk many times about strategy. And there is a strategy. I see some strategies potentially taking effect, and a lot of them with things we talk about. Greg Hackney stand with his power. He's throwing a buzz bait. Christie is moving around, and I'm not sure Christie is late on him yet, because he's slowly losing spectators. Right? He wants to get rid of boats. Maybe. I don't know. But, I mean, there is that. And then there's a potential Ish brought up in the last hour that Jay Shakur sitting out there with 14 pounds. Maybe he doesn't want to be in the lead and have that flotilla tomorrow. I don't know how those play, because those are
a strategy game.
It is. It's a shell game that actually is developing at times, and then the other guys are making a conscious effort thinking about it. What about you, Seth? I mean, you fished 6, 7 classics now, so tell us a little about how you may work a strategy for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's never worked out how I planned, but I definitely, unless you had a really big lead, I would not want to be in the lead going into the last day. You just want to be in the hunt, I think, is the best way to do it, just with all the stuff that goes on with the classic, and especially if you're fishing shallow and you got a lot of spectators and stuff like that. It's not a big deal if you're out deep, but yeah, you just want to be in striking distance going into the last day. And not to say anybody's laying off anything right now, and maybe Christie is doing some stuff where he's, he probably hasn't gone to his best stuff yet.
Right.
Just trying to get a feel for what's going on and stuff like that. But, yeah, I mean, as long as you're in that, striking distance going into the last day, whether it's top 5, top 10, top 3, whatever it may be, that's where I'd personally want to be. Unless, like you say, you got like a 20-pound lead or something, then that's different.
Of course, 20-pound leads are multi-generational. But that would have been a different strategy than what you
I want to lead every day. I want to lead every day.
Yeah.
But I go back to Lake Eufaula when we had those massive strings of bass. I had a goal. I never had caught 10 bass over 5 pounds. Lake Eufaula, the first day of the tournament, I did that. And just massive strings of big fish. They were on a deep pattern, 17 to 19 feet. And schools of just gigantic sized bass were caught. And I think I weighed in one day 82 pounds. Wow. And that was 15 bass. That was, Alabama limit was 15. But I still had a lot of great big old bass. And I thought, I'm in first, I'm in good shape. And I went out the next morning to another spot I had. The wind got up. I tried to find fish on the north area where it was calmer. And in the south area, try to find fish, the east and the west area. If the wind or weather got me, I still had a place to fall back on. And I had, I went that deep water route, and it was productive. I didn't win it, but we had a front come in the second day of the tournament. And Blake Honeycutt, great deep water fisherman. He used to do a lot of spoon jiggings. He won that tournament that last day, but I told you wrong. It wasn't Blake. It was Rip Nunnery.
Rip Nunnery.
Yeah. Wow. Rip Nunnery. There's a good story there, but I'm not going to take up all that time to talk about it. But we had some great days on Lake Eufaula and big stringers of fish. Cooper Ray Scott put a limit of bass up on the dock. And he had 15 bass, and the smallest one was 6 pounds.
Wow.
And people came by, stepped over, and he said, hey, come here. You know you just stepped over. Do you realize what you just stepped over? There's 15 bass here, over 6 pounds. And they said, yeah, that's nice. And said, Charlie, show him what we got. They pulled up the big mop. You'd pull a stringer along the side of the boat, because way back in those days we didn't have
live wells
yeah, to keep a lot of big fish alive, pull them through the water. And
I've heard your stories of guys walking up and they would have them on a boat paddle and the boat paddle would break.
Yeah, that happened in Eufaula.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Eufaula was an extremely fertile lake. The predator-prey relationship was just perfect because of the fertility of the water. It really made it great.
What did you guys used to do with all them bass after the tournaments?
Well,
big giant fish fry?
It started out that we brought them in, and they were given to the community.
Okay.
Old age homes, different people.
Clubs, that kind of thing.
They farmed them out that way. And then they started getting a little criticism about fish dying. And then Ray, I remember Ray, we were on our way to flying down to Amistad, whatever you call it. And he said, I've got to do something about this. We're going to beef up catch and release somehow. I don't know how I'm going to do it. And he worked with the boat manufacturers of creating good aeration, bringing water in and recycling that water and blowing it out and bringing in fresh water again. And then we learned that if you want to keep a fish really pepped up, put ice on it. Because there's a lot of oxygen in ice, a tremendous amount of oxygen in ice. So you pour half a bag, and you might have 5 bags in a cooler in your boat. And we learned these things as we went along. We'd have a fish that looked like it's...
A lot of that's taken for granted these days.
Oh, sure. Sure. You'd have a fish that just belly up. And you put ice in there, and 15 minutes later, you couldn't catch him.
Yeah.
So that ice plays a big role, and catch and release was a big thing. And then we learned that harvesting was also a big thing. We had to start harvesting some of our catch. If you fished a body of water, I mean, somebody had a body of water, but it was overstocked. You need to catch them and pull them out, fish from, say, a pound to a pound and a half. But we learn every year from fishermen like you, techniques that you use, techniques that some of these other guys use that work. And we learn from it. And that helps it, overall, it helps the industry. The particular bait you used, the line you used, you're interviewing what type of rod, you explain the type of action in the rod that you prefer, the length of the rod that you prefer, and what it takes. Why do they hit the bait that you fish? Why do you think they bit that bait? Because you were fishing it at the right depth with the right presentation. So all these factors we learn more and more and more and more as time goes on. And I know as many bass as you've won, as well as you've done in the tournaments, you realize that. Oh, yeah. And that's just what it takes. But it's a fun thing. It's a fun way to work.
It is.
Absolutely. Who is that little chubby guy? He looks like he's working a jerkbait.
Yeah, he's a jerkbait man.
Yeah, Patrick Walton.
And he mix it in a little forward-facing on there. And
be happy he has his pants on. See the shorts that
yeah, not man enough to wear the pants on a cold day like today, this morning, I guess.
So he's experimenting now.
Yeah. Well, and he's I don't know what he's got.
Where's old Patrick?
At 5 for 6.8. But
ain't no way.
Knowing Patrick with his bass track, that probably means he's got about
12, 15 pounds.
He's one of the worst.
Well, I'll tell you, the weather looks good for them, doesn't it?
Yeah, beautiful fishing day. We're actually staying out at the lake. I woke up this morning. It was nice, a little breeze, some clouds. It was a good fish catching day on Grand Lake. They like some weather here. One thing I've really noticed, since the last time I've been here, it seems like the fishery's changed quite a bit. It seems like there's more fish in here now and smaller. Because the last time I was here, I mean, if you had 5 bites on this lake, you were going to have a minimum of 13, 14 pounds, if not closer to 20.
Right.
I mean, it was not you could go all day and catch 5 or 6, you know what I mean? We're seeing a lot of guys that have already caught a dozen fish already this morning, but the size definitely seems to be a lot smaller than I remember, which is kind of surprising. You know, this is not a great numbers lake. One of them deals where it's usually, you know, the average size in this lake's a 3 to 4 pounder, it seemed like last time I was here. And they're catching a few of them as well. They're working their way up and calling them. I'm surprised how many bites the people are getting.
See what he's doing right now. He has so much confidence in that spot he's fishing. He tried a jerk bait and he went to a jig.
Got one looking at it.
Yeah. He saw one on the ground. He's trying to get his bait out. Invariably, your bait's out here. He's worked that spot with 2 different baits. Yeah. He has the confidence. Confidence is the greatest bait in your tackle box. And you can tell just what he's watching his graph. He's varying his retrieves. Not working it near as fast as he was. He's slowing down. And that's so important.
Yeah, I'm mixing it up again.
Now he's going to try something else.
I think he's actually been throwing. This is all jerk baits, I believe. I think this is his
third, a jerk bait or a topwater?
Different jerk bait he's thrown at this. I don't know if he's fishing a fish or a brush pile or what, but that's a 3rd different jerk bait he's thrown at this same spot. So
he truly believes there's fish there.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see if he catches one, but first we're going to go to a break. We got to go to a break, Bill. You know what those are.
A commercial?
Well, I just figured you might need a little rest, but yes, a commercial too.
Okay, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
There you go. All right, welcome back to Live Mix on Bassmaster.com for the 2024 Bassmaster Classic on Grand Lake. Sitting here today on Live Mix with Bill Dance and Seth Fighter. They are actually long lost father and son, maybe. I don't know. Two peas in a pod.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like everybody that knows what they're doing in this sport, you help teach them. You know,
Yeah.
we appreciate that. Absolutely. So, I mean, I think Seth's a little bit and like, oh, I get to sit with Bill Dance.
I'm excited, yeah.
Yeah. So that's and me too. You know,
Well, I had a good teacher, and that was Glenn. And
we all need good teachers.
Huh?
We all need good teachers.
Oh, we do.
And that's why we do what we do. Even on Live Mix, we're watching these guys and we're learning from them and we're seeing these things and having you guys explain what they can learn. We watched Patrick Walters earlier switch 3 or 4 times. It's not an easy thing to do. Really and truly, to lay down a rod and pick up another. I mean, it seems like it's a seamless deal, but it's not an easy thing to do when you're out there kind of in the moment, because you're lazy like me.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep throwing what I don't want to throw.
But if you catch a fish, your whole personality changes 180 degrees. You running around kissing your observer, the cameraman, doing cheetah flips in the boat. You just tickle to death that you got a fish. I knew they were here. I knew they were here.
So we're going to Hank Cherry here.
Yeah, he's covering a lot of water.
I know this place here really well, and but he is covering a lot of water. And I mean, I actually, I think that he's really sandbagged on his weights. We've got him in 3rd right now, and I actually think that he's probably. And of course, Shakur may be off there as well. Cody Huff still got 4. Yeah. Still got plenty of room to grow. You got Stetson Blaylock down there. He's 2 pounds out of the lead. He's going to be a little bit heavier than what he's showing. You got Ben Milliken, almost 3 pounds back. He's kind of they all sandbag a little bit for obvious reasons. Yeah. So, I mean, it's really a lot tighter, and we got 14 and a half. But I
4 guys that are basically tied right now, and honestly, it shows Cody in 4th. I'd say, technically, in my opinion, he's probably leading the tournament right now because he has 4 fish.
Yeah.
Everyone else, they're calling at this point, so they catch one, and they might gain a few ounces or half a pound. But I mean, if Cody catches another one, just average what he's been catching, he's gonna have a 2-3 pound lead on everybody.
There's a half a pound difference in 4th place and 1st place. That's one cast.
Yeah.
And then you got Hank there on basically a causeway. We've seen him do this before.
Oh yeah, second to last classic.
Yeah.
One similar looking
Gunnersville. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So, it gets more interesting. I think one thing that we sometimes mess up with, especially in the classic and other events as well, is they want to see what we were seeing at Toledo Bend and Lake Fork and everything. But this 14 pounds, 15 pounds, 16 pounds, it's pretty much the way the rest of America fishes.
Yeah,
that's bass fishing.
Absolutely. You go grind it out, catch 15 pounds, you had a good day.
Right.
Lake Fork, the last one we were just at, that's like fishing at Billy Dance's lakes, you know what I mean? You better have a bunch of big ones. I mean, 30-pound stringers left and right, and just kind of Disneyland stuff for bass fishing. Where this is bass fishing USA right here on Grand Lake. You do whatever you want to do. Go out and grind all day and catch you 5 nice ones. And this is more realistic compared to the majority of the country. The guys watching this, they got a club tournament Saturday, Sunday on their home lake, and this is more how their tournaments are going to transpire versus.
And it's not every
Lake
cast.
Fork, No, they're grinding, they're out there working, and get a bite here, get a bite there, and put it together at the end of the day. No one no one's pulling up and just, landing on 25, 30 pounds on this lake. You're gonna earn your bites on Grand Lake.
Yeah.
Well, what he's learned about fishing revetment, something irregular along that revetment is going to attract more fish than other areas. You might fish 100 yards down it, and all of a sudden it may be where a slide went in, or where a treetop became waterlogged, and wind blew it in.
Or just a bigger rock.
Yeah.
Or smaller rock.
Yeah.
A flatter spot, a steeper spot, something. There's usually little deals on those. They look all the same when you just look at them from a distance, but yeah, there's definitely where you get your bites, there's going to be something special there.
Something that I used to do, and I believe in it 100%. When I go to a strange lake, or a lake I've never fished before, I look at the lake. Is it a lowland lake? Is it a midland lake? Is it a highland lake? At this time of the year, what did I do on this lake 2 years ago? What did I do a year ago? And I do it everywhere I fish. And when I get to that lake, I'll just pick out a section, and I'll start idling, zigzag, in and out. About 5 feet of water out to 25 feet, back and forth, real slow. And what I'll see, the majority of fish that I see, if it's 15 feet, what I'm going to do, now there could be a few fish below it, it could be, but the majority, it could be gar, there could be carp, it could be bass, it could be crappie, there could be a multitude of, but where the majority are on that depth level, I will turn in and look at, I'll go to my graph and I look at where I've got tight interval lines where I can maintain a 15-foot depth level, and I fire right down, straight down. And I fan that area. Then I move down, and that has helped me so much establishing a depth, and establishing a depth real quick. There's a reason they're on that depth level, but it's worked for me so many times. Establishing a depth is probably one of the most critical things. There's a reason those fish are using a certain depth level.
Absolutely.
It could be the forage, where the forage is.
Yep.
Could be the stratification at that level.
Yep.
It could be a multitude of things. But
I want to set a lot of smallmouth fishing, like the Great Lakes, just because pieces of structure are so huge. You got humps that are a mile long and points that run out a couple miles into
something
the lake.
irregular.
But it seems like on those smallmouth deals, real similar. If you catch a few good ones at 20 feet, that's how deep you need to be fishing. They're not in 15, they're not in 25.
You got it.
Or in 20, or whatever it may be that day or week. But I noticed that a lot, smallmouth fishing.
That's the Hack Attack doing his little number.
I love watching him fish. He's probably my favorite angler to watch fish.
Really?
He's just so smooth.
Let's hear why. I want to know more.
Well, just his mechanics, everything is just so smooth, and his hook sets are always perfect, and he's entertaining to watch fish. I like his style. He does a really good job of talking through what he's doing and what he's thinking.
Right.
I think a lot of us struggle with that. We get so focused on fishing when we're out there in the tournament. We're thinking all that stuff in our head, but we're not talking it through the viewer and people watching. He does a really good job of explaining his thought process and what he's thinking, and you can see him light up when he gets a bite doing something, and you can watch that light bulb go off in his head. Just absolutely one of my favorite fishermen to watch. I could watch them all day, not catch one. Where a lot of them other guys, if you're not watching them reeling a bass, they don't do that for me. But like Greg Hackney, I could watch him all day, just not even catch one. Just
the way he works.
He's a fine fisherman.
Well, he is actually, in my estimation, one of the most analytical anglers.
What's that word?
We have.
Yeah, he's just smooth, even moving around the boat.
Analytical.
Who taught you that big word?
Your daughter did.
Pam?
I saw it on the crossword puzzle this morning. Don't let him fool you.
Well, like I told you a while ago, the two biggest words I know is mayonnaise and Chevrolet, and I can't spell either one of them. But analytical.
But you can spell Chevy and mayo.
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
That's all you got to do. So.
Yeah. You learned all those big words when you were a sports writer for the Arkansas Democrat.
Yeah, well, when they would let me use them.
Yeah, when they let you use them.
But he does. I love what you're saying, Sam. I feel the same way. Greg breaks everything down, and really he's. I just picture him laying in bed at night, breaking it all down.
You know what I'd do? He's so confident there's fish there because he's hitting every little target he can hit. I would go down it with a crankbait, and if it didn't produce, I'd come back up and I'd flip a jig on it. Wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it'll surprise me if he doesn't throw a jig in some of these places, really.
It looks like he's swimming a jig right now.
Yeah, probably is swimming a jig.
Oh, a bad cast. You don't see that very often from Mac.
Invariably that happens. Your line will get around your reel handle or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I do it 1,000 times a day. I just don't see him do it very often.
I got to get back in this spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get Tourette's usually when I'm fishing docks.
Yeah.
Well,
come on, Hack. Catch us one.
I want to ask, a lot of folks, Seth is what most people, and he is a smallmouth expert, smallmouth guru, but what he's really good at is some of the stuff that Hackney's doing. We just not get to do that as much. Do you feel the same way I do? Is you'd almost want to see this kind of thing win?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, oh, looks like we got Cody Huff caught his 5th fish, so he is in the lead now. It's not, I don't know what he caught, but they got Cody Huff in the lead now. Figured that was coming. But yeah, I'd love to see it get, one old school bass fishing, but right now looking at the leaderboard, it looks like, our scopers are at the top again. But, those guys are going to tend to have better mornings, where a guy fishing like Hackney's fishing or Christie, that especially this time of year, that spring afternoon, noon, 1, 2, 3 o'clock, this time of year, them fish are moving. So, I mean, you get some slow mornings, especially if it's a little bit cooler or something like that. But, you could really, the guys that are fishing shallow and doing that stuff, their afternoons are their most important part of their day, where the guys that are fishing out and doing that deal, the mornings really when they shine. So I think as the day goes on, you're going to see a lot more fish getting caught around docks and lay downs, up tight on the bank versus the fish that are out. Yeah, it looks like Cody Huff caught another nice fish. He's got 17.5 pounds.
Wow.
With 4 fish he can weigh in, and he's got 1 real little one, so another decent bite. He's going to be pushing that 20-pound mark. He's got a real easy call he can make, but he's got 4 of the right ones you want on Grand Lake right now. So off to a really, really good start. I'm sure he'll have his chance at another good fish before the day is over, and probably be up around that 20-pound mark.
Yep.
Well, Jay Shakur just caught a 4.5 pounder. He's nipping on Cody Huff's heels now. So I think he had a few good ones already.
You make a good commentator.
He's got 4. He's got 4 he can weigh in right now.
Seeing it build.
2-pounder he can get rid of pretty easy. So.
We're seeing it build. I mean, there've been some disappointment earlier in the day. I wonder where these weights are. 12. 10, 11, 12, whatever. But I mean, it's building. This is where the drama.
Yeah.
You know how to spell that, Bill?
The drama.
Dramamine?
What is drama?
That's where the drama starts coming. It's building. So I'm excited to see that. I really am.
Oh yeah.
Those are the kind of weights that all of a sudden are exciting to see, and
a great place for a classic. I mean, you want it to be tight. You want it to come down to the last day, ounces, 1 fish in the last 10 minutes of the last day and win the tournament, something like that. You don't want to see a 20-pound lead going into the last day and take all the excitement away from it.
Unless you got it.
Well, yeah, unless you got it. But as far as a fan watching the deal, we want to watch this. You know, it's just like a football game. You want to watch it come down to the last play, game-winning field goal from 50 yards.
As long as you win, you want it to be right to the last deal.
Yeah. But even just as a spectator watching the sport, you know, we're going to have tight weights. You know, it's going to be that 15 to 20 pound up at the top, and, you know, come 2, 3, by the time you get to the third day, you're still going to have a bunch of people that could potentially win where they're not too far out of it. And it's Grand Lake. I mean, someone can throw 25 pounds on the scale here. And
you just got to hit the right bank, the right depth, the right presentation. That's and that could happen.
I keep expecting out of Christie, Jason Christie. You know,
he's coming. He's coming. Don't let him fool you.
He knows.
You're going to be down there at the end of the day. I promise you that.
Where is Jason?
He's down pretty good. They've thrown him in 33rd, but he's another guy who's going to be real light on Bass track. He's got a limit for 8 pounds. It's probably 12 pounds. He's probably doing better than it shows, but I'm not worried. Christie will
That's one fish.
He'll be catching
one
some.
Cast away.
He'll be putting some hogs in the boat this afternoon, I promise.
We want hogs. So I just got a text from my photographer that Shakur just caught a 5.4.
Who did, Hackney?
Jay Shakur. Now, that may have been the one that he put in as 4.8.
I believe so, yeah.
So,
that was
that has
5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yep. He's right there, and he's got 4 real nice fish and a 2-pounder in his bag right now. So, you know, another one. He catches another solid fish. He's going to be in that 19, 20-pound range, which is, you know, what you're going to want to have at the end of the day.
What's the clarity on that lake right there?
It varies quite a bit, like most reservoirs. I'm staying down by the dam on the lake, and it's pretty good visibility, at least 3 foot. And then, you know, the guys fishing in the upper end, you know, they're probably dealing with sub 1 foot water clarities. I can't say for sure, but that's typically how Grand Lake is. Seen a lot of guys in that mid-lake section when they zoom out around that Wolf Creek area, which is, you know, real historic. Last time we were here, I made a top 10 fishing a lot, right around where Hake Cherry is right now, and that's just a real.
What would you be doing right now?
I'd be winding a plug or flipping a jig. That's probably what I'd be doing.
He really would.
Docks, around some laydown, something like that.
Looking a lot like what Hackney.
Fish, yeah, absolutely. I might have 0 fish in my live well, but that's what I'd be doing. Like I said, I think those shallow guys, you're going to see them start adding weight come, you know, noon, 1, 2, 3 o'clock. That's when their big bites are probably going to come.
Would you say, from the upper reaches of the lake to the lower reaches of the lake, a big swing in the water temperature?
I would assume so. I mean, maybe not necessarily from top to bottom, but you get like in the backs of the creeks and stuff where they're showing gusty right now. I'm assuming, you know, the backs of them pockets are a few degrees warmer than out on the main drag. But
I like those gold breeches he's got on.
Yeah. You look good in them. Want me to get you a pair?
No. I'll pass. I'll pass. Thank you, though.
No, I'd like you to have him get him a little more orange to match his hat.
Okay. Yeah.
I've got jockey wear on, so that'll be long leg. You know, they make jeans and everything else, so they may be jockey breeches he's got on. Boy, I tell you, right in the gut of that thing. If they weren't shallow, I'd jig the middle of that thing quicker than a minute to jump a dipper.
Yep. It looks like he's in a little steeper pocket. Not sure what the deal is on the shallow fish, but he's kind of on them 45-degree banks, real historical pre-spawn. Looks like he's throwing a crankbait. Pretty looking pocket. It seemed like when we saw Hackney fishing, he looked like he was in a little bit flatter stuff with, you know, more wood and
one of the things that was pointed out earlier, and Bill will expand on this. But what that pocket has that may be the most important thing at this time of the year is that gravel.
What?
Pea gravel.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of them fish love to spawn on that.
Somebody just catch it.
Yep, Cody Huff caught a 4-pounder, so he called out that little 1-pounder he had, and now he's at 20 pounds.
Dang.
And I don't know what he's doing, but if I know Cody Huff, he's probably scoping with a jig head minnow type bait, or maybe throwing a jig or a jerk bait at him. But he's really deadly.
There's a big jump right there between second and first.
Yep. Yeah, he's really deadly with the forward-facing stuff. So.
Yeah.
He's a Bull Shoals guy, so Highland Reservoir type fisherman.
Yeah.
I would assume, knowing him, he's probably out in the creek channels, chasing around them deep suspended fish. But have not seen any footage of him yet, so don't know for sure what he's doing. But like I said, it's a classic. You're probably going to do what you do best. I think it's on. Try to win it.
I fished
he's got one on a bed.
One on a bed.
Uh-oh.
4-pounder on a bed. That's see what you got, Gus. Oh, wow.
He moves in slow motion as he approaches the bed. Dun dun.
He's going to hover right there. I don't want to miss this, but we got to go to a break here in a minute.
No.
I'm going to say he's probably going to have to back up before he tries this fish. He was pretty much at his shoelaces when he seen him. So
yeah.
I think he's going to reposition the boat, get set up a safe distance away, and then start working the fish probably. If he deems it was on a bed. Sometimes this time of year you see one cruising, you don't know. But it looks like he's going to reposition and probably try him. A little distance in between them.
Tempo.
Well, it's a straight down bank, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a beautiful pocket.
Yeah.
Nice little ledge rock in there, and you can see how it starts to flatten out. That's right where that fish is spawning. Real steep coming in there. You can follow that right back in there and get on a little ledge and make a bed right there.
You know what a sticko is?
Mm-hmm.
Bass Pro's got a sticko. At Pickwick Lake, on banks like that, in Clearwater, I've done real well at this time of the year. Just working a sticko, either center hooking it or head hooking it, but just no weight except the hook itself, and done real well. Just a little. Fish loves to hit something moving on a horizontal plane more so than going boink, boink, boink vertical.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been proven and proven and proven that it's that movement going through the water, maintaining that horizontal movement.
John Cox has had a pretty nice career just throwing sticko. Pretty good at it.
Yes, he is. And you guys have been great. We got to go to a break. I know Bill's got to go. I'm going to try to get Seth to stick around a little bit.
Good luck to you.
Awesome.
Enjoyed being with you, buddy.
Remember this as long as I live. Thanks, Bowman, for having me on here. Appreciate it.
You're not going anywhere.
Oh, I'm not?
No.
Now, listen,
I gotta go.
Listen to what this guy has to say. He's a crackerjack at what he does.
Yeah.
You're a good fisherman, buddy. Thank you, Steve.
We got to go to a break. We'll see you back here in a few minutes.
You got to go.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Oh, it is Christmas morning. That's right. Last night I could not sleep. Why? Because this is day number 1 of the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Jockey Outdoors. Beautiful Grand Lake, and we are right now in Tulsa, Oklahoma, about an hour and a half away from Grand Lake. The 3rd time the Bassmaster Classic visits this incredible fishery in the top corner of Oklahoma, and I am joined by the one and only Bassmaster Classic champ, 2-time Angler of the Year, Bass Fishing Hall of Famer, and really everything good on earth, Davey Height. And man, this, you've competed in this so many times, you've been part of this. It never gets old. I mean, I literally could not sleep last night.
You're exactly right. And You know, I wouldn't take anything for my career, 24 years fishing full time, but I still get goosebumps on this day, the first day of the Bassmaster Classic. Whether I'm competing in it or whether I'm sitting here with you, it is a great day to be a bass fisherman in this country, in Tulsa, Oklahoma in particular this week.
This is the day that we've all been waiting for, counting down to get here. It happens once a year. This is the 54th edition of the greatest spectacle in sport fishing. And I got to ask you this, Davey. How do you – I mean, I get jacked up from introducing these guys in the morning. How do you pull away from the dock, and how long does it take until you're like – I mean, everything in fishing is about tranquility and peace. It's like the Bassmaster Classic takes all that, rolls it up, and throws it in the garbage. I mean, it's a total distraction.
It does. It's almost a love-hate relationship that anglers have with the Bassmaster Classic because you dream about it, you love it, you want to be here. That's what inspires all of us to be better professional anglers. But then when you get here, you wish, I wish there wasn't so much media. I wish there wasn't, so many distractions from the water. It should just be me and the fish. But really and truly, deep down inside, that's not what you want. This is what you live for. This is what your family, your fans, the people that follow you through those tough times when you don't catch many fish, this is what you live for as an angler. And like I said, as a fisherman in this event or in any other Bassmaster Classic event, this is what you live for. I mean, this is what you get up on those dreary days when the wind's blowing 30 out of the north and the bite is not very good. This is what we all want to live for, to be right here.
Well, here's what I live for. I live for our Toyota Midday Report because we got to figure out what has been happening on this incredible body of water, and that shows you a good idea of how our field is spread out. But let's get caught up with our Toyota Midday Report, and let's start with an angler who is already a two-time Elite Series champion, Kyoya Fujita.
Yeah, we saw his stats there a little earlier, Dave Mercer. I know you've been to Takeoff and back and doing all kind of crazy things. You missed this. First time ever on Bassmaster TV, Kyoya Fujita catching him on a spinnerbait this morning. He was like, I didn't know if it was a Japanese Jimmy Houston or the Prince of Japan or what was going on with the spinner. But here's one thing we did learn with Kyoya. He doesn't hide the spinnerbait like he does those other baits. He was proud to see us, let us see him catching them on a spinnerbait. So Kyoya Fujita currently unofficially in 18th place, 10 pounds, 2 ounces. Caught 2 of the fish that we saw him that he put in the live well earlier today on a spinnerbait. He has been doing some forward-facing sonar type stuff with the jig head minnows, but really the best bait, I don't think I would ever thought I would have said this for Kyoya, has been a double willow leaf spinnerbait so far this morning.
Brandon Palnick, a two-time Angler of the Year, and he got a second-place finish here back in 2013.
Yeah, there's something about Brandon this week, and Zona kind of clued me into this. He talked to him before I did. A calm, little confident, and I don't mean this bad, but just quiet, confident Brandon Palnick. He's always a little bit that way, but more so this week. That second-place finish, he has not forgotten. Believe you me, if you finish second in a Bassmaster Classic, you never forget it. It had really kind of passed me by. I'd forgotten about that a little bit. But he got on a good little deal fishing out Main Lake more this morning than the other anglers with a crankbait. Unfortunately, we saw him lose one that was at least 4 pounds, probably 4.5 pounds. Would have him right in the mix if he'd have been able to land that fish.
The loudest pop at Takeoff this morning was for the next big thing, Ben Milliken.
So this is absolutely incredible to watch Ben Milliken. Just 2 Elite Series tournaments. He's tied for Angler of the Year. Obviously has a big following, currently unofficially in 10th place with 11 pounds, 14 ounces. But here, even with all the, he's been in front of cameras as much or more than 99% of, maybe 98% or whatever of the anglers in this classic. But you could see the twinkle in his eyes yesterday, this morning. He said, 11 years ago, I went to my first Bassmaster Classic because I wanted to check it out and see if it was the real deal. It was here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. 11 years later, he said, I am here because of that. I saw that this is the biggest stage in our sport, and I wanted to get here. How ironic is it for Ben Milliken to be here and unofficially being all the way up in 10th place? A great start for him in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
What about the back-to-back Bassmaster Classic champion, Hank Cherry?
Hank Cherry, no surprise to being on the big stage, and he has won 2 Bassmaster Classics. The third that he almost won right here also. A lot of history here for Hank Cherry. Currently, unofficially in 3rd place, 14 pounds, 6 ounces. Looks very similar to what we saw him do at Guntersville. Started off with a jig around some boat docks, mixing up with a bladed jig. promised Mark Zona that we would see some of those same areas and some of the same baits that he almost won this event in way back when it was so cold. He finished second. I think everyone remembers that fish that he lost that cost him that event in his rookie season.
I remember it. One of the most uncomfortable moments ever on stage is watching him lose those fish, and then having our producer Mike McInnes tell me in the air, we're going to play it again.
and again, and again, and again.
Speaking of again and again and again, a guy who seems to always be in the mix, Jay Shakur.
Yeah, you know, what a great start to his Elite Series career, no doubt. Winning Rookie of the Year, winning an event there on the Thousand Islands there out of Clayton, New York. Over 100 pounds of smallmouth, and he's, like you just mentioned, Dave, he's kind of always in the hunt. I guess it has slipped my mind. Last year, he was one of the ones with only an hour and a half, 2 hours to go that Jason Keurig had a chance to win last year's Classic. He kind of stayed in the mix, fishing shallow, isolated cover, the exact same thing he's done. This is just moments ago to move up to have almost 17 pounds, so he's staying right there. What a great start for the young angler.
Believe he has a win here, but from the back of the boat. I mean, it's hard to believe that when he showed up, obviously his dad, Jason Shakur, a very accomplished walleye pro.
Yep.
And I remember that first takeoff in Palatka, and they said, we don't know if he's ready yet, but we can't turn down the opportunity. It's so hard to qualify for the Elite Series. Well, I think it's official. Jay Shakur is ready, and he's sitting in second place in this tournament. But Cody Huff, a silent guy, a guy that does his talking at the scales. But when Rick Clunn tells the world that you're an incredible angler, I'm pretty sure you're an incredible angler.
Yeah, don't know if he's ready or not, like Jason Keurig, but if Rick Clunn says he is, he probably is.
Cody Huff, your tournament leader, 20 pounds even. And in a season where everybody thought, oh, wait, bass fishing's only going to be scope and it's only going to be deep water, he's catching them in some shallow water here today.
Yeah, a little surprising. I think we had Robbie Floyd try to get to Cody Huff and was not able to get to him, so that tells you it was really skinny waters. But good for Cody Huff. A great start this morning with unofficially about 20 pounds in his live well, so what a great start. Not a surprise at all to see him doing well here. He really doesn't live that far from here. I think Ronnie said technically he lives closer to Grand Lake than some of our other anglers that are from Oklahoma.
Oh, boy. Prodigy hooked up, and it looks like a good one.
Another real good fish here.
Stay down. Stay down. Not a giant one, but decent one. Definitely a cooler.
There we go.
Definitely a cooler. That's how they've been eating it, like where it's like in their mouth. I sent Z a photo, like that's how they've been eating it. Not a big one, but he's a cooler. Thought he was a good one. That cast before it, I felt one push it. I don't know if it was the same fish or a different fish, but for sure felt one push it right before. Get rid of number 5, the one we just caught. Okay. Pull this out here. Let's see. Oh, whoa. I just saw it. Number 5.
As you say, I mean, he is definitely exuding kind of a quiet confidence, and I feel like it's where he's gonna be for the next. He knows this is time for me to fill the freezer full of meat, and in meat I mean trophies, and this is the one that he's been so close to. I mean, if he were to win the Bassmaster Classic, Davey Height, is Brandon Palnick already a bass fishing Hall of Famer? 6 wins, 2 Angler of the Year titles, and a Classic.
Small upgrade.
Oh, yeah, and a Classic for sure. Not so sure he's not destined to be there already without a Classic, what he's done, but.
He's kind of like the Patrick Mahomes.
The cast right before that one pushed
bass fishing, maybe. I don't know, I'm just saying.
That's almost like
I felt it was like
Rick
I
Clunn
felt
saying
a
to
rock,
Cody Huff.
and then it just went.
That's pretty
and it
stout
took off sideways. Did a weird movement, but didn't get it. And then next cast caught that one. I don't know if it was the same fish, different fish, but is it, I mean, right there is the same cast.
From Brandon Palnick, we're going to head up to Jay Shakur and not just Jay, we're going to be joined by our good friend, the one and only Robbie Floyd. What's going on, Robbie?
I just keep following Jay around all morning. I went to see Kenta Kimura to get up. Hey, he's gonna be the guy. Sorry, I thought I had a lavalier on. First time on television. I thought he was going to be one of the guys to look for. Again, Oklahoma angler, and the guy next to him happened to be the guy that was catching all the fish this morning. So I've stumbled upon a good one, and you see he's been standing near the top. Now this is probably a secondary area. I'm trying to stay away because the wind's trying to blow. And by the way, guys, I know, I don't know if y'all are able to notice this. There is a ripple on the water, so the wind is now starting to blow. It's not that slick we had earlier, but when the wind picked up, I started seeing more fish being caught by other people, and then Jay caught that 4 3/4 pounder just a little while ago.
So Robbie, this morning I know there were a lot of anglers there around. You said Kenta and Jay. Have they kind of settled out and not as many anglers right around where Jay's at now?
Well, yeah, no, there's nobody. It's just Jay and myself. Jay's probably wondering, why are you still here? Everybody else has left, as he smiles a little bit. But we know why, because he's been catching fish, and he's been catching the right size fish. But there was only one other angler in the spot when Jay was there, and that was Kenta. We did see, I believe it was Ben Milliken that went to that area later on in the day, and his flotilla was stupid whenever he went by us. He had 25, 30 boats following him. But for the most part, I mean, 99% of the time, Jay's been all by himself.
Robbie, we've seen you for over decades, basically, covering the Bassmaster Classic, and one thing I love about you is your hair game is always strong. And for the first time I'm seeing you with a hat on. Did you go bald or run out of gel?
No, and I went to Ross Dress for Less to find this hat so y'all wouldn't make fun of my hair all day. But I did go get a hat yesterday. Looks like we're going to pick up and leave here in just a second. Jay called this the Promised Land a minute ago, and he really got a smile on his face when he heard you mention that he was a great walleye angler. Jay, a little thumbs up for that, maybe? But he's just been hopping spot to spot, and he called this area the Promised Land, where he caught that 4 3/4 pounder. But he's been getting caught up a lot of sticky stuff down there, whether it be old fishing line or that wood from the brush piles or what have you. But he's been losing a bait or two.
Thank you very much, Robbie. Great stuff as always. And let's move over to a 2-time Bassmaster Classic champion, and he won those back-to-back, a 4-time Bassmaster winner in total. North Carolina's Hank Cherry, and he wants some grand redemption here this week.
Hank Cherry's another angler that just has that little confidence exuding from him, like Brandon Palnick. There's certain anglers, and we're not just saying this. Honestly, you know them better than anyone because every morning, every afternoon, you're face-to-face with every one of these anglers.
Sometimes late at night.
Sometimes late at night and in between. But honestly, some anglers just have that. This is the big dance, and they know it, and they want to fill that locker.
Oof. Costly loss. That hurts. You also have to think, let's be honest. I mean, if you've been on a chat board in the last few weeks, all these guys have heard about, these young guys are taking over the sport. They want to make a statement here.
Yeah. So true. You know that. I know that. They haven't necessarily said that.
I'm going to drag that loose.
You know, one thing is for certain. I mean, you don't want to lose a fish on during the Bassmaster Classic, but if you do, we're going to show it again.
And again. So let's show it. Let's see this. He's got a fish up beside the boat on a jig. He's been, bladed jig, I think, maybe in this case. Right beside the boat, going to lift him. He's in. Oh, That's inches from in the boat right there, literally. That fish could have just as easily fallen in the boat as out.
Then we would have said it was skill, right?
Yes. Oh, yes.
I think he can recover from that. I mean, we've seen him lose a lot bigger fish on this body of water. And that's, as an angler, that's a big part of your game.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, recovering from moments like that.
You have to. You have to. And this is the most difficult week of the year to recover from that, but certainly Hank can.
You know who I miss? I miss our reigning and defending Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, the one and only Stone Cold Kyle Welcher. And he, this morning at Takeoff, also very laser focused and remarkably calm, as he always is.
I really think we're going to see the catches pick up now. The wind is very different than it was this morning.
Evidently, he was listening.
Ooh. Fortunately, that one made it in instead of out. Like
hey, biting a little bit right here. That's 5.
You look at our current Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leaderboard, and there is a lot of names that you're used to seeing a lot higher up in those standings. No better way to turn around your season than have a big Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, just totally change your mindset, your frame of mind. Obviously to the winner, but I think maybe more to your point, a top 10 here would just totally change your momentum going into the rest of the Elite Series. I've mentioned this to you several times, Dave. You recognize the talent in Kyle Welcher before I did, and it's just my bad. It's the only way I know to say it. But
yeah,
now that I pay attention more like I should, he just rolls with the conditions each day, and he's just one of those guys and that's how you win Angler of the Year. You're just not going to have those real bad finishes very often. Had a slower start this year than we've ever seen him have.
Right down through here, you know. It's not bad. I would have liked to caught that one under that dock because I felt like that was a good one.
The way he thinks, that was the first thing that stood out to me. I had a conversation with him, and I'm like, this is the close to perfect mixture of Aaron Martens and Kevin Van Dam. I mean, he has that outside of the box thinking that Aaron so famously always had, thinking of things, seeing things different. And he has a lot of that step on their throat, I want to win that KVD has.
Yeah. Without showing it as much. And that's part of the poker face deal that he has. You know, don't show your hand.
Currently sitting in 21st place. Recently became a brand new daddy. That's a good way to celebrate your Angler of the Year.
Very small fish he had on there.
Not only is this wind, I always find watching this, not only is the wind going to make them bite better most likely, I think it's a switch in the anglers too.
Oh, yeah.
Just that little bit of a change.
Yep. And it's about the time of day where if you've had a slow morning, you need something, you know, and to your point, maybe it's not as much the wind in every single area as it is the confidence in, okay, here we go. Let's start doing what we know we can do and we had success in practice. I'll be interested to see. We saw Jason Christie throw a top water a little bit this morning, a walking bait, caught a small fish or two. Saw Greg Hackney throwing a plopper style top water bait. Well, we're interested to see what the a little chop. You know, too much wind in top water doesn't really go together, but a little bit of wind here could maybe pick that bite up. I'd love to see some top water action in this Bassmaster Classic.
It doesn't look like a big change when you're looking from above the water, but the amazing thing, you know, the more underwater footage that I'm lucky enough to be able to shoot, it amazes me. It literally, the best way to explain what happens under the water is it looks like a strobe light. All of a sudden, you know, you can see so much, but that strobe light makes those fish more comfortable, I would assume. You know, it makes them probably a much more lethal at feeding.
Predator, yeah.
I do love a strobe light.
And Kyle Welcher, you know, he very comfortable picking up this jig, you know, the crankbait, jerkbait. He's, you know, got a lot of rods on the front deck, and unlike some people that just put a lot up there and don't necessarily use them, I was guilty of that sometimes, but he uses all of them up there. You know, have a dozen rods and reels out and use every single one of them. And looks very proficient with, you know, with a jig in his hand, a crankbait, a jerkbait, whatever. Spinning rod, finesse.
From Grand Lake, we head all the way over here to Tulsa, Oklahoma, our host city, and we're hanging out here at the Bass Pro Shops tailgate party, driven by Yokohama Tires, and it's unbelievable. From our vantage point, I can see every entrance to the expo, and there is a lineup to get into and it's Friday.
So I've said this, and I don't know why I say this every year, but I say this thinking, is this year going to be the year where the attendance goes down just a little bit? And it's not. It's not. It goes up. It goes up. I saw them with fork loads of buckets. And we know those buckets in the expo, look out. Lots of free stuff to be given away. But it's great to be here, out here with you, Dave Mercer, and seeing the people lining up. They're about to open the doors. And it's going to be another fantastic Bassmaster Classic.
It's truly a celebration of our sport, and this is the one, the 54th edition of the Bassmaster Classic. Of course, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors. And atop that leaderboard, Cody Huff with 20 pounds even. Jay Shakur behind him, and Lee Livesey has an incredible track record in Bassmaster Classics, Davey Hyde. I mean, I think his worst Bassmaster Classic is 15th or something like that.
Yeah, not many people know that. We need to talk about that a little bit more when we come back. He's definitely someone we need to keep our eyes on.
Our leaderboard will continue to change. The goal to get into Championship Sunday. The first 2 days, the entire field fishes.
All right, here's our man, the leader, through the first 2 days, Rick Klein. All right, he's got to have fish. He's still digging. My goodness. To break the record, he's got to have 11 pounds, 12 ounces to break the all-time record. Let's give it for him, folks. Come on, everybody, stand up. This is the broke all the record. 27 pounds, 7 ounces.
An iconic moment in the history of this sport. One of the many iconic moments that involved that man right there, Rick Clunn, fishing his 50th season of competition. And you see there, two future presidents of the United States on the stage with him. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that on stage. I would be nervous.
Oh, you'd be just fine. We all know that. But it really is incredible to have, at that point, future President Bush and President Clinton standing there on that stage in Arkansas when Rick Clunn at that time broke the all-time record. Did you notice that camera? The guy was like he was backwards reeling a spin cast. I mean, it was unbelievable how things have changed. You go from Rick Clunn winning that event 40 years ago. We see Ben Milliken fishing his first Bassmaster Classic, and the roar of the crowd down at Takeoff today when he was there, along with Jason Christie and a lot of others. Here's somebody that gets a lot of people's attention also, Patrick Walters.
Four-time Bassmaster winner and a three-time Bassmaster Century Club member in a two-way tie with Steve Kennedy for the most Century belts on the Bassmaster Elite Series. wore a spectacular cowboy hat to the Night of Champions. Really, look, I mean.
Yes, he did. Patrick has caught a lot of fish this morning. You can see currently unofficially in 42nd place. Hence, a lot of those fish have been very small fish, just like that one, having to put on the measuring board.
He's a keeper.
He did talk about the fact that he had a different area that he was going to fish in the afternoon. He thought better quality would be there.
So moments ago, we saw that iconic moment with Klon on stage. He told me that is one of the few times in my entire life I saw Ray Scott incredibly nervous. Not because of the people on stage, but he was nervous with what Rick Clunn would say in that moment. Over to the hack attack, Greg Hackney. A little dicey service there, but spinnerbait's working. They still work, Davey Hyde.
They still work.
If this keeps up the way it is, I got to say it. How timely is this? You know, with everything going on in the sport, the great debate that is going on about forward-facing sonar and things changing, yeah. I mean, a good old-fashioned spinnerbait bite. That's about as pure a bass bite as there is.
It really is. Spinnerbait, jig. We've seen quite a few caught on jig this morning. Square bill, flat-side crankbaits. I guess Koya caught a fish or two that we've seen on a jig head minnow using his forward facing, which he's doing that again now, but he's caught half of his fish that we've seen him on live on a spinnerbait. So
still definitely going to play. Gussie told me that was going to be his morning deal. First couple hours, spend some time, obviously. Smelt Nader head, and it's been pretty good to him.
Yes.
But he said he was going to keep that honest, and he felt that as the day went on, that shallow bite gets better anyways.
Yeah. I think that one's a little short, but he just caught that one on a jig.
Boy, him and Christie, man, they don't want that trophy to go to any. They obviously room together, and they just like handing it back and forth year after year. A lot on the line for Gussie this week, because here's the deal. They room together. They room with their beautiful wives. They travel on the road. Great group of people, but the whole deal is the better finisher in the previous tournament gets to pick the right bedroom. And they're like, we generally stay in a place that's got one nice, beautiful master suite, and then there's the doghouse. So he's trying to keep out of the doghouse.
I don't know, back-to-back champions, they should be able to afford a place with 2 master suites, maybe.
Well, it's a relative term. I'm sure his doghouse is palatial.
Exactly. A lot different than mine.
I don't know about that. I mean, you've won some stuff too.
My wife's got a lot of shoes. A lot of shoes.
And so she should. Jeff Gustafson, obviously our defending Bassmaster Classic champion, grew up in a small town, Northern Ontario, Kenora, Ontario, a small town with one of the most incredible independent bass tournaments there is, the Kenora Bass International, KBI. And the whole goal in that is to ride through the tent. They have a giant tent, drive-in way, and then only the top 10 get to go. Boy, he is used to riding into a very big tent now.
Yeah.
But it's an incredible community. It's one of those, when you go to Lake Fork, I mean, every business, it doesn't matter whether it's the hardware store to the funeral parlor. They are all connected to fishing in some way. Right. That's exactly what Kenora is. And the first time I went there 25 years ago, that's long before Gussie was on the Elite Series. You cannot run into an angler that does not talk to you about Jeff Gustafson.
Wow.
It's just that kind of special person.
That's amazing.
Oklahoma's Luke Palmer, and the prodigy, Brandon Palnick. As they're both on the move, let's take a look at all of our catches on the map, and I would say they're aplenty.
Yes, they are. Starting down at the dam, you see a couple right within sight, very short distance of the dam, and then you start working your way up the lake, and you see them getting more plentiful. And we talked about this earlier, from Drowning Creek on all the way up to, I'd say, at least there around Takeoff. A little bit further, all the way up to Horse Creek is where you really see most of the fish catches, and then you go on up and a few in the Elk River, and then on up the main river there. You see it kind of thin out a little bit, but that's the central body of this water seems to, no matter what year we've ever been here for the Classic or the Elites, really from Horse Creek down to probably 8 or so miles from the dam, that's where it goes down every single time. We've seen tournaments won outside of that, but that's where you see most of the catches are, and it is certainly the same today with those catches.
And if Shoreline is a major player here, this almost 47,000 acre reservoir has about 1,400 miles of shoreline.
And in that 1,400 miles of shoreline, there are about 1,200 miles of boat docks that you have to navigate to get to the real shoreline. I really have seen a big change. I went out the other day for the first time in, 5 or 6 years I've been on Grand Lake. I don't know, something like that. And a lot more boat docks, a lot more development around the lake, as most lakes around the country you see, but certainly here. The community boat docks are a big deal here. You don't see many single docks. You see a lot of them with 3 to about 10 slips in them, and they take up a lot of the shoreline, access to the shoreline for the fishermen.
I asked Gussie the other day, we had a conversation about his reign as Classic champ, and we got talking. I was like, Kenora, such an incredible community, so fishing eccentric. I said, did they name a street after you or anything? He said, no, they didn't do that. But I did get Gussie's reading corner in the library. So if you are in Kenora, and hey, Kenora, I know you're listening. Why not have Gussie Boulevard?
Yeah.
I mean, he's earned it. Especially.
At least Gussie cul-de-sac.
Yeah, something. You got any streets named after you, Davey?
Not that I know of.
We'll work on it this week. I think we can make it happen. I mean, it might be spray paint, but it'll be named after you. 4 box right now. And 2 Bassmaster Classic champions on that 4 box and 2 Angler of the Years on the other side.
Pretty cool 4 box there, isn't it?
Very cool. Hey, here's a story from Takeoff. I mean, the hits keep coming. The main event, Tyler Williams. I love that kid. Wears no shoes or anything. It is pouring rain this morning. Never mind that. Earlier this week, rode his first escalator ever in his life. Made it to the Bassmaster Classic. And that... Sorry, I was throwing out. There's a guy with a sign with my name on the back there. I thought I was being told to wrap up or something. So he made his first escalator ride earlier this year, or earlier this week. Well, today it's pouring rain. Everybody's bundled up. He has his tournament jersey on. He's standing there just soaking wet, and I'm like, "Are you not uncomfortable?" He's like, "No, I didn't realize I was wet till you mentioned it."
He is really a joy to be around.
Awesome.
And keep in mind, he was barefooted and didn't have a coat on. He's from Maine, so, a 50-degree rain in Maine is like July-ish.
It was stuck and broke free and darted off to the side, but I wasn't sure. It was different.
I mean, you might say a 50-degree rain is not pain. In Maine. Evidently, just like losing bass, we can relive them, and we will relive it here. Tyler Williams I mean,
You're
he's soaked.
standing here barefooted on your boat. What is, you don't, everyone else is bundled up in rain gear and you are soaking wet. What is wrong with you?
This is the nicest morning we've had. It's at least warm outside. It's like my second shower of the morning.
Nice. How are you going to block out all of this hoopla? I mean, fishing is a sport that is supposed to be peaceful and quiet, and it's like the Bassmaster Classic does everything except that. How are you going to block this out and perform here today?
I don't know. Pressure and hype doesn't really get to me too much. I mean, I'm just going to go to do the same thing I always do. It's just how many boats are behind me watching me. So I don't know what to expect. We'll see. I'm having fun with it, though. It's fun. I have a bunch of people from back home down here. It's great to see them. I don't know. I've just cruise control just from the opens all the way to here, so keep on going.
Been awesome to see. Can't wait to see you on stage.
It's a Bassmaster Classic. Things are different. Sometimes you got to use 2 microphones, but he is truly a joy. I mean, that's what fishing is. That giggle, that just infectious excitement that he has is. Keep your eye on this kid. He's got a very bright future.
Just his attitude. He just truly loves to be here.
No. Yeah, it's just the boat lift, like when you sit in the seat versus sitting forward, the bow won't lift, and so it just has a lot more drag. Mm-hmm. So it's just plowing water more. That one will cool.
I like to hear is that one will cool right when he hooks up.
Stay on there. We got him. He was up there shallow. He was shallow. Shallow. Not a giant, but he will help the cause.
It didn't take Brandon Palnick very long to make his mark in this sport. Obviously a former Bass Nation national champion. And there he is in his very first Bassmaster Classic, 2011 in Louisiana. And I remember the story he told on stage. He said it was so foggy in there. He knew there was other boats fishing that area, but he didn't know who it was. And then all of a sudden, somebody said, "That looks like a good one, Kevin." And he said, "I know who Kevin is. I think I'm in a good area."
Boy, it's so long ago. Doesn't seem like that long ago, but a very young Brandon Palnick in 2011.
Nearly as good with my left hand.
Actually got a whistle from Brian Kerschel's dad and blew it on stage in honor. That was his classic. Everybody has a classic that makes them want to chase this dream. Watching Brian Kerschel from the Bass Nation win that's what drove Brandon Palnick. And Jason Christie, he's driven by success, and he has had a lot of it. No matter where he's fishing, it is incredible if you look at his track record.
Fishing a jig here this afternoon. Wanted win. That's the most win we've seen around him so far, but the fish might help him a little.
He's bigger than that. That smallmouth out of here, maybe that's the bad juju.
Told me at Takeoff.
Finally get that smallmouth out of this boat.
That was a smallmouth he just released. He said, get that smallmouth out of his boat. But we've seen him hold blue trophies over his head with smallmouth, so it's not like it's something he should be allergic to.
Had him on the podcast this week, and he was kind of trying to goad Gussie into just go smallmouth fishing, he said. Well, he did tell me this morning, though. He said, I have a lot of areas that I'm going to fish. I know a lot, but I do not have a spot that I can tell you I'm going to, guarantee this is a point where I'm going to catch him. He says, I have a lot of areas. I'm going to knock on a lot of doors today.
You have to keep your eye on him no matter if he's way up in the standings or not. He had a dream just last week that he would start the Classic very slow but still hold the trophy over his head on Sunday.
Top that leaderboard right now, Cody Huff, 20 pounds even. Jay Shakur right behind him, and Lee Livesey with 16 pounds and an ounce. And this tournament is one that, I mean, they all want to win it. But with what he has accomplished, he wants this so bad. It's going to be an incredible event, and it's hard to believe it's just day number 1. This party's just going to keep getting better and better.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
The Super Bowl of bass fishing, the Catalina wine mixer of bass tournaments, call it what you want. It's the 54th edition of the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Jockey Outdoors. Atop the leaderboard, Cody Huff with 20 pounds even. And look, Kyle Patrick, Elite Series rookie. Man, he is making his mark in this sport. In his day number 1, he's found himself all the way up to 4th place. Drew Cook, happy to find out that he's here safe. Saw him run a red light this morning.
Oh, boy.
Our marathon peak performance, of course, belongs to our tournament leader, Cody Huff. And that looks like a pretty good day on Grand Lake of the Cherokee.
Certainly is for Cody Huff. Marathon peak performance, and started off a little slow, to be honest with you. Where he caught these fish shouldn't have taken him all that long to run there, but once he got started at 9:08 a.m., then things happened. Look at there. 1, 2, 3 4-pounders. One of them a little over 4.5 pounds, all within about 45 minutes there for Cody Huff. That's the way you want to start a Bassmaster Classic. Not necessarily a lot of fish, but 4-pounder, 4.8, 4-pounder. You keep doing that, he will win this term if he keeps catching those fish that size. We've seen a lot of fish caught today, but most of them are the anglers putting them on the board, measuring them, and make sure they're just even keepers. Cody Huff has not done that, and that's why he's atop the leaderboard.
Well, Robbie Floyd may have let us down in his hair game today. I mean, I'm let down by that, but one thing that he does never let us down is delivering the goods, and he has found our tournament leader, Cody Huff.
Absolutely. You knew I had to find him somewhere, and he was in a place that I could not get to, and Davey was exactly right. It had to be some skinny water, and where he was to catch his 4th and 5th. So I have to move up here. Sorry, the 4th and 5th fish he caught, and he said he caught a couple of good ones in that skinny water. Using a crankbait early to much success, and that's why I put him up at the top of the leaderboard. Now you see he's big fish hunting. He actually has a swim bait and hitting all of these docks right here. In the past 5 minutes, he's caught 2.5 pounders, something like that, but he's got a 3.5 as his small fish. So he needs a good-sized fish just to kick out that dink of 3.5 pounds. There's a lot of anglers in his field wishing they had those 3.5 pounders, but he's already sitting at 20. He's going in big fish territory. I'm going to try and catch up to him really quick. The thing that he was amazed at is when we were in this one little channel swing that he was throwing to some docks at just a moment ago, he saw either Christie or Milliken make a run by and about 30 boats following him. And he's like, that is absolutely crazy. I don't know how they can handle stuff like that. And I said, well, if you're the leader after day 1, you're going to get to see a little taste of that tomorrow. But right now they don't know where you're at. So I'm going to get up here and get a little closer. Might get a little word out of him possibly, but you can see the depth. This is a pretty steep drop-off over here. Where I'm sitting is probably between 20 and 30 foot of water. Most of the day I've been in 10 foot or less of water. So this is actually some deeper stuff with these docks that, of course, we know that the bottom of these docks heat up quicker than just about anything. And he's hoping some of these fish are on these channel swings right here on this outside. Trying to get up here fast. He's hauling booty.
So Robbie, real quick, and I know you may not have been able to talk to him very much. I get it. Thank you so much for finding him, and we're able to see the leader here thanks to you. But do you know if he's a long way from where he caught those fish in the skinny water? Has he gone back a lot closer to Takeoff? Is he still in that same general area, but deep enough
say
water?
A mile. What would you say? Maybe a mile from where he caught those fish earlier. About that, maybe 2 miles total from where he caught those fish earlier. And they were all in the same general area. It's just some of them were caught deeper into a pocket. When I say deeper, I mean some were, considerably deeper, but all the way in that back end of the pocket. Right now, he's out more Main Lake looking type stuff and hitting all these docks with the swim bait.
So it's really exactly where you want to be in a Bassmaster Classic, to have the luxury to change up, move locations, somewhat practicing, looking for bigger fish, things that maybe could come into play later in the week when the wind picks up. Robbie, did he talk about having a plan A or plan B, anything like that coming into today? I understand you probably haven't talked to him a whole lot, but is this something just totally different baits than he was using earlier?
Well, yeah, it is. He was cranking earlier to catch those fish. Generally, even in that skinnier water, he said he was using the same thing. He was still cranking. This is big fish stuff. I mean, you're exactly right. He's got what he wants. Everybody wants 20 pounds, and then you go hunt for the big one. And you can see he's caught a couple of fish. He's picking up, getting ready to go. All right, what's the thought now? Davey wants to know a direction. What's going on in your head? Okay, so he said he is going to work his way up, and that's what I had on my notes yesterday. He said, I'm going to start down low, work my way up, find a little bit more color, and that's where he's at right now. But, yeah, he's big fish hunting right now. He got that magic 20, and now he's just looking to really upgrade.
Great stuff from Robbie Floyd, chasing down our leader. And good news is, thank you, Robbie. We'll let you get back to chasing him because it looks like he's moving and grooving. But the good news is, we won't have to chase him tomorrow. With 20 pounds, we know we're going to have a camera with Cody Huff tomorrow.
But it's so nice to have Robbie Floyd out there. Decades of experience doing just this in the Bassmaster Classic. For him to be on the variety of anglers and to find the leader like he has today, we really appreciate him.
Not just Bassmaster Classic experience. I mean, he has worked everything from the Olympics to the X Games to eating competitions.
Things, but this is the Classic.
Now over to two-time Bassmaster Classic champion, Hank Cherry, currently sitting in 6th place. And as you said, Davey, this is the Classic. There is certain anglers that...
Whoa, oh, boy.
Smallest fish, 2-4.
Like that with the assist off the dock.
Now, he's an angler we've seen catch quite a few fish today, but he hasn't caught anything under 2 pounds, it looked like to me. I think, as most anglers do, he's underestimating them by a little bit. If he smallest one was 2.4, it might actually be 2.6 or 2.8, something like that. But he's not caught those 14 inchers like we've seen so many of today. He's, and I attribute that partly to a lot of them being on a bigger jig, fishing shallow with that jig this time of year on Grand Lake. You don't expect to catch a lot of 12 to 13 inchers, but we have seen quite a few of those this morning, but Hank Cherry's not one of the anglers doing that.
Okay. I gotta do some. Huh? Yeah, I gotta do some calculating here. Gotta put him on this side.
Do a little culling. It felt like going into this event, the majority of the anglers I talked to, it felt like the feeling going into this is you're going to have to be very fluid. You're going to have to, Grand is famous for that, here today, gone tomorrow, but it had a different feeling going into this event. Do you agree, Davey?
Yeah, absolutely, and I was just thinking there, Koya Fujita's got a small fish. I was just thinking that, and I'm not just saying this. I really is really starting to sink in with me with Hank Cherry. How similar this event looks to the way he started Guntersville, and how with the forecast that we have, colder morning tomorrow morning, then the wind blowing a lot on Sunday, jerkbait. Oh, jerkbait might come into play. And it is just really setting up for an angler that, you know, he has 2 trophies already. He knows how to play this particular game, and I call it a game. I'm not saying that lightly, this big game in our sport. So when you see that, but then I think we all agreed, you, I, Zona, Tommy, we talked, Robbie Floyd some last night too. It's going to take a mixture of patterns and baits to win this classic.
Definitely call something.
Luke Palmer, one of our 2 Oklahoma anglers in the field. Obviously, Jason Christie and Luke Palmer. Says that one will call. And look at the flowing mane of the next big thing, Ben Milliken. I mean, just when you think he can't get any cooler. Had a top knot at the Night of Champions. I think that's what's referred to. Looked like a, I'm not sure. Like
so I'm a little torn, I must say. You're a hair guy. You like, you pay attention to people's hair more than I do, but that's all cool. That's all cool. But with Ben Milliken and Brandon Polinick in the same 4-box, and you call Polinick the prodigy, I know you love you some Polinick, and I do too. Everybody does. I do. But I hear you talking more about Ben Milliken's hair than the prodigy himself.
Well, I mean, he's definitely got better hair than the prodigy. Listen, here's one of the coolest things at Takeoff this morning. I was absolutely surrounded by media, Bass media, independent media. You know, there was 30, 40 of them around me at Takeoff. The response from the crowd was, if not the loudest, it was him and Christie that got the biggest pops. And the cool moment was, as soon as that stopped, the entire media around me was like, wow, like audibly wow.
Surprised
they all noticed,
people.
like, just
opened a lot of people's eyes.
This weekend, no matter how he finishes in this tournament, there is going to be a sea of 402 red jerseys rolling around here. Ben Milliken is that thing. He really is. I mean, he's a lightning rod for our sport.
Yeah. I love to see it. Love to see it. Rising tide raises all boats. And I mean, I think every angler that fishes the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, period, should like to see someone like him bring people into our sport.
And it's, I mean, storybook, basically. We've had one other angler come from Nebraska. He was 34 years old as well, and his name was Denny Brower.
Yes, absolutely. Incredible to think about that. They started at the same age.
I bet you Milliken held out. I mean, he could have been here a few years ago. He said, I'll just hold out. It'll make the story better. It's officially unofficial until they come right back there to the BOK Center. 4:30 this afternoon, we're going to have a weigh-in, and we're going to find out. I mean, the amount of people rolling around here, it is amazing the amount of people that are here already. It is going to be a showdown, a throwdown, a big fish mowdown, and it all happens at 4:30 Eastern. And hey, when you're the reigning champion, you get the Yeti hot seat.
Yep.
Who's going to be our leader?
Who's going to be our leader? So I'm not going to bet against Cody Huff. Obviously, he's got a sizable lead now, but I don't think he's the guy that's necessarily going to get that seat from Gutsy today. It could be someone else. The fishing should be much better this afternoon. We often say that. I truly mean that. The wind picking up, the fishing should be better this afternoon.
What does the cold do tomorrow, real quick?
I don't know. You put me on the spot.
Time.
Sorry, you said quick, and I can't quick.
Oh, well.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. This is the 54th edition of the Classic. This one presented by Jockey Outdoors. We're in Tulsa, Oklahoma for the 3rd time for a World Championship. And we are sponsored by Minn Kota. Our live coverage, Bassmaster Live. We got another couple of hours for you here coming up of coverage till we take you up to 3 o'clock local time, 4 o'clock Eastern time. And our anglers will head in and begin the long process of getting back here to Tulsa for the weigh-in. Cody Huff of Missouri, the man on top with 20 pounds. First angler to 20 pounds, Jay Shakur in second place with 16 pounds and 12 ounces. Lee Livesey helping his way up the leaderboard. We've also seen some great performances from the likes of Hank Cherry and others. And Davey Hite, Mark Zona, we know we got a lot more to unwind before we know what the final verdict is on this day, right?
We definitely do. Cody Huff made a move mid-morning and then finished it off. He had those 3 4-pounders to start with this morning and then finished it off, got a good solid limit. He has left that area where he caught those better fish, now fishing for big ones.
Yeah, and really, if you kind of look at what we've seen, it definitely was off, except for a couple anglers. Jay Shakur, Cody Huff early this morning. It has definitely warmed up outside right now, and I saw you with Mercer on the Dave and Davey show talking about, how, with the temps that we're going to have tonight going into tomorrow morning, high 30s, I think the one thing that could kind of trump those cold temps is if we end up having some sort of wind tomorrow morning to activate something, because the sheet of glass this morning definitely it was off as a whole as far as seeing. Look, you saw a lot of males being caught this morning, but not a lot of those 3.5 pounders.
Even the guys that scope a lot. Yeah. We talk about they like calm water, but it's still hard to get those fish to bite when it was as calm as it was this morning.
All right, well, let's get you caught up if you're just joining up with us. Going to enjoy the last couple of hours of Bassmaster Live at the Classic. Let's go for our Yamaha Midday Report, starting with Koya Fujita.
Exactly, and Koya Fujita kind of getting on the bank a little bit. Got to see a few fish early this morning, one right here on a spinner bait. He did not stay up there long, Davey Hite, our guy Koya Fujita, one of the best that there is with forward-facing sonar, unofficially sitting in 25th place right now, just under 11 pounds, but still a lot of day left for the young Japanese angler.
Absolutely. I must tell you, I really enjoyed seeing him catch those fish on a double willow leaf spinner bait, and he just showed them straight to the camera. I think he even told us it's a 3/8 ounce double willow leaf, whatever kind of spinner bait he keeps in his box. I don't know, but it wasn't a spider thingy that we never get to
I
really
noticed
see.
one thing. When he's using a bait caster, he'll tell us anything on a spinning rod, not generally from there. Brandon Polinick had a great classic here years ago, unofficially sitting in 19th place. Really the majority of his work throughout practice with a Megabass crankbait, and he was on him. He was one of the anglers that said, I'm definitely catching them. We did see him lose one big one earlier today, still with a solid stringer and a lot of time left. 11 pounds and 12 ounces unofficially for Polinick, fishing in an area of the lake that is replenished, in the Wolf Creek area that just has a lot of bass, an area that we've seen in years past here on Grand Lake. Brandon Polinick.
Yeah, and certainly with him throwing that crankbait, the lack of wind hurt him this morning.
Here's your Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leader, co-leader right now in this 2024 season, Ben Milliken.
Ben Milliken at Takeoff this morning, Dave Mercer said, had quite the crowd there between him and Jason Christie on how many fans and the noise that was created. That's incredible.
Wondering if that in any way, he obviously was chill as could be this morning. This area right here, he said, was loaded with largemouth. He said one of the biggest problems using forward-facing sonar, if you were not tuned in earlier this morning, there's just a lot of other fish. And when I say a lot of other fish in Grand Lake, he said it's one of the weirdest places. You'll see bait balls with drum, catfish right under the surface. Key has been finding areas with just largemouth grouped together. And Wednesday was a big day for Milliken because he had a rough weekend last week.
Two-time Bassmaster Classic winner Hank Cherry from 20 and 21 won both of them.
Yeah, this tournament really setting up good.
Yes.
Just the weather conditions, the fact that Hank Cherry has 2 classic trophies and came real close, finished second here in his rookie season on the Elite Series. The forecast and seeing the way Hank Cherry is fishing today and the forecast we have coming, a colder morning in the morning, hopefully some wind tomorrow and then a lot of wind on Sunday. Sets up really well for Hank Cherry, currently unofficially in 4th place with 15 pounds, 10 ounces, and I'm saying that's a little light.
I agree with that, Davey, and really if you look at where Hank Cherry is from, this lake sets up very well for him. A great dock fisherman, equally as powerful with a bladed jig or a jerk bait, something he used in years past, and Very slow and steady. No giants in his live well, but all quality for Hank Cherry. And the majority of his damage today has been done with a jig.
Let's talk about Shakur. It held the lead for most of the morning.
Yeah, really interesting. Unofficially, Shakur in second place with 16 pounds, 12 ounces. That might even be a little light, but I don't think it's a whole lot light. But somewhere around about 17 pounds, I think he may have. But here's the deal. Robbie Floyd went to watch an angler that we thought was going to start in a good area, would know where to catch him, Kenta Kimura. And there was one other angler there, Shakur, and he ended up catching him better than Kenta.
We always give Robbie the tip of the cap that he gets to the leader quick. Robbie got a little lucky this morning, bumping right into Shakur, fishing a lot of mid-depth range, stop signs, areas before they go to spawn, 5 to 12 feet of water, isolated brush piles, bouncing around with a jerkbait and a jig. That was your Yamaha Midday Report, Bassmaster Live, day one of this year's Bassmaster Classic.
Let's go out and talk to Ben Milliken. Not talk to, but watch, actually, Ben Milliken. He'll do the talking. He usually does because he's good at it. Ben Milliken now down at 10th place, I believe it is.
I'm a bet man. I'm saying he's got a jerkbait on a brush pile right now and hooked up.
How is he so aggressive? Two ounces.
Two-ounce upgrade for Ben Milliken. He doesn't have anything larger than 3 pounds in his boat as it stands right now, so he's got to find some way to get the size in the right direction here. Back over to Luke Palmer. Luke Palmer from Oklahoma.
Gosh, dang it.
While we're gone, Bryant Smith got our Mercury Big Bass a 513.
Wow.
A couple of those go a long way.
Exact same time, Drew Cook caught a 5-0.
Picking up. Picking up.
Good God.
Oh.
Yes! We go. Gosh. I just lost that one that I just said I lost. Same cast was the same size as her. That's a big one.
It's going to move him up. Smallest fish, 1 pound, 4 ounces.
Jeez, thank you, Lord. Oh, man.
4-pound cull could get him in our top 10.
Well, that's a cull. All right, we get it. You're mad.
Well, that is a good call. That is a needed call right there on day one of a classic.
Yeah. Can you imagine the pressure that just was lifted off of him being home state classic?
Yeah, we're going to take it and call it right now. We have waited for one of those. We have been wrapped up in a numbers game, and usually a numbers game here on Grand Lake. You're going to see some big ones. Finally, big shot right here from Oklahoma angler Luke Palmer getting out there with his forward-facing sonar. Big pre-spawn Grand Lake bass right there. A massive call, and we're a little bit worried at our midday break if we're going to see some big ones today.
We've seen that. Suits just called out 2 over 5, and then Luke Palmer catching that one and said he had one just that size that he missed just earlier in that same cast. So big things coming, hopefully.
I guarantee you a lot of our local friends that fish this lake know exactly where that bass got caught right there. Power pole replay of the day. It is you, Luke Palmer, my friend.
And bam, Justin Hamner, 5-pounder, 17.5 on the day, second place.
This day's been a grind big time for me. Nothing's really worked of what I wanted to. I mean, I wanted to catch them cranking, jerking. I've caught them jerking a lot. I've caught a ton of fish today. I don't know how many, probably 30, 40 fish. But it's just I have not got a good bite. And I had this little backup deal, and I said I can pull in here and normally catch a couple of decent spots. So I pull in here and catch a 2.5, then I just catch a largemouth that we don't know how big she is, but she's not small. It was just one of them, not necessarily a fluke deal, but I mean, I did not expect to pull in here and catch one like that. I honestly was trying to catch me some 2.5 to 3 pound spots and just kind of more or less salvage because it's been tough. I mean, every area I've been to that I've caught them out of and practice, what few I caught, has been very unproductive. I mean, I've caught a bunch of fish, but it's like the females haven't moved up yet, but I noticed the water temperature has really, it didn't fall like I thought it would. It has actually warmed up a couple of degrees and has been real stable. So I think that's what's kind of, maybe that's what's changed my fish, because where I was catching them out, they were definitely pre-spawners moving right up there, and I don't know if they went ahead and pushed on back. I know the shad are in the very back ends. I mean, that fish I caught this morning, they were all schooling. I mean, I caught a limit there, and it didn't seem like 5 minutes. So it's definitely changing. I've not adjusted. I mean, where I'm at, this is complete pre-spawn spot. It's ideal for them to be staged up right here, but I think I might overstay my welcome though by now, because I'm not seeing any more like I was. But we got a late check-in, so I mean, anything can happen. I mean, if I catch another 2 decent fish, I'll be all right for tomorrow. I'm gonna have to catch 2 or 3 more decent ones though. Really cull out everything I got, except that one big one.
One big one went in as a 5.8, which explains the jump from 17th to 9th place for Luke Palmer.
Got a couple of our Opens champs in the top 10. Kyle Patrick with consistency, a bunch of 3-pounders, and Adam Rasmussen with a big one.
Yes, and
5.5.
One of the things we are definitely seeing on Grand Lake right now is a lot of the anglers were spread out, but really throughout the day so far,
one off.
general one region of the lake, and it's a region that we've covered in years past. The majority of your leaders are now in.
Ain't gonna help. I don't think so.
I think somebody caught about 20 that size
just made
today.
this one up.
I think you're exactly right.
Remember?
Boy, wind really picking up here in downtown Tulsa, probably on its way to the lake.
But, 290. But if it's like the other day, female got it after that. And that was the one I shook. That one ain't gonna help either.
21.
Yeah, that's
21st fish that size he's caught today.
Wow.
Ooh.
Didn't even weigh it.
No.
Ooh. I think he does have a little more than.
He said there was
15-10.
a very specific thing about the boat docks he is concentrating on, where there's black floats on the back side of that dock. The closest that those black floats are to heat up near the shore, the best docks. If the black floats are 10 feet out from the shore, not so much. Davey, I'm not going to lie. It is fun to see somebody skipping a jig under boat docks.
It sure is.
It's the good old days. It's the good old days. Glorious drone shot of Grand Lake of the Cherokees.
Tyler Williams said at the meeting the other day, I think we're going to see a shallow water bead down, and he's one of our offshore guys, and he said, I think it'll be good for the sport this week. That's what the young rookie was wise beyond his years, that it was going to be good for the sport.
Has he been barefoot today? Do we know?
Oh, if not, it's his orange sandals.
Okay.
This morning at Takeoff, they just showed us some footage a few minutes ago before you guys came back that he had his tournament jersey on, no jacket, short pants, sandals, standing in the pouring rain.
Sandals, all right.
Told Dave Mercer he didn't even realize it was raining until he just told him that.
No worries.
He said 55 and rain is warm in Maine.
I said that's the exact same way it happened the other day.
Told me he does own shoes.
Just like to
He
find
does not wear them on the boat. If it's cold, he just
one
wears some
female,
thick wool
nobody.
socks.
Soggy, thick wool socks on a bass boat.
Yeah, nothing
Feels
better.
Pretty good. Nothing better.
Drew Cook up to 5th place. Is called up to 15 pounds, 14 ounces.
I think he's one of the anglers that you and I discussed a week or so ago thought would be doing really good here on day one.
Yes.
Just find that one that nobody else has found.
Boy, a couple guys who would really love some Hank Cherry's 3-pounders. Jason Christie with 8 1/4. Patrick Walters with almost 7. And Hackney stuck on 5 pounds, 2 fish.
Kind of thought we might have stumbled onto a trend of bigger fish, but this one with Luke Palmer.
Yeah, that's a game changer right there on day one for Luke Palmer. How big is that fish, Z? It's kind of hard to tell.
It is
6-pounder, maybe?
Very
They
close.
put it in as 5'8". I think
a high
that's
five.
generous. I mean, that's not generous. So Luke Palmer, one of the Oklahoma favorites coming in here, changing his outlook and one stroke of the rod there.
2 or 3.
He's got a late check-in time. He said that, so that means he's got more than 2 hours to fish.
Thank you, Lord.
So Luke Palmer and the rest will soldier on when we come back. Okay. The BOK Center, the weigh-in coming from that place, about 4:30 Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com. You can check out all the action, see who the real leaders are. We make all the weights official there. It's day one weigh-in. Cody Huff of Missouri, the man on top with 20 pounds. Justin Hamner, big move up the leaderboard there for him in the last 20 minutes. Caught a giant there. Put himself up to 17 pounds and 8 ounces. Jay Shakur of Wisconsin. And Lee Livesey pretty close there in 3rd and 4th place. Lee Livesey, Drew Cook, Hank Cherry, Kyle Patrick, Tyler Williams, Adam Rasmussen, and Luke Palmer. You know, yesterday here, before we got started here, a new event here. Progressive Celebrity Pro-Am, celebrating Progressive's involvement, increased involvement in the Bassmasters Classic.
Well, I'm excited to be here with my good buddy John. You're not first, you're last.
We have an unfair advantage, to be honest with you, with Travis in the boat. He's so skilled at many things that he does. They wanted to kind of bring us down a little bit, so they're like, Travis, can you fish for this rod? So, you know, this is kind of puts us, evens the playing field a little bit.
Yo, man, y'all know what time it is. Your boy Hood Fishing. I'm with Christie and Cherry, and we're going to get them, man.
This is Lake Skiatook in Oklahoma here. Have you ever caught a smallmouth before?
Never caught
Dang. Hey.
First time.
Yes.
That's a nice one, man.
Yes, yes.
We're on the board.
Yeah, let's go! You see this? It's over the 12, everybody.
Taking home the first 2024 Bassmaster Classic Progressive Celebrity Pro-Am presented by Bass Pro Shop. No other than Chris Zaldane and Hood Fishing, 64.75.
The winners, and I'll start with this. Hood Fishing Entertainment is entertaining because Hood Fishing catches them. Here's the winner.
Yes.
Welcome to the set here, Hood Fishing Entertainment. Great to have you here. First time to the Classic?
Thank you for having me here. Yes.
Yeah.
First time in the Classic.
All right. What do you think?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everything fishing.
Yes.
So Sanders and I know your name is Hood Fishing Entertainment. That is what you go by.
That's what I mean, that's not my government name, but that's what I go by.
Are we okay going with that with you?
Yes, sir.
Here's what I'm going to ask you about fishing that Celebrity Pro-Am. I'm kind of tight with Randy Moss, Cody Cannon from Whiskey Myers. Before it began, not having a lot of experience on smallmouth bass, did you feel a little bit outmanned, or was the confidence there?
Nah, the confidence was there. And then Chris, my partner.
Zaldane.
Yes, Chris Zaldane, he made sure he put me right where I had to be at. He let me know, like, what to do, how slow to go, how fast to go, how to jig it. And once I got that first bite, it was like,
I watch a lot of your content. You are all about momentum. Do you feel, coming off of Skiatook, winning that, if you were on Grand Lake today, that there's a possibility you would win this Classic?
Big possibility.
See what I told you, Sanders? He has come to play.
How else are you going to do it if you don't have that attitude? Absolutely.
I feel like that's why I won. I came with a winning mindset.
Yeah,
you know,
that's it. That gets it done sometimes.
Right.
We'll take a look at something going on here. I want you to tell us what's going on in this shot right here.
Yeah, what's happening
This is a very
here?
memorable moment.
What's going on here?
I was at the pier, and I actually seen a shark coming through, and I had just caught some bait fish, so I cut it up, threw it out there. Within like 5 minutes, he bit it, gave me a fight for like 30 minutes, and then there was a lot of people there. I brought them up to the shore. They took pictures for me, and I walked them out and released them.
You kind of like hand wrestled him.
Yeah.
Has that happened often to you, Hood Fishing Entertainment?
Yes, I go fishing. I catch sharks a lot, you know. I had just caught a big one like 2 weeks before that, but I just didn't get good recording because it was nighttime.
Where was that? Where did that take place?
Bokeelia, Florida.
Bokeelia, Florida. Is that sort of home area for you?
Yes, sir. I'm from Fort Myers, Florida. Okay. But I've been in Cape Coral, Bokeelia, Sanibel, Captiva, all that a lot.
And that's where you learned to fish?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Who taught you to fish?
My Uncle Nelson, my dad, you know, just watching them growing up, it kept me like at it.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you are a multi-species guy, if ever there is one. Tell me what are the 5 top species for you?
You say my 5 top species?
Yeah.
I say bass. I like peacock bass, snook, red drum.
Oh, yeah.
And last but not least, I'll say, it's hard because there's so many I like. I'll say crappies, even though they small. I like them.
Smallmouth not on there yet, but they're going to get there.
Smallmouth not on there because that was my first time catching one. So in Florida, we don't have them.
Okay.
So it's like my 5 species is those because that's what I'm always used to going to get.
All honesty, what you dominate YouTube, the whole social media deal, and you win the Celebrity Pro-Am, and there was some sticks in that event. What is next for you for Hood Fishing Entertainment?
I'm just going to stick to what I do and let God plan his eye. It's God's plan.
Saw a great video of you when you arrived in Oklahoma. You stopped the car and went and tried and touched the sign. To touch the sign, that was great.
Say, it's God's plan, man. I just was riding and I say, hey, pull over real quick. You know, I just want to run into the sign. It's you know, it's a good feeling knowing where I come from and making it like getting a chance to come here and show my skill. You know, it just felt good. I told her pull over, ran, and I wasn't trying to fall though. I was trying to slap the sign and end up falling.
I saw that, but you do have a lot of speed. I did notice. You,
I used to play football.
What position?
Slot receiver.
I could see that. There was a lot of speed. You take Sanders and I shark fishing in the next year. We will take you smallmouth fishing, Hood Fishing Entertainment.
That's a deal.
That's a done deal right there. Is what it is, Tommy Sanders.
Hood Fishing Entertainment is with us today. Great job yesterday in the Celebrity Pro. Great job in
real
all that
quick,
stuff.
you won a boat also.
Yes.
What are you doing with the boat?
Well, when I get back to Florida, I plan to go get it, and I plan to go out with Scott Martin at Lake Okeechobee. He told me we could break it in. So hopefully we get the chance to break it in with him.
Hood Fishing Entertainment, let's go.
Let's go.
Cody Huff, the man in the lead right now with 20 pounds. Justin Hamner now pulled up into second place. Stronger second place there. 17 pounds and 8 ounces. Jay Shakur at 16-12. Lee Livesey, Drew Cook, Hank Cherry, Kyle Patrick, Tyler Williams. A couple of rookies from the Elite Series in there as well. More to come. Don't go away. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors, is sponsored by Mercury, by PowerPole, and by Progressive Insurance. Get deeper into the afternoon here. Some of our anglers have about an hour and a half's worth of fishing time, not traveled, not included. Some of them have a later check-in time, so possibly a chance to do more damage before it's done. You want to catch some big ones before you come in here and get yourself off to a good start. Only 3 days in this Bassmaster Classic, not 4 days like the most of our elite qualifiers fish. Goes by very, very quickly, this entire event.
Yes.
Each day goes by so fast.
Davey, we had a great time with Hood Fishing Entertainment. Dude won a boat, and most people that you know, they win a boat, they sell it. He looked at me at commercial break. He's like, no, I'm keeping that thing.
That's
awesome. Goes, that's one of many to come. That's awesome.
That's right.
Hey, he beat out the second place Rick Clunn and Randy Moss.
Yes.
He beat him out.
Cody Cannon and John Suckup.
Got a little rival going on with a slot receiver and a wide receiver.
Right,
a pretty good wide receiver, by the way.
It's Luke Palmer live. Just caught a 5.8 just 20 minutes ago.
This there might help him.
Spots are hard to judge when they're so dang short and fat like he is.
Palmer's got a couple 2.2s in his 5.
I've got a lot of.
We're talking about Tyler Williams, who caught a 4-pounder and got to 14.7, and he's in our top 10.
I kind of want to weigh her just for the hell of it, but then I probably don't want my feelings let down. It's gonna help me.
Yes.
Take from Luke Palmer over to Julia Fujita. Do you know the rules of that tournament they fished yesterday?
Go ahead.
The team, the pro couldn't fish until a celebrity caught one.
Caught a fish.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, so it made it a little bit more of a challenge.
Well, I could promise you, I have spent quality time on the water and off with Randy Moss. He wasn't real happy not winning that boat.
No.
I can promise that.
True competitor. He's not happy with second place.
No.
Doesn't matter what it is.
What?
Were you a little offended that Hood Fishing put crappie ahead of smallmouth?
Little bit.
You were, weren't you? I was kind of liking it out there.
I called him on it, too.
One critter.
Joey Cifuentes' fish showed up on Bass Trek. He's got almost 13 pounds. He's at 14th place.
guys, we've seen a lot of shift in our leaderboard the last few minutes, especially with people popping into bass tracks. Some guys finally getting culls in and upgrading past their limit. And just wanted to talk and touch base on Bassmaster or Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, because it is kind of heavy in each bucket. To think that Jason Christie was the 4th highest person picked because of some of the momentum Tyler Williams and some others had is very interesting. But the way we did the buckets this year for the Classic, it's a little different than our Elite Series events. We put all the heavy hitters in bucket A and the next tier of heavy hitters, and then all of our first-year Classic guys, honestly, are around that bucket D and E range. So that's how they lay out. No specific order for some of these, but this was my lineup. Kyle Welcher, I got to ride with him Wednesday, but I've had this locked in well before practice, but I was still comfortable seeing how he was navigating the offshore game versus the shallow game. We've seen a little recipes of it today, but still a little off the pace. Stetson Blaylock been the Classic pick for me since December, this style of fishing, and he's hanging tough there. Says 13 pounds on Bass Track. I'm expecting closer to 15, 16 at this point. Scott Canterbury, we saw him at the Tennessee River last year have a great Bassmaster Classic. This style of fishing, the ever-changing rock pre-spawn to spawn transition for a lot of these places. And then Hunter Schrock, he still fits the bill in that same deal. And Hunter also threatened to bring out the Chapo, bring out a moving topwater, and so that's regged up, ready to go. And then Adam Rasmussen, when we're thinking about Bucket E, all of those Opens anglers, all the Nation, college, things like that, you're not sure who you're going to pick. Adam has won twice in the last calendar year. He won on Wheeler Lake in the Opens, and he also won a Bass Nation event, which we've expanded, and it's a much more competitive field than we've ever had. He won that at Eufaula, Alabama, just a few weeks ago. So Adam's a winner no matter where we go. And then when we go over to Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, I've got another strategy here, because when we think about Drain the Lake, it's one of those things where you pick a guy and you lose him for the rest of the season. But we've got about 10 or 15 anglers that are not on the Elite Series normally that you can put in your lineup. And so for my Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, I've got Joey Nania is my wild card. And so I was very pleased to see him up there earlier in the day. He's one who's very seasoned, even though it is only his second Bassmaster Classic. He's got 14 years of the Opens under his belt. So Falcon Rods Drain the Lake or Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, a lot of eyeballs on day one, because you can lose the Classic on day one.
How do you feel you're doing right now, Ronnie?
I think I'm doing pretty solid.
Okay.
The screen's not, though, but I'm doing pretty solid, so we're working on it.
Taking shots at the screen of knowledge.
It's like my cousin's screen. It's not my brother's screen.
I have a shot to throw at Ronnie here. I want you to hear my 5 right now. Okay. Luke Palmer, Stetson Blaylock, Jay Shakur, Cody Huff, Easton Fothergill.
I like it.
That,
I like it.
What?
Hey, Tom,
Hello.
Tom,
Don't blame it on the screen, Ronnie.
I'll take another shot back. You needed that.
Let's
you
do
needed
it.
that, Tommy. It wasn't a great start for you. You needed that. You needed that.
I got it now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Here's the next order of business.
Yes.
Talking about picking them. You got to pick them like a pro is what you got to do if you want to sit up here, obviously. So, okay. All right, we're going to roll out our pundits' picks here that were made in advance of this tournament here. And why don't we start with Robbie Floyd? Robbie Floyd and his pick for the winner of the Bassmaster Classic.
Okay.
Are we bringing Robbie in live, or are we going to just show it? There he is.
I'm going to tell you who I picked, and that would be the guy who I went out with in practice, and that was, I said, Ben Milliken. He'd been on a roll. I saw what he did in Texas. I saw what he did at the Texas-Louisiana border. So I picked Ben Milliken. That was my pick. I might want to pick Cody Huff, though, because he looks pretty darn good so far.
Yeah.
Just a moment ago, I was hoping I could show a replay. He just snapped a rod in half, and it just shows you everything's not perfect for Cody. And it wasn't the rod's fault. About 5 minutes ago, we set the hook on one that he missed, and when the jig came back, it popped the rod just a little bit, but it probably had a little bit of a fracture. The next time, he had another hit, and the second he laid into it, the rod just snapped in half. And I'm not talking about the tip. I'm talking about right in the middle, in the backbone of that bad boy. So everything is not perfect for Cody, but right now he is trying to find a big one. Caught a couple of pounders, but just not bigger than that 3.5.
All right, Ronnie Floyd with Ben Milliken. That's his pundit's pick. Mark Zona will let you go next.
I got lucky. I threw a dart. I was actually talking with our guy, David Lipke, the last couple weeks, and I went with Cody Huff, guys. I know it sounds crazy. I got lucky on this. The reason I did, this lake sets up a lot like where he grew up on Table Rock.
Wait a minute.
Not so much at all.
Whoa.
Cody Huff. Cody Huff was my pick and is my pick.
No, that is. Okay. There'll be an investigation. We'll have an inquest. That's fine. Right. That's cool. That's good. Yep. It's good. Who's Cody next?
Okay, a little bit like Robbie Floyd, but Jason Christie was my pick a few weeks ago, but I practiced with him or was with him while he was practicing, actually. And I'm not disappointed that I have him picked because I believed in what he said about he had a dream that he started off really slow on this first day, moved up the second day, and then won with 27 pounds on the final day. So my man, Jason Christie.
All right, let's give you Dave Mercer's pick. Dave's not up here right now, but he was a guy who picked Jason Christie as well. Ronnie, your pick.
I've been locked in on Stetson Blaylock since December. Everything points to pre-spawn to spawn transition, where he's won an elite event that time of the year. He's done so good. 2 top 5s in classics in the last 3 or 4 years. So Stetson.
All right, Such, give us your pick.
Jason Christie.
Jason
coming
Christie,
back here to Grand Lake to get a little redemption, and I believe his dream, Davey. I believe his dream.
Good flow, Such.
All right. I'm trying to remember who I believe I picked. Brandon Polinick,
Wow.
yes, when we did the pundits picks. Brandon Polinick is my guy.
And
Robbie
there you
Floyd.
go.
There we go. Ben Milliken. So there you go. Jason Christie by a landslide. He's got to start making some dirt move right now if that landslide is going to happen.
That dream,
here.
a slow day was 12 pounds. He's got to pick it up a little bit to get to that.
Absolutely. But amazing that Cody Huff pick, Mark.
I know,
Just
and really, look,
supernatural almost.
We consider Jason Christie the local, but the biggest thing is Cody Huff, guys, does not live that far away, and that was one. It was an ace in the hole. It was an ace in the hole that I've had for months. I just didn't throw it out earlier.
You would never, ever say that as a basis for making a pick. That gives us a clue as to the honesty of
these nice Yeti cups with Bassmaster on the front. They're heavy and could be used as weapons if we keep hearing this baloney.
Sometimes you have to subdue someone.
Cody Huff.
Evil doers have to be subdued somehow.
Cody Huff of Missouri. He's good with forward-facing and very versatile shallow.
Friend
We're
of
going to
Rick
see.
Clunn, true.
That's exactly right. Going to get on the water right now. Ben Milliken slinking around in Drowning Creek live. You can see the wind has started to arrive. Grand Lake hit here about 45 minutes ago. Did you hear by chance that Hood Fishing Entertainment, we were talking about momentum big in the sport after he won the Celebrity Pro-Am yesterday, felt like he could possibly keep it going out there today if he was in this event.
Yeah, he actually had that sort of outlook. Yeah.
Could definitely keep the ball rolling.
Confidence is a wonderful thing. You think Randy Moss would like to hear that? That he's basically saying I could beat Moss again.
I didn't see a lot of high fives at the weigh-in yesterday. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Who was third? You remember?
It was a tie for. I forgot. It was the Kai, the country singer Kai.
It was when did Cody Cannon and John Suckup?
Yes.
Tied with,
Cody Cannon and
John Suckup. Yeah, John Suckup. That's
Whiskey
right.
Myers.
Yes.
They were tied.
But
They were tied with
Wetzel
Moss
and Matty
and
Wong
Clunn.
were together. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're correct on that. Yeah. And they did it based on inches, not pounds and ounces, because there wasn't an official weigh-in of the fish weight-wise, and you don't want to have inaccuracies upon scale to scale. So they just did inches like our kayak series, which, a little promo of that, they have been competing the last 2 days on 10 Killer.
Yeah.
They have announced who the top 10 are, but no one in the top 10 knows who won, and they will reveal that at the BOK today in kind of a survival mode, single elimination. Just you stand there until your name gets called, and you hope you're the last one called because that means you're the champion. They shut off their Tourney X leaderboard with 30 minutes to an hour left of fishing yesterday. So guys who may have caught a fish in the last hour may have taken over and won, and that's why they shut it off to reveal today.
Guess a winning length for me, Ronnie.
A winning length?
Yeah.
Well, it was 92 inches was leading day one, and there was about 10 guys within 10 inches. So I'll say just a solid 170.
Okay.
A little bit down. We do the double it and minus a pound. I'm going to double it and minus a few inches. But 10 Killer's got, smallmouth and largemouth.
Yeah,
so
that's
you
right.
never know when you're going to catch a long one. But yeah.
I'm going to go 180.
Okay.
I think they'll
An
double.
even double?
Yeah.
Guillermo Gonzalez was leading day one. And if that name sounds somewhat familiar, he is in conjunction, I don't know, partner is I guess we could use, with Christine Fisher. So they are, you know, cut from the same cloth, so to say. Drew Gregory was in the top 4 after day 1. So
You think he was holding some information back from Christine before this event?
I don't think so. Maybe.
Well, Ben Milliken, of course, made it here via the EQ, the Bassmaster EQ Elite Qualifier campaign from last year. He won the tournament at Toledo Bend and got enough points in order to make it to the Elite Series as well. So let's take a look at the 2024 with Evan Kung on top, Dakota Ebert in second place, Matt Adams in third. Now back to Ben Milliken.
My name is Ben Milliken. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska, and I made the Classic through the Opens. I won the Open at Toledo Bend last year in April. A couple years ago, I made the move down to Texas, which was a move for my family and also to be able to fish 365 days a year. And that move there, being able to fish the vast, diverse fisheries in Texas, really allowed me to hone my craft. Jumped into the Opens last year, qualified for the Elite Series, and won that Open last year at Toledo Bend as well, which is why I'm right here at the Classic. There's nothing else like it. Really, the Classic has been something that I've tried to get to every single year since I went to my very first one, because you can network as a fisherman, you can get your name out there as a brand, and now as a tournament angler, it's the event of the season that you have to be a part of.
Let's get back out on the water. Grand Lake of the Cherokees up there, about 60 miles long, and you can see how our 10 anglers we're with all day long are distributed through there. Milliken and Fujita.
Full disclosure, I really thought Greg Hackney was going to be a problem with the practice that he had, especially on Wednesday. Topwater had some big swim jig bites. One bass in the live well for Greg Hackney on a jig lake.
That is surprising.
Very surprising.
But full disclosure, have you ever come into an event that you didn't think Greg Hackney was going to catch him? You personally?
Classics, you could only, and here's why I say that. Like, I have rolled the dice and put Hackney on a list to win the Classic since I've known him for 20 years. And it has proven to be, and he said it, it's proven to be his nemesis.
It's a lot of people's. I mean, you think about that, Roland Martin. Yeah. Just think of all that he did, the number of wins and the dominance he had. And it was certainly his.
It's not possible that he could never have had a Classic. Yet that's the way it is.
Well, and you think about a couple guys like Hackney, Gerald Swindle's another one, where when they were in the summer, when they were the late July, August time period, they were in the top 10 most times. When they moved it to February in 06 and beyond, it's hit or miss if they're going to have a good one. It's just because those fish are either in winter patterns or they're in transition, it's much easier just to not land on them compared to where they're stable and they're going to be where they're going to be because it's midsummer.
That makes sense what you're saying, but like Z said, it's a jig lake. It's
no doubt.
Jig bite time of year, and
let me throw something else in
throwing
there.
a plopper.
Throw something else in there. I agree. It's a jerkbait lake. Right. Patrick Walters, his roommate, Hamner's wrecking them right now. It's hard to put that into perspective, looking at a Walters and a Hackney on a great, I mean, the two, besides an umbrella rig, which these guys can't throw, this is a jerkbait jig situation from what we've seen so far today. Not the case for Walters and Hackney.
Bryant Smith, who's got our Mercury Big Bass 513, just filled his limit out. He's in 12th place with a little bit more than 14 pounds.
Bryant Smith, who had the great tournament up at Champlain last year.
Big bag at St. Lawrence.
Set the
29-pound bag at St. Lawrence.
Jason Christie. That's hard to explain. That is going to break some fantasy teams right now.
Hey, but this is his plan. He said it. Davey and I were there. He said it. 12 pounds, 25 tomorrow, 27 on Sunday. So
problem is he's got to get going to get to 12.
No, that's his supernatural plan, right? Based on a dream, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right.
He's 8 1/4 on Bass Truck. He's probably closer to over 9. So, Davey, I just look above Jason Christie, and it's our youngest ever classic competitor, Aaron Yavorsky. Did you, when you first fished, take some kind of consolation victory of beating some of your heroes?
Yeah, but that's just
Nothing,
like
but
the worst consolation prize. I mean, that's less than a rubber ducky consolation prize. It's, yeah, I mean, you just say that to yourself, well, I finished ahead of so-and-so.
Rationalization, yeah.
That's,
A little bit slow right now with some of the guys we got on camera. Tommy, I'm going to throw it to you.
Okay.
How many bags over 20 today?
Who? 6.
Really?
I'm saying 6.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm going 6.
I was thinking 3.
Okay.
Davey High?
wow.
I'm going 2.
All right.
Going 2.
3.
Stay on there.
Such?
I'm just thinking just the 1 right now, the way it's going.
Such. Give me a break.
Come on, Such.
Because that's what it is now. Okay.
He might help the cause. 147 casts later in there. Still not the big ones we need. Should get rid of that little 189 we've got in there. Number 3. Two and a quarter. 3's purple. Let's see. Whoa, 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 whoa.
So much trash fish. Let's do it.
Patrick Welters. We were going to look at his Bird Mega Live, but save it for later.
We didn't get to watch this Humminbird Mega Live. It's one as long as we wanted to. Moving because it wasn't showing any fish.
Yeah.
It's time to go. That's the one good thing about
That's what the machine's supposed to do.
Technology.
Right? Yeah.
Boy, the one thing that you saw on there, though, he was using forward-facing sonar, not deep. Very shallow. Very shallow.
So, Z, is it surprising to you that we're not seeing more of the anglers, let's say the Taku, Koya, Melican, using the forward-facing in that 3 to 6, 7 feet of water? Because Jason Christie, regardless of the day he's having today, knows a lot about this. And he said that a lot of the fish are just, and he pointed, we were sitting in 3 feet of water, or right there, like 3 to 6 or 7 feet. And we've seen Secure It and a few others catch fish on isolated cover that's out there like that. But there's a lot of those fish that are just sunning those bigger fish, I think.
I think the biggest surprise so far we have probably seen more fish caught for day one on a Grand Lake tournament and less look, on this lake, man, you know this, Davey. You get a bite. 1 out of 2 of them is a 3 or better all the time.
Better one here for Christie. But yeah, I totally agree.
You know what I mean?
That is a good one.
Ah, the spinner bait. Got a little wind going. Oh, he might be knocking on 12 pounds door right now.
Uh-oh. I know it. If we tell the leader that Jason Christie, I had a dream that I caught 12 and I still won the Classic, we'll just tell the leader that if he comes in with 12 and just a little bit of intimidation.
Cody Huff on top of the 20 pounds. Unofficially right now, still Justin Hamner right behind him, having upgraded once since the last time we checked. So for it to the tune of a pound, Jay Shakur hanging in there 3rd place. Lee Livesey trying to stake out a little ground here in the top 5. Drew Cook just entered the top 10 and entered way up there in the 5th place. Hank Cherry having a great day out there. Kyle Patrick, his first appearance in the top 5 for today. Rookie from New York who's doing very well. Bassmaster Elite Series, qualified through the EQs last year in 23. Adam Rasmussen also in there in our top 10. Rasmussen, an interesting character. Maybe we'll get to see him sometime during this week. We got plenty more to come on our way to the weigh-in coming up later right there.
You never know who you're going to see at the Bassmaster Classic. Ronnie Moore here with Ross Chastain, NASCAR driver with Team Trackhouse. Ross, I heard you were a part of our Celebrity Pro-Am. You got a little fishing in this week during the Bassmaster Classic. How was it for you? Word is you may have caught the first fish in your boat.
I did, yeah. It was beginner's luck for sure. I'm a Florida boy, grew up in Southwest Florida, and haven't done a lot of fishing in my career. Once I decided to move to North Carolina and wanted to be a NASCAR driver, dedicated my life and my career to it. So now that I'm with Trackhouse and Jockey, they've allowed me these opportunities to kind of take a step back and take a quick break before these races to do things like this. So this is my first Classic, and I had a blast. But yeah, just the family atmosphere here is just incredible. From the competition, obviously they're competitors, and I can see that. I can see, just like us in NASCAR, that they are competitive with each other, and winning the Classic, what that means can change their life. It's like our Daytona 500.
Pretty cool to see Jockey partner up. When I got to see the schemes of y'all's cars at Bristol last week, really cool to see the outdoors. Fishing and racing go hand in hand. If you're a fishing fan, you're a racing fan. Really cool to see that partnership. And so for you and Jockey, this is a year-long deal, and you guys are going to have different races with different schemes, but it really does bring all aspects of the outdoors into one.
Yeah, I'm getting to truly live through the brands that I believe in, and the family atmosphere at Jockey. It's never been more truly. I feel it and I sense it here at the Bassmaster Classic.
Well, I'm not going to hold you up much longer, Ross. I know you got to get on a plane and go to Austin. You got to go and try to win at Circuit of the Americas again. A little more than 4 laps or 4 turns, 20 turns. But he's already captured his first victory ever with NASCAR here at this track, so I'm expecting some big things. Thanks, Ross. Appreciate you, and glad to have you at the Bassmaster Classic.
Thank you.
Pushing on into the afternoon, day 1. 3 days of fishing. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic 2024. That's a leaderboard. If you're just checking in with us right now, it's Cody Huff of Missouri. Bull Shoals Lake, you would say, was his home waters. This lake, Grand Lake of the Cherokees, is not exactly like, it's a higher lake, but it's not exactly like your Table Rock, your Bull Shoals. It's not an Ozarks lake. It's a little something different.
But you're exactly right, and I'm not so sure that Zona really did pick him to win, but we talked about him. We all talked about him in the last couple days, saying that it would not surprise us to
Jealousy
see Cody
is going to eat you alive, my best friend.
I'll eat you with my Yeti cup.
Oh, we'll sort that one out. Don't worry. Looks like we're heading out to either Hank Cherry or Brandon Polinick. Yeah, let's get out to Brandon. Brandon really hanging in there in the top 25, but not by much. That cut line is about 11 pounds and 11 ounces for the 25th place now. What will it be tomorrow? That's the big question, because that's when they cut down to the top 25.
Stay down there.
Oh, boy.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
We're going this side? Okay. I don't know that he'll help, but that's how they were eating it in practice. Just like that. That's how they were supposed to be eating it all day. Like, just gone. We gotta dig the back hook out of there. Out of the back. This. There it is. Gray. Oh, it's in here.
That's the sort of thing that the wind changes. Those fish just nipping at that bait versus getting that bait where he can land that fish.
Those were the size fish that, that's generally the average that we see on camera on this lake.
Hook hole. Number one. Slam into those rocks. One is one. There.
Slight upgrade right there. So Brandon Polnick, fish is on. We're heading towards our 3 o'clock check-in time for the first flight of anglers out. Among our 56 who are fishing out there today, Cody Huff still on top, Justin Hamner. Tyler Williams, as we mentioned earlier, the rookie from the Elite Series, has moved up into the top 10. Will Davis Jr., one of our outstanding rookies from last year. Take a break and be right back.
Tryout. Yeah. His brother Fletcher does too at another.
Well, all right, what you're seeing in action in there is one of the major stars of all time in the wide world of motorsports. Travis Pastrana of the Nitro Circus, of the Daytona 500, even offshore boat racing, and now fishing this week at the Bassmaster class. Travis, thanks so much for being with us today.
Thanks, Tommy. I appreciate it, man. It's been so fun to be here. Yesterday was absolutely amazing in the ProAm, and then getting to be a part of this and just to see the enthusiasm, excitement. I cannot wait for weigh-in. We were just talking about it tonight. It's going to be awesome.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely terrific. What did you think of your fishing experience yesterday? I don't know if you've ever fished a tournament before, right?
No, I think it's poor Scott, man. He had to deal with me the whole time. He wasn't allowed to start fishing until I caught my first fish. We had catfish. We had all kinds of stuff. But we didn't catch anything until 15 minutes before the end. I said I didn't catch anything, so he wasn't the happiest with me. But I'll tell you what, I told Scott I'm going to go home. I'm going to work on it. We got some fishing rods now. I'm hooked.
Well, I would imagine you'll find a way to excel in it. You seem to do that in all of your pursuits.
I didn't like being that bad yesterday, so we're going to come back with some vigor. We're going to be all right.
Well, just when you think that the Bassmaster Classic can't get any cooler, along comes Travis Pastrana. And I want to thank you because on behalf of dads around the world, you just made me way cooler for hanging out with you. My son watching right now. But you've accomplished everything. 11 X Games, gold medals. I mean, Nitro Circus, everything you've done. Is this going to be breaking news? Is Travis Pastrana coming to the Bassmaster Elite Series?
You know, it's funny. So we, a lot of times when I'm riding, my girls would go fishing. So I have a 7, 8-year-old girl, and they love fishing. And I need to spend more time at home. That's what we're working on. Yokohama helped me out with so much stuff, and they're a big sponsor of Bassmaster and everything else going on. So I'm looking forward to doing a lot more fishing in the next coming years. I just got a knee replacement, so slowing down the motorcycles a little bit. Hopefully more boating. This is going to be great.
Speaking of knee replacements, how many parts of your body are not the original model?
Bionic man. No, we'll be all right. It's modern technology. I tell you, it's going to be great.
This
this pursuit of fishing with Scott Martin. First of all, what is happening with you? Scott Martin is one of the most accomplished pros out there. And you are the most accomplished really at everything. But when you two superpowers come together, nothing good happens, it seems. You fished with him twice, and both times you did a lot more fishing and a lot less catching.
Yeah, we were a lot more looking for fish than we were reeling them in. But no, Scott's awesome, man. I met him. I was filming for a video called Gymkhana 2 years ago down in the Florida Keys, and we literally, by happenstance, ran into Scott. He took us out fishing, and I was like, this is really fun. We've kept in touch, all the Yokohama people, and we said, hey, look, there's an opportunity to fish in the Pro-Am. So hooked up with Scott again. But I tell you, Scott, I apologize for my performance. Next time, I promise we're coming prepared and we're going after it.
Speaking of being prepared and going after it, what's next for you? I mean, is fishing just it? Like it's time to relax? Because just when you think, you make normal people feel like losers, really, because you master every craft you tried. What is next?
Oh yeah. Catfish don't count. Thanks. He caught a couple of those yesterday. Oh, man, I love the guys out here. But, no, for me, honestly, it's nitro cross. It's motocross with a roll cage. We're starting Dana White, Fertitta Brothers, all the UFC guys basically jumped into Nitro Circus and said, let's take this, let's make it huge. And so I'm just trying to promote and give myself a series that we can drive in and do 100-foot jumps over under crosses with cars. It's going to be a lot of fun. So we're kind of 3 years into that now, but finally have the backing to do it right, and looking forward to a bright future for that sport.
Well, I think we need some roll cages in bass fishing, really.
Some people need some, I think so.
When you see bass boats, what is your spin on this sport? You have to have something where you're like, hey, this would be way cooler if we did whoop-de-doos.
No, I tell you, I had no idea. Just look at some of the footage, some of the lakes, and some of the narrow areas. I mean, just all the trees we were just flying over, because we actually ran out of gas when we started with Scott yesterday. We were off to we were passing. I was like, oh, it's a race. And then, so we didn't get off to a great start. But, man, he was flying, trying to get us to all the spots. And I tell you, it was pretty narrow, a lot of trees, a lot of everything. So these guys, they're definitely drivers, too.
Speaking of flying, Luke Palmer with a big fish right there. Looks like he's flying up the leaderboard. This is your first Bassmaster Classic. You've never experienced this.
No, never been here. But I tell you, we've got a track just up the road, just outside of Tulsa's here. So I'm looking forward to I have some friends that are on the lake that everyone's fishing on right now, and I'm looking forward to getting up and talking to those guys about potentially getting on that lake and having some fun.
Travis, one question I got for you. You've done some offshore boat racing. I always want to ask you, do you serve as the driver or the throttle man? Which one do you do?
So in the 2,200 horsepower, 160 mile an hour boat, I was just driving because I don't have the throttle skills to not flip those boats upside down. But it's 48 feet. So jumping into one of these bass boats, I was like, man, it's a little bit slower, but it's a lot smaller. So definitely cool to get in those and just see how fast everyone's just ripping down these small areas with a lot of the lakes kind of go up and down. So you're not exactly sure what's onto the lake.
It's just changing every second. The whole racetrack is changing every second. The water's here and it's there.
100%. But I throttled on a smaller boat, so 28 foot, and just to see what it was all about. That was a lot more fun. We didn't do nearly as well with me throttling as with me steering. So on the race boats, then offshore, they have a driver. So unfortunately, I was not able. Scott did not allow me to drive the boat. I was very disappointed. Yeah, I thought we were going to be fine. He's self-preservation.
Why have Travis Pastrana in your boat if you're not going to let him drive?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, why would you do anything else?
I think the YouTube video will answer all those questions for you.
I want to ask you about that. You've obviously been very successful, but along the way, when an angler loses a bass in the Bassmaster Classic, we replay it. You've had some wrecks in your life. What was the scariest one? There had to be a moment where you're like, what was I thinking?
The greatest part about most of my biggest crashes, I don't remember anything from them. So I just bury that deep down inside and keep on going. Yeah.
Thumbs up to that. Travis, thank you so much. I can't thank you enough for coming on. As Dave said, making our show so much more cool today.
Tommy.
Excellent
Dave,
stuff.
Thank you so much for having me out.
For helping you here and everything. So it's all good. It's great. Thank you.
Huge thanks to Yokohama and everyone for allowing me to be a part of this. This has opened my eyes, and we'll come back next year more prepared.
Hey,
we look forward to it.
If we go fishing, I'm letting you drive.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's go. great Travis Pastrana. What a thrill to have him on the set today and at the Bassmaster Classic. Unofficially now, Cody Huff still in the lead. The only angler so far to have broken the 20-pound mark. Justin Hamner, Jay Shakur, a little bit ways back, a little far ways back. Lee Livesey, Drew Cook, Hank Cherry Jr. having a great day, trying to win his third Classic. Adam Rasmussen now in our top 10. Kyle Patrick and Tyler Williams, the two rookies from the Elite Series, and Will Davis Jr. We've got more fishing on the way. We'll be right back.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Well, just about 30, 40 minutes minus travel time left for our first flight anglers among our 56 who have qualified for this Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, Tulsa, Oklahoma, presented by Jockey Outdoors. Our live coverage, of course, sponsored by Minn Kota, making live Bassmaster Live happen today, and we have more fishing time left for you. Let's get out onto the Grand Lake of the Cherokees. Grand Lake of the Cherokees been a little hard one to crack today. Changing weather conditions. These guys have got to adapt. Jason Christie, one of the early favorites, still need to get some more work done before this day is over.
Boy, those are not big calls, but looking at fish like that, fish that Brandon Pollitt caught about 20 minutes ago, those could prove huge by a tougher than usual day for some of your favorites coming into today, this Bassmaster Classic.
Can I catch a big one?
Really going to need to catch a 4+ pounder.
Yes.
Yeah.
Weights are such 13. So he's going to be in the first flight going in. He doesn't have a lot of time left.
David Gasson, our last man into the Classic, to the elite points. Just caught 7 pounds in the last half hour or so. He's jumped to 15th.
7 pounds in the last how long, Suits? Half hour?
Oh, they're just. He caught 2 fish, a 3 and a 4 within a half an hour, but it's been a little bit ago. But he's 15th right now, 13 and change.
And you could see Christie getting in a lot flatter areas compared to a lot of what we've seen today. Seen a lot of steep banks, channel banks.
Well, guys, we talked about it earlier. Some big moves on Bass Track and some guys who are making a move on the leaderboard. If we could show this catch from earlier, Gary Lee Robin, one of our marshals, if we can roll the footage. Oh, yeah. Gary Lee Robbins with Justin Hamner. Coming off Lake Fork, we saw an 11-7 from Justin Hamner. He is one of those guys that is a forward-facing sonar guru, very good, especially with a jerkbait. Him and Patrick Walters have really fine-tuned what they need to do when the fish are suspended, and not sure if it was used with forward-facing sonar, but this one right here is what vaulted him into the top 3 just a little bit ago. One of the biggest fish of the day. We talked about Luke Palmer's being a 5+, maybe a 6. Same situation here for Justin Hamner. Jerkbait, that's the way you want him to eat it, right across their mouth. And we're seeing Grand Lake change. We're seeing some jig fish get caught. We're seeing some crankbait fish throughout the time. And also a jerkbait is still factoring. If you're at the bottom of the lake, you could be fishing in water 6 or 7 degrees cooler than guys just 30 miles north of you on the lake. And so at our Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, one of our big movers this afternoon on day 1 of the Classic is Justin Hamner. And he may love his top 10 at Lake Fork, and he may love the Century Club, but to catch him in this event, way better than a regular Elite Series event. So, guys, Hamner's in contention because of that fish right there, no doubt.
Big day for Justin Hamner, and it was fun watching him the final day at Lake Fork. That was unbelievable. 17-8 he has unofficially.
He said it at Lake Fork, and I've heard him mention it over and over again in his young career. I'm fishing for a living. How can I not be excited? How can I not be happy? He enjoys every day out there.
Yeah, he's one of the most happy warriors we've ever seen out there. He is always laughing.
Find the fish.
From what we've seen, certainly compared to our first two Bassmaster Elite Series events, we're going to see good diversity tomorrow.
One about 6 pounds would be nice.
Totally agree. And you can just see with Jason Christie, I mean, not that he doesn't always have his A game going, but I can see him right now knowing that he knows that he needs to catch a good fish. And he's got it, he's put it in a different gear. He's got just enough wind that he's caught a few fish on spinnerbait this afternoon.
Like a 15 pounds will be a success right now.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And he catches 1 5-pounder. He's back in. He's in the conversation for the win again. It's the scores are such right now that you can move a long way with a 5-pounder.
And if this makes sense, he knows that, but he doesn't really know that. But he has enough experience on this lake and in this tournament to know that he needs a 4 or 5-pounder.
Wow, he just had some big movement on the leaderboard. Adam Rasmussen with a 4-2 up to 3rd place. Right behind him, Will Davis with a 4-3 up to 5th place.
It's around one of the worst things in the world trying to get off.
Tommy, what did Such say? Adam Rasmussen?
Yeah.
Is that a fantasy name that rings true? Oh, no, that wasn't your team. That was my team.
Oh, Ronnie. Oh. Don't get too wound up about it.
You've seen me wound up. I mean, don't
I
let me
have.
put my hands on you, Joe.
I know how to.
There, Aaron, you happy? There's your crankbait fish. You ain't the only one. I'm glad it didn't come off. Yeah, that's worse when a drum comes off, because they always bite in like the same spot that a bass would be, or the best spot you think.
That was a weird thing that Milliken told me last night, that some of these largemouth would actually mix with drum, which we've seen that with smallmouth, but here's what was bizarre. They would mix with drum suspended under the surface.
The way it's acting.
That's definitely unusual.
Very.
It's a buffet table.
I honestly, I guess I did not know drum suspended. They certainly don't much where I'm from.
They're bottom feeders just like catfish. I mean, they're not typically, going to feed up to suspended bait, but they're survivors too. I think it's the lake level not going up into the buckbrush and into the willows like it has since they backed this lake up has changed this lake more than we know, or more than even A lot of people that fish it off the nets. But I think they've had enough rain, and the water could be up there, and we'd see some fish in those bushes and buckbrush. But Christie was saying that, this is the new normal for the lake level. It might get up, but they're going to pull it right back down to about this.
I remember Kevin Short footage, phenomenal flip. Phenomenal flipping stuff of tournaments we had here in years past.
Oh, it broke my heart riding with Christie going outside of Horse Creek when you have those islands. Not seeing any water in all those willows and those bushes where it used to go down. I mean, really, really go down.
Gosh, dang it. That's gone.
So looking forward to tomorrow, an unofficial TH Marine Weather Watch. We're going to have a little wind in the morning. We're going to be, even though it's going to be cold, we're going to have, in the ballpark of 8 to 10 mile an hour, which we did not have this morning. We had 0.0 to start.
I really think we'll see some guys. Brandon Polnick in particular comes to mind that a little wind will surely help his early morning crankbait bite. Instead of the nips.
TH Marine Weather Watch right there for today, I believe that is. We're going to get up to 65 degrees. Really only kind of hovered around 50 earlier this morning, where even though it kind of felt like it dropped from 5 a.m. to 8 a.m., 10-mile-per-hour wind we've definitely got going on right now. But like I said, tonight, looking in that TH Marine Weather Watch, it is going to dip down into the high 30s, be a little brisk on the Bassmaster Classic desk in the morning.
Yeah. Get up higher, though, for the high tomorrow. Actually.
Yeah.
70s.
70s,
yeah. It'll be good.
Oh, boy.
It'll be good.
Talking to Adam Rasmussen, who's in third place right now, is our Wheeler Lake Open winner. And he said he may have drank too much the night before on median night, classic night, and that he had forgotten everything from his practice, which he said may not have been a bad thing to do. Didn't sound like he had a great practice, but he's keeping his open mind like he said he needed to do.
All right, we got to go.
Well, Jason Christie, as we said, in the early flight, so it's running out of time to get something done today. We haven't even started to talk about how much these leaderboards can turn over top to bottom. But Jason Christie, barring something big happening in the few minutes today, winning the Classic, still on his mind.
Yeah, I mean, winning the Classic took a lot of pressure off of me, and you want to win, and there's one small negative to winning the Classic. When you win one, it makes you want the next one even more. You get that taste of how it feels to win, and that's all I thought about before I won. And now, like it's even worse than that. It's just I want more of the same, and I'm sure after you win two, it's going to be even worse than that. But that's the only negative, and it's very small from winning the Classic.
Yeah, it's been a crazy year, a life-changing experience winning the Classic, and there's just been so many good things that have come with it. So it's fun. You win it once, and everybody wants to, but after you've won it once, it makes you almost want to do it more. It's so fun on Sunday after, like the celebration and just getting to share it with everybody, and that's the part that I want to experience again.
Defending champion and champion nice guy, John
Yes,
Gustafson,
absolutely.
For sure. Yeah,
really good. But
we're in the final hour here, just trying to pretty much just got a few bites on a jig the last little while and just sort of sticking to that, trying to get a big one. But we have 5. Not awesome, but not horrible. Just gonna kind of give her here for the last little bit.
And he was pretty honest yesterday. He said, "I'm not in good shape." He said he had obviously a way better vibe last year on Fort Loudon and Tellico. It was interesting. You and I, we were standing there at the night of the champions. He said, "Oh, I went up there and tried to do that square billing thing just because I've only caught 10 fish on a square bill in my life." And I asked him about that yesterday. He's like, "That's not my gig."
That's
interesting.
So fun to be around. He's just totally honest with you.
And that's the actual opposite of what happened at the Classic last year. Everybody saw him win the tournament, the last regular season tournament there on the Tennessee River, doing that same thing, yet nobody could make it work for themselves. Right. And he had it all to himself. That particular.
That still amazes me.
Yeah, I don't
because
know
there was no secret area where he won the Classic.
Oh, no, right in the middle of everything.
He duplicated a victory, which in this game is almost impossible to do.
Watching, if you like tournaments, fishing tournaments, this tournament is the best, and it's hard to get here, but it happens to a lot of people. So if you like doing it, this is what you should strive for. And man, it's the past year's been pretty awesome. So my goal is just to get myself in here in this tournament as many times as I can, and maybe get lucky and hit again. And but it's definitely the highlight of my fishing career, that's for sure.
And I have to agree, Sunday evening after you win is, walking down Bourbon Street with your friends and family. Six hours after you hold the trophy over your head is a time.
I have actually done that with Tommy not winning anything.
Yeah, that's right. And it was great.
Well, I bet that was a time.
Oh,
baby.
feeling like that Drake right there, just wagging his tail.
Yeah, just waddling on down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think it's weird for some of these guys, these forward-facing sonar dudes, to actually be bass fishing? I would think it is for a few of them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's even weirder to me that we haven't seen somebody just – and we didn't have a camera on Cody when he was catching most of his weight, so who knows, maybe he was doing that, but I don't think so.
I don't either. I think he's found a hidey hole.
I think he has.
Yes,
I think he's eased on out of it once he got 20.
Got a little movement on the leaderboard. Adam Rasmussen. He's up to 18.7. He just landed a 3.5 to cull. He's about a pound and a half back of Cody Huff's estimated total.
Still got Cody Huff unofficially on top with 20 pounds even. I think Robbie Floyd, the last time I checked, he was with Cody Huff. Robbie, are you still with him there, Robbie?
Yeah, I am still with him. Before we went off air, I was just wanting to give you my thought on him, and I think he was pretty happy with the way that today's went, but I think he's a little surprised that he hadn't caught a big one now that he went up north in that dirtier water that he was looking forward to. I mean, he's throwing a spinnerbait. He's had some success or quite a bit of success with that crankbait that I think he caught the fish earlier today. But think about what he did. He went to the area he wanted to catch fish. He caught them. Another area, caught them. Left that all together and came up north. And he said that this is a spot that he hadn't fished before. So even though he was planning on working his way up towards Wolf Creek, he didn't go to the spots he was looking to catch fish at Wolf Creek. So again, saving them for day 2 and day 3, which you need to do. But right now he's looking for that one big fish with a couple of minutes remaining, but he's had a really good day so far, and I would be surprised if he caught one here at the end.
Robbie, really looking at his day, what's been interesting, we're not going to get into exacts. We'll see a little bit more of that tomorrow. It does seem like, for the most part, and this is odd, he has not been around a lot of other competitors so far on day 1, at least the way it looks to us.
Not at all. And the first spot is a place that he will get some traffic. I mean, if people are thinking he's leading and want to follow him, they can go to that one tomorrow, and it might cause him some problems. So, again, stay back if you can. But the other spot where he caught a couple of fish that made the difference, they're not going to get back there. They should not try and get back there because it is really skinny water. But, again, even the water that he's came up here to, nobody's been around. Now, he hasn't caught anything but small fish. But, again, this is new water to him, and he's still saving the stuff up here for tomorrow and the next day.
So, Robbie, you've been out on the water all day today. You went out on practice day with Ben Milliken, and he, I'm sure, used forward-facing sonar most of the day, if not all of the day. Your sense, and we've been talking about this, do you get a sense that, like, nobody that has done well in this event so far at the end of day 1 has caught him live scoping?
Well, I mean, live scope is kind of relative, right? Because I think Jay Shakur, he was still live scoping. He's still going to those spots, and he's still trying to look for them on there. But no, those big fish that you're supposedly saying, oh, there they are, I'm going to scan till I find one, that really hasn't happened. But these guys, for the most part, they're always looking. Now, I haven't really seen that much out of Cody just a moment ago. But, I mean, for the most part, they're always looking if they have it on. But, no, it's not. Everybody's saying this is going to be an electronic tournament. That's not the case so far.
Well, Robbie, thank you so much. Appreciate staying with the leader most all day long. That's what Robbie Floyd does.
Robbie has been on fire on days one of the Bassmaster.
And that was a great answer. I mean, sure, everybody's using their electronics, but just like he said, we were all thinking, man, somebody's going to unlock the code here and catch those big females just sitting out there in Never Land.
It's not happened.
No. Cody Huff's still on top, Robbie.
And you're okay with that right now, aren't you, Dave? I know you are, boy. Oh, you're so give me a break.
Adam Rasmussen, a winner from the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens last year on Wheeler Lake down on the Tennessee River in Alabama in second place right there. So there's a big one for the Opens qualifiers right there. We're getting closer and closer to weigh-in time here in Tulsa. We'll be right back.
Day one here at the 2024 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Jockey. I'm hanging out with a guy I never get to hang out with in the Classic Expo, Brandon Lester. We're in the Toyota booth, and Brandon, the Expo opened just a little bit ago, and the crowd is growing. They're going to be here through the middle of the night until the weigh-in. They're going to be here after the weigh-in. This is a place to be whether you're in the Expo or on the water, but I know you'd much rather be up at Grand Lake.
I definitely would. You know, Ronnie, I've made 8 of the last 10 of Bassmaster Classics, so that's something I'm real proud of. But I'm a fan of the sport at heart. We were all fans of the sport long before we were professional anglers. So this is the next best place to be. Hanging out with all these great fans and seeing everybody's smiling faces, this is pretty cool.
Well, this is where we all started. We were all fans of the sport at some point. Before you made the pro, before I started working here, every fan has that goal of maybe competing in the Bassmaster Classic. And for those anglers running a Toyota during the Elite Series, during the Classic, if they're the highest finisher, the bonus bucks comes in. And it's not only just a few thousand, it's $7,500. Every time you're in the Classic, you said 8 of the last 10. You're in contention to win some of them. So you've probably sniffed that bonus bucks money, but I know that's a big deal for traveling anglers when the truck that you run pays you.
Yeah, the truck speaks for itself. Just look on the Elite Series. Even the guys that aren't sponsored by Toyota run Toyotas. It's because of the Bonus Bucks program. I mean, it's not a gimmick, man. If you do well in a tournament, you drive a Toyota that's eligible, you're going to get a check in the mail. Throughout my career, I've probably won in the neighborhood of 30 to 40 grand off bonus bucks, you know. So it's a great vehicle. I have a 2023 that I got last year, about June or July of last year. Great truck, but that Toyota bonus bucks, that's a big deal.
Now we take it out to the water, which is where you'd want to be. I want to see you driving your Toyota back and forth to Fort Worth, to Ray Roberts next year in the Classic. But Grand Lake, special lake, it sets up well for Brandon Lester's style. And we're already seeing this morning some jig fish, spinnerbait fish, some lipless, maybe a little topwater for Greg Hackney and some other guys. So tell me about how you feel the week's going to progress as this water warms up before the weekend.
You know, what I like most about this tournament that I've seen so far, you're seeing a lot of diversity. You're seeing the forward-facing guys. You're seeing guys just beating the bank with a jig and a spinnerbait and a crankbait. I like that. That's tournament bass fishing. That's what we all want to see. So going to be cool to see who makes the right decisions at the right times, keeps up with the fish. I really think we're going to see some spawning fish before this deal's over, and I think that's the X factor here.
I think we saw Jeff Gustafson eyeballing one earlier this morning, so it's going to start happening. Maybe a key fish of the Classic comes off a bed this week. If you're around the Expo, around the Classic in Tulsa, you better stop by the Toyota booth and see Brandon Lester. You don't really get the many opportunities. He's normally on the water. Back to you guys there and from the Bassmaster Classic, day one.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ronnie. And
Ronnie's
Brandon right
fun.
there.
They're having fun.
They're having fun. Brandon's not having as much fun as he'd like to. It's very strange not seeing him
very
in the
very
fishing
strange
today. Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year. The list we haven't updated for you here, and here it is right now. The winner of our last event down at Lake Fork, Trey McKinney. The man on top, yet tied with Ben Milliken. Of course, those two at the top of the Bassmaster Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leaderboard. It's an identical pair of lists up 1 and 2 spots right there. Wesley Gore, Tyler Williams, the rookie from Maine. Kyle Patrick from New York, Logan Parks of Alabama. We got J.T. Tompkins from South Carolina, John Garrett of Tennessee, Robert G. and Timothy Doobie, rounding out our top 10 in the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race. Always a tough one to win. And the field in that rookie category gets tougher every year. There's no question about that.
We got a new leader. Lee Livesey just landed a 4.5 pounder. He's at 20 pounds, 3 ounces on Bass track.
Oh, wow. My goodness, look out.
Look at that.
Lee. He's kind of a front runner. He gets out there, he can keep going.
Seemed pretty confident talking around this week.
What's going on here, Davey? Kind of walk me.
This looks like maybe he has a little issue with the pole. Could be his trolling motor on his pole. If I was a betting man, maybe it's a little issue there. I think Ben Milliken is one of about 5 anglers that have fished the Elite Series that has
the boat breaks. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Has trolling motors on the front and the back, on the side.
Davey, do you have those on your boat?
Not yet.
Okay,
Not
understand.
yet.
Understand.
How about you, Z? We're going to see those on the Zona show?
No, you're not. You'll never see that, Davey. Ever.
Yeah.
It's time.
The Livesey caught a 310 at 245, then a 480 8 minutes later to get where he is.
I'm not going to lie. I felt good about the first 2, but this is the last one. Would you, my friend?
Oh, I can do this one for sure, because it is Luke Palmer, and we saw him catch it. Luke Palmer catching a lot of fish today. As expected, we had a camera with Luke Palmer, and Oklahoma pros had a lot of success out here. So he just kind of slinking around, looking at forward-facing sonar, and came across this. What looks like a 5.5, maybe closer to a 6-pounder. We absolutely put him back into contention today. You see that? That's the calls you want to make.
Yes,
and that's why he is our Power Pole replay of the day, Luke Palmer.
Exactly. Slinking around like an old sewer possum.
What? No,
Luke Palmer needed that one right there, Tommy Sanders, and we thought after our midday break that it was going to fire off.
Gosh, it just never.
Yeah, it didn't do that.
Big guns never came out so much. Not for long.
It's been a day for me. Like I said, nothing's really went super smooth. I mean, I pulled in my first area this morning, and they bit, but of course they're the wrong size. But I mean, we caught a limit real fast this morning, and I've caught a ton of keepers, ton of fish today, a lot more than I've been catching, but it's just like the size is left. And I caught a big one earlier, and then I just pulled up on a spot that I'd hit 3 times this morning and lose a 3.5 pounder. So, I mean, it was, I don't know, it's been a struggle for me. I haven't really, I don't know, I guess I'm either behind them or something. I don't know, I'm just really not. I haven't got a couple of those good bites to really tell me, okay, we need to be doing this or that. I mean, I caught that big one, but she's really on something that she should have been on, you know. So I don't know. I don't think where I'm at on weight. I don't think I'm going to be sitting just too high on the hog for sure. But I mean, I am sitting in contention to where I can at least make Sunday, and then, you know, we'll just have to see. You know, I mean, I don't know how weights are going to be today. It's just been different today for sure. But so I'm kind of anxious to see what they are. But at least it's been nice today. It hadn't been cold. The wind hadn't blown real hard, even though I wish the wind was blowing. And I guess we were talking about Sunday. We'll get that more than what you probably want, but. Going to keep buzzing around, hit a few things here late, and hopefully maybe run on into 1 or 2 good ones and finish out our day strong.
Luke Palmer with a late checkout time. He's got a few more minutes. Solid little block of time to fish.
Like that.
Enjoyed being in the boat with this man right here, Hank Cherry, today.
Certainly a good day for Hank Cherry. Jason Couric, got to see him courtesy of Robbie Floyd. He got off to the best start this morning, held the lead for over half the day today.
Exactly right. We will be with your top 10 tomorrow, all of your leaders, and one thing Brandon Lester set up, and you can't ask for more than that for the first day of the Bassmaster Classic. We are going to see, thank goodness, a lot of diversity tomorrow, which usually makes a great tournament. And the other great thing, guys, every time we have come to Grand, it always turns into a horse race. And if you're looking at the unofficial weights right now, we are set up at least after Act 1.
Act 1. How much will it change tomorrow? Could be a good bit of flip-flopping up and down that leaderboard. Some people will do better. Some may be struggling to keep in that top 25. That's what tomorrow is all about, our coverage of that. Live begins 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time on FS1, and we'll have it to you 7 hours of full coverage. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Jockey Outdoors. 56 anglers trying to make the top 25. So we hope you can join us right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma for day number 2 of the Classic.